Chapter 1201. Yang Ming suddenly felt that this thick cookbook became unusually cute. It would be better if this cookbook was thicker. But you'd better not copy the dishes above, because if the referee has eaten this dish before, it may affect your score. Dojima-jin finally reminded. Sure enough, there is no such good thing. Yang Ming sighed helplessly. Okay, today is the last day of class. Jin Dojima strode into the kitchen. Yes. Yang Ming responded. You make a dish and I'll taste it. Jin Dojima said to Yang Ming. Yes. By the way, Chef Dojima, how about we have a duel? Yang Ming rubbed his hands and looked at Jin Dojima a little embarrassed. You want to compete with me? Jin Dojima asked back. Please listen to my explanation. Well, I also want to find a competition atmosphere and see my own strength. Yang Ming waved his hand and said. So that's the case. Jin Dojima held his chin and pondered for a while. Okay, but I won't show mercy. You'd better be mentally prepared. It's okay, this is interesting. Yang Ming touched his nose, looking excited. So, what is the topic of the competition? The topic of the competition? Let me think, let's use tenderloin as the topic? Jin Dojima said softly. Tenderloin. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. In the Asian competition, the topic for the top 4 seemed to be tenderloin. But that topic was beef tenderloin, and he made hot pot. This time, it would be pork tenderloin. By the way, the duration is 2 hours. Jin Dojima reminded at last. 2 hours? That means that for more complicated dishes, time may not be enough. How is it? Any comments? Just as Jin Dojima said this, Yang Ming walked to the cupboard without saying anything and began to select the ingredients he would use. Jin Dojima shook his head with a wry smile and began to look for his own ingredients. Since the pork tenderloin was chosen, Yang Ming had many choices. Considering the time limit, it was difficult to come up with a suitable dish in such a short time, so he prepared to make a more common dish, pan-fried tenderloin roll. Because it was a dish in the recipe, after putting the ingredients on the workbench, Yang Ming immediately started his own operation. Yang Ming first washed the tenderloin, then used a kitchen knife to shave off the thick tendons, and then cut it into large slices. Tenderloin roll, as the name suggests, is to roll the tenderloin into a tube. In order to take care of the taste and make the tenderloin not too tight, Yang Ming used a meat hammer to beat the tenderloin. At this time, whether the meat slices can be hammered evenly is the key to the whole dish. When frying, the thickness of the meat layer and the texture are easy to attract. After cutting the tenderloin to a thickness of about 0.3 centimeters, Yang Ming finally sighed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked up at Dojima-jin across from him, and found that he was beating the tenderloin with a meat hammer in a similar way to him. The meat hammer hit the chopping board, making a violent impact, and he wanted to crack the entire chopping board. It looked extremely violent, but Dojima-jin's strength was very measured. After a few beatings, the thickness was similar to Yang Ming's. He really deserves to be the chef Dojima. Sweat flowed from Yang Ming's forehead. Speed and quality can be guaranteed at the same time. Moreover, looking at Dojima-jin's handling of the dishes, it is better than he is much more skilled. In the midst of surprise, Jin Dojima's tenderloin has been completely processed. What's wrong, Yang Ming? If you don't work harder, I will surpass you. Jin Dojima tightly grasped the meat hammer and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. How is it possible? Yang Ming grinned. Chef Dojima, just accept my challenge. Jin Dojima smiled confidently, then let me see your cooking. Yang Ming's mouth corners curled up, and his eyes showed high fighting spirit. It's not often that you can fight with the former chief of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki. Yang Ming quickly cut the cheese into thin slices with a kitchen knife and put it aside for later use. Then he spread out the patted tenderloin, put the cheese slices he just cut, rolled it into a roll, and then used toothpicks to fix the meat roll. Next, he started to fry the steak. The difficulty of the whole dish was not too great, and Yang Ming was also very comfortable with it. After frying the tenderloin until golden brown, Yang Ming poured the prepared chicken broth, wine, and other ingredients into the pot, and then boiled the tenderloin. Yang Ming took a long breath, and his back was soaked with sweat. He looked up at Dojima-jin's cooking, but found that Dojima-jin had also cooked to the last step, and it seemed that it was much faster than the finishing. He really deserves to be the former top 10 chief, and he can make this dish in such a short time. I can't fall behind. After the dish was done, Yang Ming put his own dish on the long table between the two workbenches. Chef Dojima, my dish is ready. Yes, my dish is also ready. Dojima-jin also put his own dish on the table. My dish is pan-fried tenderloin. Fried pork tenderloin. Dojima-jin said with a smile. Then, let's start tasting each other's dishes. Yang Ming looked at Dojima-jin's dish and swallowed his saliva. It has to be said that even if a chef like Dojima-jin only makes a very ordinary dish, the taste of the dish is definitely not comparable to that of other chefs. This dish called fried pork tenderloin exudes a rich aroma, and the golden tenderloin is fresh and delicious, making people salivate. Above the tenderloin, there is green parsley. The fragrant juice seeps out of the tenderloin and gathers on the white plate. Yang Ming picked up the knife and fork, and the knife gently cut it, and the rich juice seeped out instantly. After the fresh and thick tenderloin was cut, the fresh and thick meat inside was finally revealed. The teeth gently bit it, and the rich juice instantly overflowed, mixed with the thick tenderloin, stimulating every nerve of Yang Ming. The tenderloin was marinated with salt and pepper, and the taste was moderate. The surface of the tenderloin was coated with flour, egg liquid, and bread crumbs, and then fried with butter. The crispy surface of the tenderloin seemed to explode and spread in all directions. The rich aroma rushed directly into the brain. At this moment, Yang Ming seemed to have entered a space full of delicious food, and he could not see the end at a glance. And he wanted to stay here forever. The gap is really too big. Whether it is the technique, cooking skills, or even the grasp of ingredients, Dojima-jin far exceeds Yang Ming. Chapter 1202. At this moment, Yang Ming seemed to have entered a space full of delicious food, and he could not see the end at a glance. And he wanted to stay here forever. The gap is really too big. Whether it is the technique, cooking skills, or even the grasp of ingredients, Dojima-jin far exceeds Yang Ming. It turns out that this dish can also taste like this. Yang Ming slowly opened his eyes, and his forehead was already covered with sweat. Chef Dojima, this dish is really delicious, eh? When Yang Ming looked at Jin Dojima, he suddenly found that Jin's cheeks were flushed, and his expression was also a sense of enjoyment. It's delicious. Jin Dojima's mouth corners curled up, and he looked at Yang Ming with bright eyes. If I hadn't seen you cooking with my own eyes, I would definitely not have thought that this was your dish. Yang Ming, compared with some time ago, you have really grown a lot. Ah? Chef Dojima, it's almost been half a year. Isn't it normal for me to achieve such results? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It's different. It depends on the degree of improvement. This cooking skill is better than the students in recent years. Jin Dojima showed a hearty smile. In this case, I also have some expectations for your competition in diamond cooking. Hee. I hope so. Yang Ming scratched his head. He was still a little embarrassed to be praised in person. However, this competition also made Yang Ming understand that there is still a big gap between him and the top chefs. In addition to the accumulation of experience and the proficiency in cooking and cuisine, more importantly, there is a spirit of excellence in Jin Dojima. Perhaps this is the reason why his cooking skills continue to move forward after graduation? Yang Ming, when did you buy your ticket? Jin Dojima asked. Tomorrow. Yang Ming explained. Is that so? Go to bed early today. I may not have time to take you there tomorrow. There was a little regret on Dojima-jin's face. Well. Teacher Dojima, if it's okay, I'll go to bed first. When Yang Ming left the kitchen, Dojima-jin sighed slightly. It really took him a long time to train Yang Ming, and Yang Ming's cooking skills were indeed recognized by him, but the Diamond Cooking Asia competition is no different from other competitions. The contestants are not just students, but also some chefs who are famous and in urgent need of proof. Moreover, the contestants also include the best young chefs in Asia. These people are not lacking in blood and their cooking is also very aggressive. Therefore, the champion of the Asian competition every year will be paid attention to by the world's cooking community. However, he didn't seem to have too much energy to think about Yang Ming's affairs. There was still one thing he needed to do. Dojima-jin took out a plane ticket from his pocket, and the destination was Wakana, Hokkaido. 3 days ago. I actually won. The students of Polaris dormitory who were sitting around the TV opened their mouths in surprise. So now, Yukihira Soma beat Izan, is he the 9th place? Student A suddenly became excited. How can it be so simple? Student B's eyes did not move away from the TV, but just opened his mouth and said, the food battle that is betting on the status of the top 10 is not so casual. With their eyesight, they can naturally see that Izan Ezu did not use his full strength, and this Hainan Esa chicken rice is not his must-kill dish. Just say that the other party. However, no matter whether there is sufficient preparation before the game, losing is losing. Now in the eyes of many people, Izan Ezu's undeserved status of the top 10 has been spread. What a waste! I actually lost to a first-year kid. In the Central Food Agency, many people watched this food battle with sarcasm. What should I do? Si. The problem was thrown to the handsome boy sitting at the top of the rectangular table. The trouble in his grey eyes was particularly eye-catching under the shining silver-white short hair. Ah! Si Yingshi stared at Yukihira Soma's face on the TV, frowned, and rubbed his hair with his hands in distress, messing up the smooth silver hair. Don't just sigh. As the second seat of the 10 elites, Kobayashi Ryodan has always been indifferent to everything and just threw everything to Si Yingshi to deal with. She sat on the table in front of Si Yingshi, hurry up and find a solution. Then, let's do the hunting of the remnants as we said before. Originally, according to the previous discussion of the Central Gourmet Agency, those clubs that did not obey Nagari Tsuyoshi's order to disband would be dealt a final blow by these elites from all grades, but Izan Ezuya boasted that there was no need for that, and he had his own way to disarm those ignorant guys. But in the end, he was the one who was disarmed, which made the outsiders see a big joke. Then what are you waiting for? Kobayashi Ryodan, who always fears chaos in the world, showed his little tiger teeth and smiled, I can't wait. No, before that, there is one more thing to do. He paused when he started writing, and then wrote smoothly. And what he said was, the seats of the former third seat of the 10 greatests of Totsuki Council, Fuyasuk Kijima, and the 7th seat, Hiroshiki, will be cancelled from the Council of the 10 greatests of Totsuki Council from today onwards. Speaking of which, the seats of the 10 greatests of Totsuki Academy have either been lost due to graduation or due to food battles over the years. This sudden cancellation is the first time. However, facing this result, the 3 people whose seats were cancelled were not surprised at all. They could not accept the regime of Nakaritsun, and they had expected this outcome long ago. It's a little later than I thought. After receiving this news, Hiroshiki just smiled indifferently in the face of the comfort of others. After the plan of Ishin Ezuya failed, the Central Gourmet Agency finally responded to the previous abolition order, fully accepting the applications of those research societies and laboratories to remove and abolish food battles, and did not collude with the referees like Ishin Ezuya, but went to the outside world to invite those neutral gourmets as examiners. This action, which they regarded as a way to clean up the students who did not obey orders in the academy, was called hunting the remnants. So far, there are still more than 100 clubs that have not been disbanded, and in order to prepare for the upcoming food battle, the Central Food Agency selected 30 members from the whole school, including the top 10. And these selected students are all a group of extremely powerful guys. Almost all of them are official players in the autumn selection of the 2nd and 3rd years of high school, and they are only one threshold away from the status of the top 10. Chapter 1203. So far, there are still more than 100 clubs that have not been disbanded, and in order to prepare for the upcoming for the food battle, the Central Gourmet Agency selected 30 members from the whole school, including the top 10. And these selected students are all a group of extremely powerful guys. Almost all of them are official players in the autumn selection of the 2nd and 3rd year of high school, and they are only one threshold away from the status of the top 10. Faced with such strength suppression, the first-year high school students who are the leaders of the clubs were not discouraged, but the reality is cruel. In the food battle that Soma Yukihira and others watched, which was related to the fate of the club, the victory was almost one-sided. Under the overwhelming strength of the Central Gourmet Agency, one club after another fell. The first day of hunting the remnants of the Totsuki Academy ended, a total of 32 clubs were disbanded, and the score of 3-0 made many clubs sigh and retreat, and many food battle applications were directly withdrawn. The only surviving club was Alice Nikari's, the most advanced dish research club, but the fact that this club only had 2 members did not bring any comfort to everyone. During the period when Yang Ming participated in the training, the first-year students of Totsuki Academy also went to Hokkaido to start their last exam in the first year, the promotion exam. When it came to the 3rd round, the students who did not surrender were blocked by the 10 elites of Totsuki. Irina hurriedly checked all the examination rooms. Alice, Naoto Hisako, Mito Yume, Aldini, almost everyone was eliminated. Irina searched all the examination rooms, and finally found that besides her, there was only Yukihira Soma and the bewildered Tadakuro Megami left. All lost? Arina asked in surprise. Yet, everyone else lost. Yukihira Soma sighed. What about Ryo Hayama? Didn't he survive? Arina's forehead was covered with sweat, but she didn't have time to wipe it off. No, Ryo Hayama lost to Hatanaka. Yukihira Soma said. What about you? Zayawai, which of the top 10 did you defeat? Arina looked at Tadakuro Megami in confusion. Although Tadakuro Megami also entered the semi-finals of the autumn selection, she was still a little behind Ryo Hayama, Kurakaiba Ryo, and Alice. Kobayashi Senpai. Hey, you defeated Kobayashi Senpai? Arina asked in surprise. No. Megami Tadakuro waved her hands repeatedly. I just tried to cook a dish and let Senior Kobayashi taste it. She seemed to agree with my dish, so she let me pass. Hey. Arina let out a long sigh. No matter what, there were finally a few people left, but there are only 3 of us left. Arina said listlessly, is it really over? Soma Yukihira frowned, as if thinking about something. Yukihira-kun, what's wrong with you? Megami Tadakuro asked puzzledly. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Soma Yukihira said. Life? Where is the hope? Arina hurriedly asked Soma Yukihira. Don't forget, we just need to take back half of the seats of the top 10, right? Soma Yukihira explained. Are you kidding? There are only 3 of us left now, how can we possibly win 5 seats? Arina asked back. Yes, Yukihira-kun, I only knew that you were not good at management before, but I didn't expect that you were also a mess in mathematics. Tadakuro Megami clenched her hands, with a reproachful look on her face. That's not the case, in addition to the 3 of us, don't forget that there are also seniors as Heike, Kyuga, and Megami, maybe there is also senior Asami in the academy, and even, if there is enough time, we can ask Yang Ming-kun for his opinion. Yukihira Soma said excitedly. Yang Ming-kun. Tadakuro Megami and Arina's eyes suddenly brightened. If they can get Yang Ming to help them, their chances of winning will be greatly improved. After all, they need someone who can fight against SIAG. Looking back, the only student in the school who can fight against SIAG is Yang Ming. I hope he can help us again. Arina frowned. Teacher Nikiri, I have dealt with all those students. Hatanaka Ei narrowed his eyes and made a phone call to Nikiri Tsuki. Really? I'm not disappointed. After hearing the news, Nikiri Tsuki did not show any excitement. This is my job. Hatanaka said with a smile. By the way, the diamond cooking competition should be held soon, right? Nikiri Tsuki asked. Yes, it should be in 3 or 4 days. Hatanaka explained. Well, I have sent a helicopter to pick you up. After you come back, you can go directly to the airport. I have already established a good relationship in Asia. When the time comes, you can stay at Nikiri International. I have already contacted the people there. Okay, thank you, Mr. Nikiri. Hatanaka said with a grin. Come on, diamond cooking, this competition is still quite difficult, and it is also highly recognized internationally. It would be best if I could enter the top 4. Teacher Nikiri, I have only one goal, which is to defeat Yang Ming. I think if I can defeat him, my ranking should be in a good position, right? Hatanaka narrowed his eyes. This time, you should not be too careless. There are 3 students from the Oriental Academy and 3 from South Korea's Lanji in this competition. It's not easy to enter the top 4. Absolutely no problem. Teacher Nikiri, I just received a week of intensive training, so I must get a very high ranking in this diamond cooking. Hatanaka said confidently. Then I wish you good results. Nikiri-ji said softly. Before leaving, Yang Ming went back to the Polar Star dormitory and opened his room by the way. Then the scene inside made Yang Ming stunned for a moment. This scene seemed very familiar. He had felt it before. Strong muscle training. Nikiri Senseiman. Yang Ming's door opened, and Nikiri Senseiman also put on his clothes, turned around and looked at Yang Ming. You are back. General. Yang Ming looked at Nikiri Senseiman and said. Yang Ming. Nikiri Senseiman smiled at Yang Ming. Don't call me the general, I'm not the general now, just like Arina called me. Grandpa Senseiman. Yang Ming called with a smile. Why don't you go out for a run? Nakiri Senseiman said. Now. Yang Ming looked at the dark sky and nodded, sure. Chapter 1204. Grandpa Senseiman. Yang Ming called with a smile. Why don't we go out for a run? Nakiri Senseiman said. Now. Yang Ming looked at the dark sky and nodded, sure. Then Yang Ming and Nakiri Senseiman left Polar Star Dormitory. The two ran on the wide road under the shining starlight. Not long after, the two sat down on a lawn. I really didn't expect that Nakiri would come back. I told you about Nakiri before. Nakiri Senseiman said. Of course, I also understand everything Irina endured when she was a child. Yang Ming nodded. Well, after being expelled, I occasionally heard news about him. He formed an organization overseas that only rich people can join. This organization is based in the United States and has expanded to the Middle East, Near East, and South Asia. I never expected that he would plan such a coup. I really deserve it. Nakiri Senseiman said. Although Irina Nakiri's education is deeply rooted, she has gradually found herself, including people like Hisako who helped her, and of course you. Nakiri Senseiman said, but Ji knows that Irina's heart is still locked in a birdcage, so Yang Ming, please. Nakiri Senseiman bowed slightly. Grandpa Senseiman, even if you don't say this, I will do it, and now Irina's birdcage has been slowly destroyed by me. Yang Ming smiled, I won't let Nakiritsuki hurt Irina, and the competition between me and Nakiritsuki has just begun. Well, yes, I thought too much. Nakiri Senseiman smiled, then Yang Ming, everything is up to you, Irina, and even Tatsuki. Don't worry. Yang Ming smiled. Just then, a large number of raindrops continued to fall from the dark sky. It's raining. Grandpa Senseiman, I'll go back first. Yang Ming smiled. Okay. Nakiri Senseiman nodded. Tatsuki Academy, and Irina, you just take good care of it. Yang Ming said and left here. Nakiri Senseiman looked at Yang Ming who was leaving, Irina is up to you. This is getting more and more exciting. Yang Ming smiled as he ran. It can be said that Yang Ming's strength has undergone a transformation. He can even compete with master chefs, but he can only compete with those chefs who have entered the master level not long ago. In any case, the level distribution of master chefs is also very large. With the continuous improvement of Yang Ming's strength, the level of master chefs is no longer out of reach. Even if Nakiri Tsunemi has the ability of a master chef, Yang Ming will not be afraid. Tomorrow. Yang Ming lay on the bed. It's time to sleep. When Japan entered the night, a country on the earth. It's still daytime, and then two familiar people met. Jui Kairo. Dojima Jin was stunned. Strange, it's Jin. Saibajiro, who was holding food, looked at this familiar person and said. Why are you here? Dojima Jin said. Of course I came here to cook for work, what about you? Saibajiro said. I came here to discuss matters with several cooperative enterprises here. Dojima Jin said. You are also on a business trip. Saibajiro laughed, we met in the same city by chance, what a wonderful fate. What is fate? Dojima Jin cursed directly, you said, how many years have you not contacted me, how willful you are, I have been worried that you will die on the street. Hey! Dojima Jin sighed, I met Yukihira Soma. Oh, is that so, really? Long time no see, Joichiro. Dojima Jin said softly. Yes. Saibajiro said, purpose, to celebrate our reunion, let's go for a drink first. Forget it, I have business arrangements next, and it's still daytime now. Dojima Jin said helplessly. What does it matter? You said it lightly, idiot. Dojima Jin said, and Saibajoichiro's cell phone suddenly rang, and he picked up the phone, it's me, what's wrong? Wait a minute, you said that Lord Senseiman abdicated, you explain it to me carefully from beginning to end. Nakiritsuki has taken office as the commander-in-chief. At this moment, Saibajoichiro was stunned. Because he knew Nakiritsuki, and they were classmates in the past, and they were very good classmates. At that time, Dojima Jin was the first seat, Saibajoichiro was the second seat, and Nakiritsuki was the third seat. But later Nakiritsuki had changed, and became very extreme. Okay, I know. After a moment, Saibajoichiro put down his phone. Tsuki has taken office as the commander-in-chief. Saiba Joichiro said after a moment of hesitation. I knew it a long time ago. Lord Senseiman abdicated, Tsuki took office. Dojimajin shook his head. If this happens, Totsuki Academy will probably be shaken. With his current thoughts and extreme views on food, Saiba Shiroichiro sighed, I didn't expect Nakiri Tsuki to become like this. Totsuki will indeed be shaken. Dojimajin nodded, but Tsuki Academy is not completely under Tsuki's control, because there is one person he cannot control. How could it be? Saiba Shiroichiro was surprised. Because of one person, Yang Ming, led by Yang Ming, 1/3 of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki have gathered together. They have such power and strength. Even Tsuki is very afraid of Yang Ming's strength. Dojimajin said, now the forces led by Yang Ming are competing with Tsuki and Tsuki. Yang Ming. Saiba Shiroichiro thought of the person he had seen in the past. He did feel the strong spirit and unwillingness to give in from Yang Ming, but he didn't expect that this time he would compete with Nakiri Tsuki. Can he compete with Ji? Saiba Joichiro said, and is Yang Ming doing this for arena? It's hard to say. Dojimajin shook his head, but there is one thing, Ji now has no way to deal with Yang Ming. The power of Totsuki is controlled by Ji on the surface, but there are undercurrents in secret. Perhaps the shock of Totsuki has just begun. Yes, it's a pity that in Totsuki, cooking is everything, with Ji's strength. Saiba Joichiro was a little worried. He had felt Yang Ming's strength before. Although he is very powerful, there is still a big gap with Nakiri Ji. Chapter 1205. It's hard to say. Dojimajin shook his head, but there is one thing, now Ji has no way to deal with Yang Ming. The power of Totsuki is controlled by Ji on the surface, but there are undercurrents in secret. Perhaps the shock of Totsuki has just begun. Yes, but unfortunately in Totsuki, cooking is everything. With Ji's strength, Saiba Joichiro was a little worried. He had felt Yang Ming's strength before. Although he was very powerful, there was still a big gap with Nakiri Joichiro. Jiichiro, you haven't been to Japan before, so you don't know. Dojimajin suddenly smiled. Yang Ming got a full score in the Tokyo division of the diamond cooking competition. Full score, are you serious? Saiba Joichiro's eyes flashed with a light. Of course it's true, so Yang Ming's cooking skills may be comparable to Ji. Dojimajin stood up, you are right, in Totsuki, cooking skills are everything. What a terrifying person. Saiba Chengyi-long murmured. Perhaps, he will soon come to us, if he defeats Ji. The following content is a side story, the update of Food Wars, Shokyuchi no Soma manga is too slow. It is midsummer at Totsuki Tea House Chef Academy. The wind is light and there is no rain, the sun is scorching the earth, everything is dyed with the color of fire, the willow branches are listlessly hanging in the hot air, motionless. The road in front of the Polar Star dormitory is shining with silver light, as if everything is about to melt. Most people in Totsuki Academy are while going home to enjoy the summer vacation. There are still such a group of people who are preparing for the upcoming promotion exam in the academy. I'm almost dying. Yang Ming sat in the kitchen, stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, looked up at the ceiling, and felt that his consciousness was a little blurred. Stuffy. Stuffy to the extreme. The soup pot in front of him was still emitting a mixture of thick and mellow curry aroma. The rolling hot air hit Yang Ming's face, not giving him any appetite, but feeling like he was steaming in a sauna. Due to the hot weather, Yang Ming only wore a short pair of leggings in the Polar Star dormitory, revealing his muscular upper body. But even wearing this did not alleviate the current situation. His back was covered with sweat and was soaked. He didn't dare to breathe, and his body felt sticky and uncomfortable when he moved a little. Even taking a bath 2 or 3 times a day was unbearable. He should have thought of it a long time ago. The Polar Star dormitory without air conditioning is so unbearable in summer. No, I'm almost done. Yoshino Yuaki also lay on the cooking table next to her. The slightly cooler metal touch relieved the heat in his hands, but it made him feel the unbearable heat of the air even more. If we stay here any longer, it will become a barbecue. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Tanaka Hui said in a dazed voice, and it seemed that she was also a little unconscious due to the heat. Well, stir the soup in the pot to let the ingredients taste. Xiao Hui. That's my pot. Sakaki Ryoko, who had just come back from washing her hands, was stunned to see Tanaka Hui preparing to add sugar to his pot. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Did he mistake sugar for salt? Why did Tanaka Hui wear long pants in this weather? Are you really not afraid of getting prickly heat? This weather is really bad. Yang Ming knocked on the table. Let's find something else to do. In the hot summer, cooking curry in this not very ventilated kitchen is not something that a normal person can do. Yes, and the taste of these spices is so strong that it feels like my tongue is burning after tasting it. Yoshino Yuaki said with a bitter face. But, the promotion exam is not long away, let's hurry up, right? After washing her face with cold water, Tanaka Hui was a little more awake and spoke. It's because there is not much time left that he is entangled. Otherwise, he would have run to the air conditioner long ago. So it's here. From the kitchen door, Ibuzaki-shun, wearing a light blue refreshing t-shirt, walked in with something. No wonder I couldn't find it for a long time. Hey! Ibuzaki-shun, didn't you go home? Yoshino Yuaki asked in surprise. I just happened to have something to do and came back to school, so I bought some things. Ibuzaki-shun raised the bulging shopping bag in his hand. What is it? Is it a watermelon? Yang Ming's eyes lit up and he suddenly became energetic. If there can only be one kind of fruit in this world, Yang Ming will definitely hesitate between lychee and watermelon for 3 seconds, and then resolutely raise his hand for watermelon. The most beautiful sound in summer is the moment when a watermelon is broken open. The hand rises and the knife falls, and the prelude of the whole summer is raised in an instant. There is no way, it's not that he wants to let down lychees or other fruits, this is a matter of life and death. Without the cold, sweet, and juicy watermelon frozen in the refrigerator to dispel the summer heat, I'm afraid that mankind will become extinct. Serious face. It's not a watermelon, but it's not much different. Ibuzaki-shun put the bag in his hand on the table and took out the things one by one. This is the dessert of Mvyuk Tokyo, which is very famous recently. Sakaki Ryoko opened her eyes wide. This dessert shop, which recently opened in Tokyo, has attracted many fans because of its handsome and charming manager and delicious desserts. It is said that many people line up to buy desserts every morning when it opens. Hey, desserts, are they delicious? Yoshino Yuaki also rushed over, and she didn't look dehydrated just now. I bought several kinds, you can choose. Ibuzaki-jun made way for Yang Ming to come over first. Yang Ming didn't even think about it and immediately chose the watermelon shaved ice that looked very refreshing. They'd twist, lick, and dip Aria cookies and cute little pieces of cream, as well as the small hill-like surface of fresh and tender cut watermelon, buried underneath is the dense shaved ice. Mixed with smooth condensed milk, the snowflake-like shaved ice tastes very delicate and soft. The rich milky aroma melts immediately when it enters the mouth, and the instantly melted coolness flows on the tip of the tongue. Take another bite of the juicy, crispy, refreshing and delicious square watermelon flesh and eat it. The sour, sweet, and cool taste is very satisfying. It's delicious. Yang Ming exclaimed, it is worthy of being a dessert shop that has attracted a lot of attention in Tokyo, it is indeed a good shop. It would be even better if there was air conditioning now. Eating such desserts and lazily lying on the sofa in a vest is the right way to spend the summer. Now this kind of kitchen, what is the life of sweating in the kitchen? Chapter 1206. Take another bite of the sweet, crisp, refreshing and delicious square watermelon flesh and eat it. The sour, sweet, and cool taste makes people very satisfied. It's delicious. Yang Ming exclaimed. It is worthy of being a dessert shop that has attracted a lot of attention in Tokyo. It is really good. It would be better if there was air conditioning now. Eating such desserts and lazily lying on the sofa in a vest is the right way to spend the summer. What is the life of sweating in the kitchen now? Then I want this. Yoshino Yuaki took a fancy to the cup of dark cloud ice cream. On the top of the cup is a large ball of cotton candy shaped like a dark cloud. The owner also added a piece of golden lightning-shaped chocolate on it ingeniously. It is like a work of art, so cute that people can't bear to eat it. But it was even more amazing after taking a bite. The first thing I ate was the grey cloud marshmallow. The texture of the cotton mixed with small sugar particles melted in the temperature of the mouth in a short while. It was slightly sweet and had a unique flavor. The ice cream hidden under the cloud was a relatively conservative chocolate milk flavor. It was quite standard, cool and smooth. The chocolate and milk flavors were not so mellow, but the most surprising thing was the squeaking sound that I heard when I put it in my mouth. Yoshino Yuki thought it was because the crispy rice flour was softening at first, but later she found that it was the popping candy jumping on the tip of her tongue. The vitality of the sweet and sour orange flavor burst out, and a bright feeling like bathing in the sea breeze came naturally. There was also a mango milk jelly cheese cup on the table. The bottom layer was a perfect collision of frozen cheese and cheese. The top layer was whipped and spread with fresh mango slices, and decorated with a piece of green mint slices. It felt like the breath of summer was wandering between the fingers and the tip of the nose. And the soft cloud rolls. A dessert with a refreshing taste like its name, it tastes like a pudding roll. The slightly bulging body contains smooth and sweet cream, wrapping the whole strawberry. The soft, and slightly sweet taste falls into the mouth, and the soft, delicate, and silky taste is unforgettable. 4 desserts with different flavors but equally satisfying, it can be seen that Ibuzaki-jun's selection is very careful. It's delicious. Yang Ming squinted his eyes and enjoyed it, but in a blink of an eye, he saw Ibuzaki-jun smiling at them. Ah, yes, there are only 4 portions here, and Ibuzaki-jun didn't buy his own portion. It feels very embarrassing to let the people who worked hard to buy it just watch them eat so heartily here. Ibuzaki, do you want to eat some? Yang Ming asked. Ah. Slightly surprised, Ibuzaki-shun waved his hand. No, I don't like desserts. Come on. Try some. Yang Ming handed over the shaved ice in his hand. You bought this. This is the spoon Yang Ming used. However, the other party didn't seem to care at all. Thinking of this, a faint blush appeared on the face of the wine-red-haired boy. Is it delicious? This time it was Yang Ming who asked. Ibuzaki-shun nodded repeatedly. In fact, he didn't have the leisure to feel the taste of the dessert in his mouth. When asked, he scooped up another spoonful of broken shaved ice and put it into his mouth. It's really delicious. It's the breath of summer. Sakaki Ryoko licked the milk jelly on the spoon and thought about something. This dessert shop Mvuok Tokyo is located in the center of Tokyo. It's probably an hour's drive from Totsuki Academy. Is it really just a convenience to carry such a heavy thing? He looked at the 2 people over there with an unfathomable look. Hey, why did he think so much? Anyway, they also got a lot of blessings. And these things also have a sweet and sour summer feeling. The following is still a side story. Hey. Where is this? Yang Ming stepped out of the car and stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up intently. He saw the undulating mountains, overlapping and surrounding, the deep and winding mountain roads, and the mountains were full of fresh green forests. This kind of beautiful place like a tourist attraction must be a popular tourist attraction in China, but they came all the way by car, and they didn't even see a pedestrian on the road. This is the private forest of the Nakiri family. Nijiro Hisako followed him out. This whole area is all. Yang Ming turned around in astonishment. Yes, this mountain is all. Nijiro Hisako nodded as a matter of course. Yang Ming stared blankly at the endless mountains again. This is really evil capitalism. Although we know that the Nakiri family is very rich from their daily food, clothing, and daily expenses, it is really shocking to see it reflected in such a place that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Click. The trunk of the car opened, and Naoto Hisako saw Arina Nakiri taking out a backpack from the trunk and preparing to carry it, and hurried over. Miss Arina, let me do it. I'll do these. It's all right, right? No, how can I let Miss Arina do this? Naoto Hisako insisted, and then took the backpack from Arina Nakiri's hand. Let me do it. Well, okay. Arina Nakiri looked at Naoto Hisako helplessly. Then I'll take a small one. Yang Ming also took a small and cute backpack from the trunk. Hey? What should Arina and I do later? Alice, who came out of the car last, rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned lazily. You will be responsible for cooking later. Will he cook with Arina? Okay. Then let's set off immediately. Arina Nakiri couldn't help but smile as she watched Yang Ming jumping in front of her. Some time ago, everyone was preparing for the preliminary round of the promotion exam. Alice, Yang Ming, and others stayed in the kitchen all day, which made Arina Nakiri bored to the extreme. So in the name of relaxing everyone, after a summer rain that dispelled the sultry heat, Arina Nakiri invited her friends to her private forest to pick mountain delicacies. As soon as they entered the endless winding green forest from the door, they were enveloped by the moist fragrance of flowers and plants. The leaves of plum trees, cherry trees, and the new green of elm trees and albizia trees were stained with the moisture of rain and emitted a dim light. Although the outside of the forest is a sunny world, in this forest, the overlapping branches only let in spots of light and shadow. Walking through this mountain forest, you can feel a few drops of plump water falling from the branches on your head from time to time. Clusters of flowers and plants such as cranesbill, snackaberry, sorrel, and purple veratrum are lush in the corners of the roadside. Chapter 1207. As soon as they entered this winding and endless green forest from the door, they were enveloped by the moist fragrance of flowers and plants. The leaves of plum trees, cherry trees, and the new green of elm trees and albizia trees are stained with the moisture of rain and emit a dim light. Although the outside of the forest is a sunny world, in this forest, the overlapping branches only let in spots of light and shadow. Walking through this mountain forest, you can feel a few drops of plump water falling from the branches on your head from time to time. Clusters of flowers and plants such as cranesbill, snackaberry, oxalis, and purple veratrum are lush in the corners of the roadside. Ding-ling-ding, the bell hanging on Alice Nakiri's backpack kept making crisp sounds as he bumped on the mountain road. I say. Yang Ming, who was walking in front, turned around and asked, Alice, why do you hang a bell? To drive away bears. Alice Nakiri answered casually while admiring the scenery on both sides. Oh, it turns out to drive away bears, bears, bears. After carefully thinking about what Alice had just said, Yang Ming immediately froze. Are there bears here? I heard in the news before that there are wild black bears in the mountains of Japan. Looking at the scenery nearby, this primitive undeveloped forest, Yang Ming felt that if there are bears, then there are probably some here. It seems that we have found one here before, but it doesn't matter. If a bear comes, just lie down and pretend to be dead, right? Nakiri Arena said with a smile. Hey, hey, hey. Although I have never seen a bear, I know that you can't pretend to be dead when you see a bear. The bear will still eat you. In fables and fairy tales, there is often a saying that if you see a bear and lie down and pretend to be dead, the bear will not care about you, but that is actually just a rumor of accidental events. Most people who really do this are buried in the bear's belly. Okay, two ladies, don't tease Yang Ming-jun anymore. Arato Hisako, who was walking in the front, sighed and turned around. Don't worry, Yang Ming-jun, this forest has been checked by the Nakiri family before, and there is no danger. Hey, secretary, don't say it out loud, it won't be fun if you say it out loud. Nakiri Alice looked at the flustered Yang Ming next to her and calmed down little by little. So, you are teasing me? Yang Ming stared at Arena and Alice with sharp eyes. Well, this. Nakiri Alice pretended to look into the distance to see the scenery. Damn it. You're eating my tickle attack. Ha 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 ha, I'm wrong, Yang Ming, stop it. Under the maple trees that stretched far into the distance, the girls' sweet voices and laughter and brisk steps complemented each other. This scene was very youthful, energetic, and flawless. The so-called wild delicacies refer to wild mountain vegetables and mushrooms. Compared with the cultivated vegetables that are eaten every day, wild vegetables have a unique fragrance and flavor due to their special growth environment. They can refresh people's eyes and ears, stimulate their appetite, and give people a sense of wild taste. There are mushrooms here. Yang Ming first found a group of mushrooms. They are tea brown, so they should not be poisonous, right? When he was about to pick them, he was stopped by Xinhu Faishizi. Wait, Yang Ming-jun, that can't be eaten. Hey? Can't this be eaten? Yang Ming held up a group of mushrooms. The mushroom he pulled up looked like a tea tree mushroom, with some light and dark rings on the cap. This is called Amanita phalloides, a poisonous mushroom. But the color doesn't look bright. Yang Ming took it in his hand and looked at it for a few times, and he felt that this mushroom looked edible. Although people often say that brightly colored mushrooms are poisonous and plain colored ones are edible, this is actually a wrong view. If you rely on some fixed ideas to judge whether mushrooms are poisonous, then there will be a big problem. These mushrooms in front of you, although they look plain brown, will actually send you to the hospital in just a few hours if you eat them. Hearing that he would be sent to the hospital in a few hours, Yang Ming quickly threw away the mushrooms in his hand and said in surprise, A good family man who looks ugly but very gentle on the surface is actually more despicable than those playboys in his bones. Although this metaphor sounds a bit strange, there is nothing wrong with saying it this way. Alice is the same. Nakiri Arena glanced at Nakiri Alice, who was strolling around looking for prey. If you find anything, let Hisako take a look first. The secretary knows a lot about mountain delicacies. Yang Ming stood up and patted the dust off his body and praised. Arena Nakiri said with a slightly boastful tone, of course, he has a license as a mountain delicacies instructor. He knows everything about what can be eaten and what cannot be eaten in this mountain. Picking mountain delicacies in the mountains is actually very dangerous. If you put an unknown mushroom or wild vegetable into your mouth, it may cost you your life. If it weren't for Hisako Naoto, Arina Nakiri would not have initiated such an activity. Hey! So amazing! The purple-haired girl who had always been overshadowed by Arina Nakiri's brilliance bloomed with a brilliance that Yang Ming had never seen before on this land that belonged to him. Hisako, is this bright mushroom poisonous? Alice Nakiri picked up a bright red mushroom. The beautiful luster made Alice want to take a photo even if it was poisonous. Taking it from Alice Nakiri, Naoto Hisako looked at it carefully. This is called Amanita phalloides, and it is an edible fungus. What about this? Arina Nakiri asked, finding a wild vegetable that she seemed to have seen before on the other side. This. Miss is so amazing. This is the Aralia bud known as the king of wild vegetables, a rare delicacy. The king of wild vegetables. Arina Nakiri said with a smile, then let's use this as the main dish today. Arina is really lucky. Yang Ming glanced around, ready to find something that can surpass Arina. Soon he found a target. Hey, little secretary, can the mushrooms over there be eaten too? Yang Ming's face flushed, pointing at the mushrooms that were shiny black, thick and long, and looked like shameful things. Xin Hu Fei Shizi was silent for a long time, and finally said, no, no. In fact, it is also a kind of edible fungus, but looking at the bad appearance, Xin Hu Fei Shizi was worried that Yang Ming would use it to do something weird. Chapter 1208. Soon he found a target. Hey, little secretary, can the mushrooms over there be eaten? Yang Ming's face flushed, pointing at the mushrooms that were shiny black, thick and long, and looked like shameful things. Xin Hu Fei Shizi was silent for a long time, and finally said, no, no. In fact, it is also a kind of edible fungus, but looking at the bad appearance, Xin Hu Fei Shizi was worried that Yang Ming would use it to do something weird. Is that so? Yang Ming's tone was full of regret. Enoki mushrooms, Hericium erinaceus, white mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, porcini. Along this winding mountain road, wild mushrooms and wild vegetables were everywhere, and soon filled the backpack. Let's go, let's find a place to make a good meal. But where can we find a place around here? Yang Ming frowned slightly. We can't make a fire in the forest, right? In fact, there is the villa of the Nakiri family in front. Evil capitalism. A heavy rain in midsummer washed away the haze in the sky, washed away the heat and scorching heat of the world, and brought vitality to this mountain forest. In the clear valley after the rain, wild vegetables and mountain delicacies from the paths, cracks in the rocks and streams, like a first love that came quietly, secretly poked their heads out and stretched their waists, growing wildly. Walking here, it didn't take long for Yang Ming and his friends to collect 2 full baskets of food and began to move towards the villa hidden in the green mountains and forests. Welcome to the Nakiri family's mountain villa. Pushing open the copper door of the villa, the 7 or 8 meter high hall came into Yang Ming's sight. The golden crystal lamp hung above his head, which looked particularly bright under the reflection of the white marble columns. The wooden table chairs, colorful wall paintings, and various carefully selected small ornaments are casual but simple and bright, making people feel more intimate. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see a large lake behind. The sun casts a beautiful silhouette on the waterside through the mottled leaves. As mentioned before, Yang Ming and Naoto Hisako rested in the living room, while Nakiri Arina and Nakiri Alice took 2 baskets of mushrooms and wild vegetables to the kitchen and started to tinker with today's lunch. Alice, don't splash water on my face. Hey! I won't. Listening to the laughter coming from the kitchen, Yang Ming sat on the chair and said worriedly, when will the 2 of them finish like this? Isn't this good? Naoto Hisako, who was sitting next to him, tilted his head and said. Ms. Arina, has become a little gentle. Naoto Hisako said, facing the direction of the kitchen, looking through the wall. Become a little gentler. Yang Ming was confused. Hasn't Arina always been like this? No, Miss Arina never had any friends before, and she was busy working in various restaurants every day. After you and Miss Alice came, the dark and lonely feeling of the young lady gradually dissipated. At this point, Naoto Hisako chuckled and said, sometimes I really think it's great that you can come to Totsuki. Is that so? Faced with this sudden gratitude, Yang Ming felt a little surprised. However, it is also my own luck to come to Totsuki and meet them. Yang Ming, little secretary, come and eat. Nagari Alice did not forget to turn around and call when she brought the dishes to the restaurant. Here it comes. Wow! It's so rich! Yang Ming shouted in surprise. In a short period of time, the two young ladies of the Nagari family made delicious food that filled the table. When Nagari Arena also came to the table, Yang Ming, who was already hungry, shouted, "Then I won't be polite. Everyone, please help yourself." First, he picked up the wooden bowl filled with tea-colored soup and took a sip. The mushroom soup, which was seasoned just right, gently invaded Yang Ming's exhausted heart. The ingredients in the soup were finely chopped and thoroughly cooked chicken leg mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms and other things, all of which they had picked themselves before. No matter what kind of mushroom, it has absorbed the soup. When you take a bite, you can not only taste the taste of the ingredients themselves, but also the delicious soup. So fresh. The extremely delicious, rich, mellow, and complex flavor is independent of the taste of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty. That's because mushrooms contain a lot of glutamic acid and aspartic acid, which make people feel the presence of umami. Nagari Alice heard Yang Ming's evaluation, and the popular science class had just begun when she was interrupted by Nagari Arena. Eat well and talk less. Humph. You are just jealous of my erudition. Nagari Alice said, but her hands did not stop at all. She picked up a piece of bamboo shoots and put it in Yang Ming's bowl, saying repeatedly, "Yang Ming, try the bamboo shoots I made." Well. Yang Ming gladly accepted Alice's kindness. Bamboo shoots can be eaten all year round, but the types are different. The winter bamboo shoots that grow in the soil in winter and the tender spring bamboo shoots that emerge in spring are naturally the most tender. In this hot summer, what they dug up are just the tender branches of bamboo shoots called whip shoots that grow in the soil. However, due to the mild climate and abundant rainfall in the mountains, even the bamboo shoots are white as jade, crisp and delicious, making people salivate. The bamboo shoots originally tasted slightly bitter in the sweetness, but due to the good control of the heat during cooking, the bitterness of the bamboo shoots reacted wonderfully with the fragrant oil, and evolved into an exceptionally mellow sweet and fresh taste. The newly dug bamboo shoots carry the freshness of rain and dew and the fragrance of soil, full of the fresh and beautiful breath of early summer. As soon as you put it in your mouth, you can feel a crisp and fragrant taste suddenly bursting in your mouth, making a crackling sound. The longer you chew, the softer and longer the taste becomes between your lips and teeth, which is very tranquil and unique. By the way, the ancients really had the courage to eat mushrooms. Yang Ming sighed. Why do you say that? Things like morels and mushrooms, generally speaking, no one should dare to eat them, right? That ugly appearance, strange colors and patterns, someone actually found it edible. I think he was forced to do it, just like the first person who ate crabs. Said Arina Nagari. Then what did the first person who discovered that milk was drinkable do to the cow? Yang Ming made a thoughtful expression. Okay, you eat quietly too. Chapter 1209. I think he was forced to do it, just like the first person who ate crabs. Said Arina Nagari. Then what did the first person who discovered that milk was drinkable do to the cow? Yang Ming made a thoughtful expression. Okay, you eat quietly too. Chapter 1209. I think he was forced to do it, just like the first person who ate crabs. Said Arina Nagari. What on earth did they do to the cow? Yang Ming made a thoughtful expression. Okay, you also eat quietly. The final main course was mushroom rice. Since there were no carrots, kale, and the like, similar wild vegetables were used as substitutes. Stir fry in oil until it changes color, then add various spices and peppers to stir fry, so that the dry fried mushroom shreds with fully integrated fragrance, mixed with rice, exudes a burst of fresh fragrance. It looks delicious. After dry frying, there is no moisture, and even some crispy and soft mushroom shreds, slightly bitter wild vegetables, and plump and soft rice. When these are superimposed together, the mushroom rice in front of you seems to have turned into another food. Delicious. If you use one word to describe it, it is delicious. Without any other thoughts, Yang Ming ate it greedily. How is it? Is it still to your taste? Although Yang Ming's expression while eating had already made the answer to this question clear, Nagari Arena still wanted to hear the other person's comments about these dishes from his own mouth. Because I took into account your preference for spicy flavors, I added some chili peppers. This slightly spicy flavor was unexpectedly appetizing, and the refreshing taste of mushrooms did not make people feel greasy even after dry frying. So it was prepared specially for me. Yang Ming used a more exaggerated way than she had imagined to express his feelings. Bang bang bang! Yang Ming almost rolled off the dining table after dropping his chopsticks with a clanging sound, but in the end he stood steadily in front of Nakiri Irina, holding Irina's hand, and said affectionately, "Dear, marry me." Yang Ming was greeted by a fierce slap. "Ah, it hurts." Yang Ming, who was covering his head, let out a cry of grief. After enjoying this sumptuous lunch, the four of them cleaned up the table together and started the next activity. After walking towards the lush woods for more than 10 minutes, a clear lake suddenly appeared in front of them. Under the shade of the blue sky, it was like a flawless sapphire shining with beautiful luster. It's hard to see such a beautiful scenery in Japan. Yes, yes. Yang Ming responded absent-mindedly. Irina Nakiri noticed it sensitively. "What's wrong? You don't seem to be in a good mood." "Damn it. I can't look at it anymore, it's really tempting to commit a crime." Yang Ming looked at Alice Nakiri indignantly. Her plump breasts, slender waist, round buttocks, long legs, and the pure white suspender swimsuit made her a beauty that would attract the attention of girls, not to mention boys. Starting from 3 years, life imprisonment. At this moment, this thought flashed through Yang Ming's mind. "Don't be like this, Yang Ming. You are so bad, looking at me like this." Alice Nakiri covered her body. "If you want me, let's wait until Irina is not around, and be alone at night." This. As if he could sense the murderous gaze from Irina, Yang Ming refused to receive any news from Alice Nakiri, and dived into the lake, swimming freely in the water. Children who grew up by the Yangtze River are more or less water-savvy. The fine ripples on the water surface seemed to be covered with a layer of glittering silver under the reflection of the sun. Naoto Hisako stood on the shore, quietly watching others playing in the water. "Hisako, come down too." Miss Irina could be heard calling her name from afar. "No, I'll stay on the shore." For her, it was enough to quietly watch Irina Nakiri swimming happily in the water. "But, it's rare that you wear a swimsuit." Yang Ming's voice suddenly rang beside Naoto Hisako's ear, "So, don't be careless." Pikachu. Plop Tong! Yang Ming, who had secretly climbed ashore at some point, slapped Shindo Hisako's back with his wet palm, causing her to stumble and fall into the lake. Yang Ming Jun. Ha ha ha. Perhaps because of the rain last night, the slightly damp air was filled with a fresh scent. The sky was clear and the wind was gentle. This should be it. Yang Ming took out the note from his pocket, compared it, then nodded and walked in. Located near Kabukicho, the most prosperous area in Shinjuku, Tokyo, this is a high-end Japanese restaurant run by Totsuki Academy graduate Inui Hinatako. Mist House. The street was quiet, with greenery on both sides, and the white lanterns hanging at the door were still swaying in the wind. The combination of white, black and wood color creates a simple and refreshing style. Standing on the street, you can see the seats facing the street. The white is not the dazzling white. If you have to say it, it is the kind of white with a slight yellow that can reveal the traces of time. When you enter the door and turn around the entrance, a strong Japanese style hits you in the face, and you instantly feel like you are in the Edo period. Era. The elegant Japanese style, the dark brown tone, and the traditional wooden pavilions are all filled with rich Japanese style. Carp flags, lucky cats, Japanese paper umbrellas, fat sumo wrestlers, and dancers with snow-white makeup seem to travel through time and space. The bar on the left has a row of seats, just like what you see in the midnight diner, just waiting for a glass of sake, a bowl of cat rice, a group of customers, and a story. Yang Ming. You're here. The manager and chef of Mist House, Inui Hinatako, greeted her arrival with a gentle smile. She was still wearing an elegant dark blue kimono as usual, and then a pure white apron on the outside. Her brown hair was combed into a fluffy ponytail at the back, adding a few touches of playfulness, making it impossible to guess how old she is now. Yet. Yang Ming nodded. Before she could continue speaking, Chien Hinatako, who was behind her, pressed her shoulders with her hands and pushed her forward. You're just in time. Hurry to the kitchen. You can't even drink water. Okay, I know I'll go. Stop pushing me. After locking the door of the employee lounge, Yang Ming changed into the work clothes that Chien Hinatako prepared for her. To her surprise, the clothes fit her very well. The reason why it was unexpected was that the senior, who looked gentle and virtuous and smart, was actually forgetful and even more out of tune than Yang Ming himself. You can actually make a mistake about the employees' holiday dates. No one is available when the store is supposed to open. This is really unbelievable. Yang Ming sighed. Chapter 1210. After locking the door of the employee lounge, Yang Ming changed into the work clothes that Jian Hinateko prepared for her. To her surprise, the clothes fit her very well. The reason why it was unexpected was that the senior who looked gentle, virtuous, and smart was actually forgetful and even more out of tune than Yang Ming himself. She actually got the employees' holiday dates wrong, and there was no one available when the store was supposed to open. This is really unbelievable. Yang Ming sighed. She came here this time to help out. It's just one day anyway, please come and help. Faced with such a request, Yang Ming finally couldn't bear to refuse. When she came to the kitchen in her ochre red work clothes, she found that someone was already inside. Ah, hello. She greeted the boy who was standing there, wondering what he was thinking. Hello. The boy responded to her politely. Wearing an indigo work suit, very clean and scattered black short hair, and square black framed glasses, she looked like a very serious person. But what Yang Ming was more concerned about was so tall. With her height, he could only look up at her. It was estimated that she was over 1.8 meters tall, at least half a head taller than Xiao Xingxing and Ibuzaki. When Jian Hinateko asked Yang Ming for help, Yang Ming asked if he needed to ask other people from Polaris Dormitory to come and help, but Jian Hinateko said that she had also asked others to come, so it was not necessary. And that person's name seemed to be Jian Sadaharu? It seemed that he was a child of Jian Hinateko's relatives, studying in the junior high school of Sishun Academy. It was said that his academic performance was very good, and he even made it to the national tennis tournament. When Jian Hinateko described it like this, Yang Ming thought he would see a short and cute little boy. Now like this. Will anyone believe that he was a senior high school student? Several other chefs in the kitchen also arrived one after another. Seeing their somewhat reluctant looks, it seemed that Jian Hinateko had called them here on vacation. It's really unfortunate to have such a shop owner. Then Yang Ming, you will be responsible for the main dish. Sadaharu, you help. Inui Hinateko boldly handed the most important main dish to Yang Ming. Yang Ming immediately felt the heavy sense of responsibility on his shoulders. No problem. Inui Sadaharu looked down at the girl holding the kitchen knife. He was also a little curious about this boy who looked about the same age as him. Of course, Yang Ming would not disappoint those who had expectations of him. Awesome. As an assistant, Inui Sadaharu saw everything Yang Ming did. The surface of the salmon was roasted with extremely delicate heat to form a soft dough. The slightly fat milky aroma mixed with the egg aroma seemed to be natural. Combined with the aroma of sushi rice and the freshness of salmon itself, it really makes people want to eat it immediately and enjoy it to their heart's content. The big prawns, which were bigger than the palm of a hand, immediately attracted everyone's attention as soon as they were served. Very few spices were used, and the flavor was only slightly adjusted with salt, which preserved the seafood flavor of the prawn meat to the greatest extent, just like a textbook. The whole prawn looked full, and the elasticity and firmness that could be tasted with the eyes, the delicate and smooth meat, paired with orange vinegar, made people want more. Speaking of which, Jian Jun seems to be good at cooking, right? Yang Ming stopped and praised. No, I know nothing about cooking. Jian Zhenzi said this, while holding the kitchen knife with his white and slender fingers, cutting the radish in front of him into neat and uniform strips. No. Whether it is the use of props or every step of the cooking process, it is very particular, it is really amazing. Yang Ming praised. Every move does not look like an amateur, and looks very skilled. That's just because I help at home sometimes, but I really can't cook. Jian Zhenzi still insisted on saying this. Yang Ming didn't care, but just felt that the other party was too modest. It was not until later that she understood the true meaning of the other party's words. During the break, Jian Zhenzi pondered for a moment, and finally asked Yang Ming, can I trouble you with something? Well, tell me. Yang Ming looked up at him. Can you help me improve my recipe? From the previous casual conversation, Inui Sadaharu had learned that Yang Ming was currently studying at Totsuki Academy. That was the school that Inui Hinateko had graduated from before, and it seemed to be the leading culinary academy in the country. So he thought that maybe the other party could help his work. Recipe? What recipe? Yang Ming asked curiously, make it first and show it to me. And then, she saw it. What on earth is this thing made of? The processing of the ingredients was very good, which made Yang Ming nod involuntarily. However, the subsequent operations were a little confusing. Green and white cabbage, green spinach, light green celery, with some dark green basil, and 2 or 3 slices of lemon in it, and a large spoonful of honey and a large teaspoon of ginger slices, and finally added water, all thrown into the juicer in one breath, stirring rapidly. Please have it. Yang Ming's mouth twitched as he looked at the strange black dry juice that was said to be able to restore physical strength after exercise and was good for the recovery of liver and gastrointestinal functions. He held it in his hand and hesitated to take a sip. This smell, this color. There were still sticky black bubbles on it, which made Yang Ming extremely suspicious whether there was any strange chemical reaction inside. It was hard to drink, but looking at the other party's expectant eyes, Yang Ming made up his mind and took a small sip gently. Then, he saw the scene of heaven collapsing. As soon as the juice mixed with various vegetables and unknown liquids such as lemon, ginger, and honey entered his mouth, the scorching air immediately rushed down from his mouth, as if to burn through his stomach and intestines. His limbs were stiff and he couldn't move. He felt that all 5 senses were deprived. Yang Ming felt that his body was shaking involuntarily, and his back was soaked with sweat almost in an instant. Really? Really what? Qian Zhenzi looked at the girl with closed eyes in front of him a little nervously, wondering what she was whispering. It's great. Qian classmate, can you teach me how to make this dry juice? Yang Ming's eyes were shining, you really have a bright future. Really? Faced with this sudden praise, Qian Zhenzi was a little confused. At this time, he didn't know that the future the other party was talking about was the future in the field of dark cuisine. Chapter 1211. Really? Really what? Qian Zhenzi looked at the girl with closed eyes in front of him a little nervously, wondering what she was whispering. It's great. Qian classmate, can you teach me how to make this dry juice? Yang Ming's eyes were shining, you really have a bright future. Really? Faced with this sudden praise, Qian Zhenzi was a little confused. At this time, he didn't know that the future the other party was talking about was the future of dark cuisine. After you drank it, do you think there are any areas that can be improved? He took out a pen and paper, ready to listen to the other party's opinions. Yang Ming's eyes were shining, well, I think. You can also add some green peppers and green onions. Of course, coriander is also indispensable. For green peppers, put about half a cup in 2 cups. I haven't figured out the ratio of green onions and coriander yet, try it yourself. Qian Zhenzi pushed his glasses with his fingers and recorded in his notebook very seriously, Qian Juice version 4.3, green peppers, green onions, coriander. It's really a good suggestion. Green peppers and green onions can supplement vitamin C in large quantities, and coriander, maybe it can adjust the taste? Go back and try it again. What? Supplement VC and adjust the taste? Yang Ming blinked. Her suggestion was about how to make the taste of this vegetable juice even weirder. But seeing Qian Zhenzi's serious look, she didn't dare to speak. It's not thank you so much. No, you're welcome. As for the torture that the regular players of the Youth Academy Tennis Club suffered after the birth of this new type of dry juice, Yang Ming, who obtained the production process of dry juice, immediately regarded it as a very fun toy. In the evening, the setting sun shone on the path in front of the Polar Star dormitory, and the rosy clouds dissipated in the vastness of the dusk. What's going on? Why is it so quiet today? Polar Star dormitory, which was always noisy in the past, was so quiet today that it seemed to be in silent mode. For some reason, I always felt a little cold. Ibuzaki-shun took out the key, opened the door and pushed it, but the door did not move. He took a lot of effort to open the door a crack, and just as he squeezed in, he found someone lying in front of him. Yoshino Yuaki, with a pale face, curled up in a ball with a painful expression, seemed to have lost consciousness. No, it's not just her. Senior Ishaiki also fell on the stairs with his eyes rolled back. When Ibuzaki-shun passed by, he thought about it and covered him with the cushion on the sofa. Although the temperature is not too low now, Ishaiki Hui might catch a cold if he lies naked on the floor like this. What happened here? If he hadn't just felt that there was still breath, he would have almost called the police. Yukihira Soma fell there holding the cabinet in a strange posture, his face was a little purple, and he was just about to foam at the mouth. Is this collective food poisoning? Ibuzaki Shun began to think about the phone number of the health center. Ibuzaki. A faint call came over, but he couldn't find the shadow of the person calling him. Run! Now he saw that Tanadoke was squatting on the ground, holding the wall with her hands, and talking to him in an extremely weak voice. What happened? He just opened his mouth and heard Yang Ming shouting in surprise, Ibuzaki Shun. You're back. Just in time. Come and try my improved version of dry juice. Okay. Ibuzaki Shun agreed immediately, and turned around to see Yukihira Soma, Ishaiki Hwei and Tadakuro hiding behind the wall, just sticking their heads out to watch the movement here. It's over. Ibuzaki-kun must be. Tadakuro kept muttering, it seems that she has not yet recovered from the residual poison in Yang Ming's food. I knew that she would definitely not be good when she went to Inui Hinateko. Yukihira Soma had a strong ominous premonition early in the morning. I'm really worried about Ibuzaki-kun. Ishaiki Hwei thought that he had also experienced the baptism of Yang Ming's dark cuisine in these days, but this time, he still couldn't bear it. Is this vegetable juice? Ibuzaki Shun held the boiling black drink in his hand, looked at the mess in the kitchen, and the dead branches and leaves of vegetables, and speculated. That's right. Ibuzaki-kun, try it. Ah. The four people outside the door watched from a distance, looking at Ibuzaki Shun's eyes as if they were looking at a little white rabbit delivered to their door. Well, I'll try it. Then he gulped down the glass of dry juice without leaving any residue at the bottom. The taste is even better than before. Ibuzaki Shun wiped the watermarks on his mouth, this time this one is good. Then he looked at Yang Ming staring at him in a daze. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Yang Ming asked in a trembling voice. When I asked someone to try it before, they all fell to the ground after taking a sip. Ibuzaki-jun shrugged, every time after class with you, if you have enough time, you will make something for me to taste. Ibuzaki-jun patted Yang Ming's head and smiled unconsciously, next time you make something, ask me to try it first. Others can't stand it. Yang Ming was stunned. The extra story ends. The author completes the subsequent comic content and returns to the official content. On this day, Yang Ming bid farewell to Arena and others, left Totsuki Academy early, and headed towards the center of Tokyo. Today is the 48-24 competition of the Diamond Cooking Competition. It can be said that the theme of each group of competition may be very different. The theme of Yang Ming and his opponent is tofu. There are many dishes related to tofu, such as southern tofu, northern tofu, Japanese tofu, home-cooked tofu, etc., which are all related to tofu, and these are also dishes that fit the theme. Regarding this competition, Yang Ming has great confidence that he can defeat his opponent. Therefore, the organizing committee will not put the two strongest people together for a duel, which is not good for the players. The distribution of strength is generally based on the scores of each competition area as a reference condition, so the players fighting with Yang Ming are also from other competition areas in Japan. The best player from Japan, but the score obtained in the elimination round is not very high. Either this player is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, but in the previous fierce elimination round, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, don't eat the tiger, you will become a real pig. Chapter 1212. The distribution of strength is generally based on the scores of each competition area as a reference condition, so the player who fought with Yang Ming, although he is also a leader from other competition areas in Japan, did not get a high score in the elimination round. Either this player is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, but in the previous fierce elimination round, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, don't eat the tiger, you will become a real pig. Originally, it is possible that the organizing committee will arrange other players to compete with you. But because of this, the organizing committee assigned you the strongest opponent, so you were eliminated early, and it would be too late to cry. Of course, passing the elimination round is the minimum prerequisite. At the same time, the organizing committee also has a loser resurrection match just in case. At that time, we can see if there are really unlucky players. Yang Ming thought about his opponent. He should not be the so-called pig-eating tiger. And even if the opponent really pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger, Yang Ming will make him a real dead pig. Yang Ming will not be polite to those who block Yang Ming's progress in the culinary world. And if he defeats that enemy, Yang Ming will also get rewards. Like Jian Hinateko, they also assigned their own players. Fortunately, several people did not fight against each other. In this case, one person had to be eliminated, which was a very regrettable thing. Everyone wanted to enter the entire Japanese competition area together. Then everyone can fight with other powerful chefs in the world together. In the car. Yang Ming-jun, do you have confidence? Xiaolin Longden looked at Yang Ming and said. Of course I have confidence. Yang Ming smiled, but why are you all here, Senior Longden, Senior Akane Kubo? Oh, we've temporarily handed the matter over to others, and they are very willing to accept such work. Xiaolin Longden said sweetly. Yang Ming looked at Xiaolin Longden's appearance and said nothing. It seems that Xiaolin Longden's work has been piled up on the new 10 heroes. And these few days are the busiest time, Yang Ming sighed for them. Besides, today is such an important game for Yang Ming-jun, how can we not come? Xiaolin Longden waved his little hand. Yes, Yang Ming-jun, we will cheer for you. Akane Kubo Tao nodded in agreement. Thank you. Yang Ming smiled. During the chat among several people, Yang Ming and others soon arrived at a place in Tokyo. It was very noisy here. Many spectators came in and out here, and many luxurious vehicles could be seen parked nearby. Yang Ming and his friends got off the bus here. Then they met Jian Hinateko and the others, who had been waiting for Yang Ming for a long time. Yang Ming-jun. Jian Hinateko shouted loudly when she saw Yang Ming and the others. Yang Ming walked over with a smile on his face. In addition to Jian Hinateko, Mizuhara Fuyamai, Kikuchi Enka, Kaitozaki Taki, Donato Wutongdian, and others were also there. Hello, seniors. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, Yang Ming-jun. Jian Hinateko and the others also greeted. By the way, Yang Ming-jun, you are in the first game, right? Jian Hinateko asked. Yes, I started from the first game. Yang Ming smiled slightly. Senior sister, isn't it the second game? Yes, today's game is only you and me, and the others will play in the next few days. Fortunately, we didn't play against each other. Jian Hinateko said. The 48 to 24 games were not all completed in one day. This match will take several days to play. Each match is divided into 4 venues, and each venue has only 2 matches per day, which means that 8 promotion matches will be held in one day. With 48 people, it will take 6 days. Today is the first day of the match, and Yang Ming can be said to have directly participated in the opening match. It was his turn to play the first match on the first day. As for the others, Inui Hinateko will play the second match in another venue, and the others will not play today. Yang Ming and others talked as they walked. Yang Ming, I heard that there has been a drastic change in your Totsuki Academy. Kaitozaki Taki said curiously, that Nakaritsuki has become the general manager of the academy. Yes, many unimaginable things have happened recently. Yang Ming nodded. That's really surprising. I have seen these people in related food magazines before. Kaitozaki Taki said, but I have heard more about Yang Ming. You are competing with such a terrifying person. You are worthy of my favor. Man. Yang Ming glanced at Kaitozaki Taki. When did he become the man Kaitozaki Taki favored? Yang Ming-jun, you have to be careful. I have also heard of that Nakaritsuki. His reputation in the culinary world is terrible. Mujichi Ingo worriedly said. Don't worry, everyone. I know about this. Yang Ming smiled, and I also have the support of Longden, Akane Kubo, and Arena, don't you think so? Kobayashi Longden looked at Yang Ming looking at them, and nodded quickly. If there is anything you can't solve, you can come to us. Mizuhara Fuyamai said. Thank you everyone. If it really doesn't work, I will come to you. Yang Ming said, now let's go to the venue. By the way, senior sister Hayagako and I will also register the contestants. Okay, let's go. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then Yang Ming and Jian Hinateko registered the players' information, and they were the ones who were going to compete today. There was still some time before the first game, so everyone found a place to chat casually. Of course, the focus was mainly on the Japanese culinary world, this competition, or the situation of Totsuki. If Mizuhara Fuyamai, Kaitozaki Taki, and others used to treat Yang Ming as a junior, then the full score in the last diamond competition had already let them know that Yang Ming was standing at the same level as them. Even higher than them, which made them know that they and Yang Ming were already opponents. So now the communication between several people will appear very equal, and no one is hiding anything. This may be because there are not many levels, and people will unconsciously have certain fluctuations in their hearts according to the changes of each person. For this, Yang Ming didn't care much, and chatted with them. After a while, Yang Ming's game was about to start, and he had to prepare. "Let's go, I should get ready." Yang Ming stood up and said. Chapter 1213. Yang Ming didn't care about this and chatted with them. After a while, Yang Ming's game was about to start, and he had to prepare. "Let's go, I should get ready." Yang Ming stood up and said. "You must come back victorious." Qian Hinata said, "Yang Ming-jun, I will watch your game. Although I may not see the result at that time, you must win." Qian Hinata played in another venue, so she had to prepare before, and almost 2 games in each venue were seamless. There was only a break in the middle of a game, which would not be long. So Qian Hinata also needed to go to her competition venue and prepare early. "Don't worry, I will win, and I will come to watch your game, Senior Hinata." Yang Ming smiled. Several people left here and headed towards venue A, which was the venue for Yang Ming's game. "Okay, let's separate here," Yang Ming said. "Come on, Yang Ming-kun," Xiaolin Longden and others also said. Under the expectation of everyone, Yang Ming nodded and walked into the contestants' passage. First, he had to go to the lounge. Looking at Yang Ming who was leaving, Qian Hinata said, "Everyone, let's go to the audience. This time we have to see what Yang Ming will cook. Let's go." Mujichi Songo also said excitedly. "Big-breasted monster, don't block the way." Katozaki Taki said. "That I didn't block the way," Mujichi Songo said confusedly. "Your 2 things blocked my view," Katozaki Taki said. Mainly because Katozaki Taki's own cup size was very small, and seeing Mujichi Songo's big weapon, he couldn't help it at all, and Mujichi Songo was confused and cute from time to time. Xiaolin Longden and others smiled secretly at this situation. "Okay, Katozaki, let's go," said Fuyamiya Mizuhara. "Yes, Senior Sister Mizuhara," Katozaki Takiran said. Several people also slowly walked towards the audience. After Yang Ming walked towards the player channel, the staff took Yang Ming to his resting place. "Hello Yang Ming, this is your resting place. We will notify you when the game is about to start," the staff member said hurriedly. "Okay, thank you." Yang Ming nodded. "Then I'll take my leave first," the staff member said respectfully, without any intention of looking down on Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming is the youngest in the entire Asian competition area, no one looks down on Yang Ming. Because of Yang Ming's amazing performance in the knockout round. And such amazing results combined with age are even more terrifying and amazing. With such strength, Yang Ming's future is limitless. So no one will look down on Yang Ming, but only respect him. With Yang Ming's approval, this job the staff left here temporarily. Yang Ming walked into the lounge. There was no one else inside. It seemed that this lounge belonged to Yang Ming alone. The other contestants should be in another lounge. This lounge was simple and not very big. There were some fruits on the table. Yang Ming sat down directly on the sofa. He leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. After a while, "Mr. Yang Ming, the competition is about to start. Please come out." Along with the knock on the door, there was also a voice notifying the competition. A famous place in Tokyo, it was divided into 4 venues, but none of the venues could accommodate thousands of spectators. The qualifying round of the famous World Diamond Cuisine competition was being held here. Today was the first day of the qualifying round. Many well-known Japanese culinary figures, diners, and media came here. This was a rare grand occasion in Japan in recent years. In a venue, the crowd was so dense that it filled the entire venue. Many audience members kept discussing which 2 people would compete in this venue. The audience members had checked the list of the 48 qualified contestants. Most of them were chefs from well-known restaurants. Most of them often appeared in food magazines and were stars in the food industry. I wonder which 2 people will compete later. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. There are many powerful chefs in this diamond cooking competition. It can even be said that their strength is close to that of world-class chefs. Are you talking about Chibalitzi and the others? There is another important person. You won't forget him, Yang Ming, the only contestant who got full marks in the elimination round. Yes, I wonder if Yang Ming will compete in today's competition. Whether he is a real dark horse or not, we can see it in the qualifying round. The audience in the venue kept discussing. Everyone was very much looking forward to it. Most of the people who came here to watch the competition were familiar with the cooking industry. Needless to say, many people know the chefs of those famous restaurants. At this time, a beam of light hit a certain place. Hello, audience, welcome to the first day of the World Diamond Competition Zone A promotion competition. I am today's host, Xia Tianmei from China. Somewhere in the competition venue, a graceful woman appeared in front of everyone with a microphone. The girl was dressed in a cute style, which made her look playful and cute. First of all, we have 5 judges to evaluate the competition this time. They are all senior experts in the Japanese cuisine industry. Xia Tianmei pointed to the 5 judges on one side and said, they are Harada Tou, the editor-in-chief of the Japanese food magazine, and the honorary president of the Japanese Cuisine Association. Then Xia Tian introduced these judges one by one. This time the competition is divided into a voting system, and the 5-person 3-vote system wins. That is to say, as long as more than 3 votes recognize the work of a chef, then the chef can smoothly advance. I believe everyone is looking forward to which contestants will stand on this cooking stage today. Xia Tianmei said. Before introducing the contestants, let's announce the theme of the following competition. Xia Tianmei said, this time the theme is tofu, not limited to any tofu. It can be said that the participating contestants have a lot of room to play. Then I will announce the 2 contestants of the competition. Xia Tianmei said, first, let us welcome the first contestant, Park Jun-dong, who is the chef of a famous Korean restaurant. As a young man walked out of a certain contestant channel, he stretched out his hands and greeted the cheers of the audience. This Park Jun-dong's face looked a little pale, his eyes were a little slanted, and he looked a little cold. Chapter 1214. Then I will announce the 2 contestants of the competition. Xia Tianmei said, first, let us welcome the first contestant, Park Jun-dong, who is the chef of a famous Korean restaurant. As a young man walked out of a certain contestant channel, he stretched out his hands and greeted the cheers of the audience. This Park Jun-dong's face looked a little pale, his eyes were a little slanted, and he looked a little cold. The whole venue cheered and applauded when Park Jun-dong appeared. After all, the contestants were given some face when they appeared. Many people in the venue knew this person. Park Jun-dong, in the previous elimination round, probably achieved a mid-level result, not too good, not too bad, and his Korean restaurant branch is also in Tokyo, so he is also well known in the hearts of the audience. Park Jun-dong. Inui Hinata looked at this contestant. He is very proficient in Korean cuisine and is a powerful chef. Hinata, although this Park Jun-dong is good, there is still a gap with Yang Ming. Mizuhara Fuyamai said. This is true, Yang Ming's strength may be stronger than ours. This Park Jun-dong might have a chance to win if he meets other players, but if he meets Yang Ming. Chin Hinateko smiled slightly. It's clear that they are very confident that Yang Ming will win this time. Senior Hinateko, you are better than that Park Jun-dong. Xiaolin Longden asked beside him. Well. Chien Hinateko smiled, in some ways, Park Jun-dong is still a gap with us, so everyone can watch this game with peace of mind. Then welcome our second player. Xia Tianmei's voice became louder, Yang Ming, who got an unimaginable full score in the elimination round and is called the Son of God. After hearing this introduction, the whole audience paused for a moment, but when Yang Ming really appeared in front of them, the whole audience was in an uproar. The cheers were like waves, one after another, much stronger than Park Jun-dong just now. The applause was also continuous and continuous. This made Park Jun-dong at the cooking table look depressed, and he was very unhappy. In his heart, this Yang Ming had no strength at all. Maybe he got the result by cheating, or he was lucky. Park Jun-dong directly ignored the high difficulty of other Tokyo players. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Yang Ming came to his cooking table. Yet, Yang Ming could feel the eyes of his opponent staring at him, and Yang Ming looked over. Yang Ming. Park Jun-dong suddenly said. Something happened. Yang Ming said. In the elimination round, what did you do to get a full score? I don't believe you got such a score by your own strength. Park Jun-dong said smugly, you must have used some means. Today I will take off your fake mask and let everyone see that you are just a facade. That's all. Yang Ming frowned. Is this guy an idiot? Come and tell him this. Are you feeling guilty? Don't worry, you can't escape this time. Park Jun-dong said. Yang Ming directly ignored what Park Jaundong said. There was no need to talk to an idiot. The cooking time is 2 hours, so let's start. At the same time, the host announced the start of the competition. After the host announced the competition, Yang Ming began to cook his own dish. The dish Yang Ming made this time was a previous dish, but it was improved on the basis of the previous dish, and Yang Ming's methods were even more superb. That dish was a dish that used the power of ingredients to stimulate the ultimate deliciousness, which required a perfect grasp of each ingredient. That dish was also a tofu dish, which was made during the tofu competition with Kyuga Teraki, the hell dish, magma tofu. Of course, Yang Ming's current strength is much stronger than that time, so he also improved this hell dish, so that this dish presents the essence of the real hell dish. Seeing that Yang Ming did not respond, Park Jaundong just curled his lips and returned to his cooking table. He also wanted to start cooking. He would tear off Yang Ming's mask. Yang Ming ignored this contestant and started cooking his own magma tofu. It goes without saying that lava tofu has a good grasp of ingredients. The most important thing is 2 special ingredients, the yin-yang poison scorpion king pepper, which is beyond the tolerance of humans, and the specially extracted Kaitan essence, which are hundreds of thousands or even millions of times more powerful than ordinary ingredients. For such ingredients, it is very troublesome to handle. What is more important is how to match them with other ingredients and the subsequent cooking, which is the top priority. Whether it is the cooking temperature or anything else, it will affect these special ingredients. So in a way, it is more difficult to use special ingredients, because there is no reference, unlike some commonly used ingredients, which have been tested by countless chefs for a long time, and the advantages and disadvantages are also clear at a glance. Looking at the ingredients stir-fried in the pan and the broth boiling in the big pot, Yang Ming smiled slightly. Turn off the fire on the flat-bottomed boiler stove. Next, prepare the chili sauce V. Yang Ming picked up the special pepper, the yin-yang poison scorpion king ghost pepper. On the other side, Park Jindong carefully handled his ingredients. He made Korean tofu. Korean tofu is known for its elegance and softness. It can melt in the mouth like jelly, but Korean tofu is very easy to break, so it must be handled very carefully, otherwise it will destroy the taste of the ingredients. Yet, Park Jindong was slightly absent when handling the ingredients. Seeing the situation on Yang Ming's cooking table, he was stunned for a moment. Is it traditional tofu, Chinese mapo tofu? But do you think your mapo tofu can compare with my tofu? I will make you surrender to my cooking. Park Jindong thought to himself. Just when Park Jindong wanted to continue cooking, a burst of an incomparable smell rushed into his nose. In an instant, the world changed. Park Jaundong seemed to have entered the magma land of the end of the world, and his body kept trembling. That was the joy of the body, not fear. That was a kind of joy after extreme fear. Directly through the sense of smell, the whole person's spirit was controlled, and Park Jaundong was subconsciously pulled into such a hell world. No, I'm still cooking. Park Jaundong's happy expression showed a struggle, which seemed very strange. Chapter 1215. In an instant, the world changed. Park Jaundong seemed to have entered the magma land of the end of the world, and his body kept trembling. That was the joy of the body, not fear. That was a kind of joy after extreme fear. Directly through the sense of smell, the whole person's spirit was controlled, and Park Jaundong was subconsciously pulled into such a hell world. No, I'm still cooking. Park Jindong's happy expression showed signs of struggle, which seemed very strange. He couldn't immerse himself in such a complicated and strange feeling of happiness, because his dish was not yet finished. Who? In the real world, Park Jindong panted, sweat dripped on his forehead, his body trembled slightly, and he looked up at Yang Ming. What kind of power of pepper can have such a terrifying power? Park Jindong wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a breath of cold air, but if the final tofu tastes unsatisfactory, you will lose. Park Jindong was sure that such ingredients could not be used in such tender tofu. It's so spicy, really spicy, I feel like I'm on fire. I feel like there's a flame burning in my body, I feel like I'm dying. But why do I feel so happy, as if I'm in a paradise of happiness? This power makes me intoxicated, this power is too intoxicating. The audience in the auditorium of the venue was directly brought into a strange illusion by the power of this extreme chili. They were mixed with two emotions in their hearts, fear, but still very eager, just like moths to a flame, as if instinctively. This is the chili that was used to process the lava tofu before. Xiaolin Longdan said with an intoxicated face, and now the power is even stronger, it's even difficult for me to get rid of the olfactory attack of that dish, Yang Ming is more powerful than before. Yang Ming Jun, so amazing, that special ingredient can actually be cooked. Qian Hinateko was also sweating, but her eyes were fixed on the competition venue. The power of this chili is not the power of ordinary chili. Is this Yang Ming, the boy who is regarded as the son of God in the Japanese cuisine world today? A white-haired old man in the judging seat said with an intoxicated look, this fragrance is very stimulating, my body can't bear it at all, but why is my body so excited? It's not just the power of the pepper, so it can prevent the body from being stimulated. Another judge said, but this kind of smell is really hard to describe. It's so intoxicating, Yang Ming conquered us directly through the power of smell. It's really a player who can get full marks in the elimination round. Now I'm more looking forward to what Yang Ming's dishes will be. At this moment, the judges were also conquered by the power of Yang Ming's dishes, and at this moment, Yang Ming's dishes have not even really formed. When Yang Ming's dishes are really formed, the power of the Hell Cuisine Magma Tofu will be fully gathered and then exploded at once. Time passed slowly, and the power of the sense of smell slowly dissipated. The time for cooking is almost up. I'm done. Park Jindong smiled as he looked at the dishes in front of him. Looking at Yang Ming who was still finishing the work, Park Jindong sneered, my dishes will beat yours. The impact of your fragrance before was indeed powerful, but such dishes are so difficult that it's hard to imagine. I don't believe you can solve it perfectly. You are too arrogant this time. The rarer the ingredients, the more difficult it is to handle, not to mention some ingredients that are not accessible to ordinary chefs. It is also very difficult to keep such ingredients delicious, because some defects will destroy the deliciousness. This is a test for a chef in many aspects. Park Jindong felt terrible just thinking about it. He couldn't do it at all, so he thought Yang Ming couldn't do it either. My dishes. Without thinking about these, Park Jindong put his dishes on the tray and slowly walked to the cooking table. He wanted the examiner to start tasting his dishes. Putting the dishes in front of the examiner, Park Jaundong said, this is my dish, white jade tofu. White jade tofu is a typical Korean tofu. The soft Korean tofu kept shaking, and around the Korean tofu were various auxiliary ingredients. Lettuce was placed on the plate of Korean tofu, which served as a garnish. At the same time, cashews were placed on the tofu, which were added when cooking Korean tofu. The appearance looks very tempting, and it makes people feel like eating them right away. One of the inspectors said as he looked at the dish. The slight shaking of the plate can also make the tofu shake constantly. This softness is just right for Korean tofu. Then let's taste this dish. The inspectors picked up the chopsticks and seemed very cautious, because if you use force, this soft Korean tofu might break apart. It's delicious. The tender Korean tofu is cooked to perfection. Various flavors are blended into the tofu, making the smooth tofu more flavorful. It also contains seafood broth, which blends into the tofu, giving the tofu an extremely tempting impact. The cashews have a slightly salty taste and a crisp texture, which adds a double taste impact to this single Korean tofu. The grasp of ingredients and the cooking temperature are both master level. It is worthy of being a chef who can pass the elimination round. The examiners said in admiration. This dish is completely in line with the level of strength that can pass the elimination round. It is much more delicious than the dishes of some restaurants outside. After all, Park Jaundong is the chef of a well-known restaurant in South Korea. Although Yang Ming thinks that he has some problems with his brain, he still has strength. Otherwise, he would not be so confident and say that he would expose Yang Ming's fake face. Yang Ming, let's see what you can do. Park Jindong smiled. His dishes still satisfied the examiners. He looked at Yang Ming's cooking table. Yang Ming walked towards the examiner's table with the dishes in his hand. What is that? Park Jindong was stunned. In Yang Ming's dishes, he could see an incomparable red flowing, as if he could only see red things, and there seemed to be no tofu in it. With a calm smile, Yang Ming put the dishes in his hand in front of the examiners. Chapter 1216. Yang Ming walked towards the examiner's table with the dishes in his hand. What is that? Park Jindong was stunned. In Yang Ming's dishes, he could see an incomparable red flowing, as if he could only see red things, and there seemed to be no tofu in it. With a calm smile, Yang Ming put the dishes in his hand in front of the examiners. Hell Cuisine, Life Magma Tofu. Yang Ming said lightly. This is tofu. The examiners were stunned for a moment. In fact, in terms of expectations, they had higher expectations for Yang Ming. After all, Yang Ming was a chef who received full marks in the elimination round. In addition, Yang Ming's age meant that he would not be noticed. In the minds of the examiners, Park Jae-dong's strength was just in the middle among these contestants. As for Yang Ming, if the situation in the elimination round was true, then his strength was still one of the top few. But now they were stunned when they saw the tofu in front of them. There was something like blood-red broth on the porcelain plate, but the tofu could not be seen. Could it be that the tofu was in the broth? Do we just eat it with a spoon? An examiner asked in confusion. Wait a minute, my dish has not yet been finalized. Yang Ming held a flame spray gun in his hand and gently tapped the porcelain plate in front of him. Boom! The extremely surging flames continued to burn in the porcelain plate. Yang Ming treated the 5 dishes in the same way one by one, and then a shocking scene appeared in front of the examiners. The flames burned, and it seemed that a light red light burst out and spread in all directions. In an instant, not only the examiners, but also the audience in the whole venue were also shocked by the fragrance even more strongly than before. That was the hell of peppers. No, it should be the heaven after hell. What kind of fragrance is this? It makes people intoxicated. I seem to have seen hell, but why is my heart so warm? Is this the power of the dishes? I never thought that fragrance could do this. The whole person is like soaking in magma, but there is no fear at all. It is really shocking. From the sense of smell, then spread to the sense of taste, the whole body, and even the spirit, the whole person is completely baptized by this smell. Is this Yang Ming's strength? It's too shocking. It feels like that Park Jae-dong is not Yang Ming's opponent at all. The audience in the auditorium were all intoxicated by such an olfactory offensive, unable to extricate themselves. What a terrible Yang Ming! Katozaki Taki's eyes flashed with horror. This kind of olfactory attack directly makes the whole person's spirit not produce that kind of resistance, which involves conquering the spirit. Or the whole spirit of a person is confused by Yang Ming's dishes, so other mental mechanisms or the innate nature of human beings are also confused in this power. Is this your dish? Katozaki Taki murmured. Mujozi Yuankuo and others are almost the same. They have never seen Yang Ming's full strength burst before. Now, they have seen it. It is so terrible. The fragrance is like this. So what will the dish be like? After a few minutes, the extremely intoxicated examiners slowly woke up from the food illusion that was woven before. Looking down at the dishes in front of them, they were shocked. It's back. The examiners murmured. The dish in front of them, white tofu appeared in front of them, and the tofu was covered with red sauce, which looked sparkling. It's impossible to evaporate the soup so quickly. An examiner looked at the dish in front of him. The soup just now looked very thick. If you want to evaporate such soup to such a degree, it will not be a short time, and the fancy flame burning just now can do it. This requires extremely high temperature, which will damage the entire porcelain plate and the tofu inside. But this dish does not seem to have any shortcomings in this regard. It looks really perfect. The crystal tofu and the sticky red soup are the real Mapo tofu, a classic dish of Chinese Sichuan cuisine. But this dish looks so tempting. Let's try it. An examiner swallowed his saliva and said. Then he picked up the tofu and scooped it up. He could see a slight heat radiating. After putting the tofu directly into his mouth, the examiner felt that the whole world had changed, and the whole world seemed to have become the end of the world. But the examiners had no idea what to do. Seeing the magma flowing, they were so excited that they didn't know what was wrong with them. They just felt the incomparable deliciousness that was constantly impacting their bodies and spirits. This dish seemed to have magic power, which made them unable to stop eating. Even their taste buds couldn't tell what ingredients were contained in it. They just felt the deliciousness, which kept sweeping over them. In the eyes of the audience, the 5 examiners seemed to be possessed. The spoons in their hands kept scooping the dish in front of them, their faces were red, and big drops of sweat flowed down their faces, but they seemed to have no feelings and were still madly tasting the food in front of them. How delicious must it be to make the judges react like this? Yes, it's completely different from the situation when we tasted Park Jae-dong just now, but it's obvious that Yang Ming's dishes directly made the judges unable to control themselves. I really want to taste it, how delicious such dishes are. It can make these senior gourmets have such a reaction, such deliciousness makes people drool. I am still feeling the attack of that fragrance just now. The audience talked about the crazy performance of the judges. But there is one thing, the audience all think that Yang Ming is much stronger than Park Ja-eun-dong in this competition. This made Park Ja-eun-dong at the competition venue secretly grit his teeth. He was also shocked by the strong fragrance just now. Although he came out of the delicious shock, he knew that if this dish was about fragrance, he would not be Yang Ming's opponent at all. Yang Ming's fragrance is out of the power of ordinary dishes. When the examiners took the last bite of tofu, the power that was constantly surging in their bodies seemed to explode at this moment. Originally, it was a scene of doomsday in their hallucinations, but now it has directly turned into the birth of a new life. Chapter 1217. Yang Ming's fragrance is out of the power of ordinary dishes. When the examiners took the last bite of tofu, the power that was constantly surging in their bodies seemed to explode at this moment. Originally, it was a scene of doomsday in their hallucinations, but now it has directly turned into the birth of a new life. Countless green plants emerged from the earth, animals appeared in this world, magma slowly receded, and rivers were slowly generated. This is a world of new life. Each examiner's face was extremely ruddy, his eyes were shining, and fatigue disappeared in his body, as if he had a new life. What a powerful mapo tofu, it actually made us immerse ourselves in the delicious food, said an examiner. The incomparable power of the pepper reached a terrifying level, but despite this, the spirit did not feel afraid, as if a magic spell had been cast on this dish. The soft tofu is like a new life being born in the mouth, which slightly adjusts to the impact of the spicy taste. And there is a wonderful taste in the red sauce. It is the addition of these ingredients that makes the taste of this mapo tofu more profound. This is impeccable mapo tofu, the best mapo tofu I have ever eaten. I have never seen the creativity and cooking techniques of this dish. Then Yang Ming, can you explain your dish, or why your dish has such power? Of course. Yang Ming smiled slightly. First of all, this mapo tofu does have strict requirements for ingredients, because it uses a special pepper, that is, the yin-yang poison scorpion king ghost pepper. Yin-yang poison scorpion king ghost pepper, the one that is now said to be the hottest pepper in the world. One of the examiners was surprised. That's it. Yang Ming smiled slightly, it has a concentration of more than 1 million peppers. It is incredible that this ingredient can be cooked into such delicate tofu. An examiner was shocked. Some ingredients are very difficult to cook, or even difficult to cook. This yin-yang poison scorpion king ghost pepper is like this. What's more, the dish Yang Ming is cooking now is a dish that is considered to be slightly more difficult, tofu. Such peppers are enough to cover up the taste of tofu. You know, tofu itself does not have a very strong taste. So how to highlight the deliciousness of tofu is also a problem. Later, I used hundreds of thousands of times sweeter canton essence to process it, and also added seafood ingredients to adjust it. Yang Ming said. Of course, the best thing is that I used flames to make this dish because there is a special alcohol hidden in it, which makes the liquid of the soup dissipate more quickly, so that such an explosive but soft dish can be condensed. Yang Ming smiled, but the examiners were already stunned. Listening to Yang Ming's explanation, several examiners moved their mouths but didn't say anything. Although Yang Ming said it was easy, they knew how difficult it was to really complete such a dish. As long as there was a problem in one of the places, the final situation would lead to the error of the dish. Because it was originally very difficult to combine ingredients that were hundreds of thousands or even a million times different from ordinary ingredients, and they also had to prevent them from destroying the entire dish. That meant no mistakes at all. Whether it was the ultimate grasp of the ingredients or the cooking skills, they needed to have considerable confidence. Being able to complete such an incredible dish in such an important occasion. How much courage it takes. At this point, these examiners admired Yang Ming's ability and courage very much. He was worthy of being a player who got full marks in the elimination round. His strength was well deserved, and the gap between him and Park Ja-eun-dong was too big. Perhaps only the top players in the Asian region can compete with Yang Ming. But these judges know that in the promotion match, the judges will not let the strong players meet too early, and will postpone the time. The more promotion matches you pass, the greater the chance you will meet top players. Because there are fewer people, those who are slightly weaker can only be eliminated one by one. Really, Yang Ming, I admire you very much. You are worthy of being called the son of God. You may be the brightest new star in the world of cooking. The leading judge said in admiration. Then let's do the evaluation. Several judges looked at each other and nodded. Then the 5 people operated their control switches, and the final result was displayed on the screen hanging in the center. 5:0, Yang Ming won the recognition of the judges all the time, and won 5 votes. He won the victory overwhelmingly. Congratulations to Yang Ming for winning 5 votes. He was the first to break through and enter the top 24. Congratulations to Yang Ming. The host said hurriedly when he saw this situation. Boom. The audience cheered. Yang Ming, Yang Ming. This time Yang Ming brought them a wonderful performance, worthy of being the boy who is now called the Son of God. Sure enough, Yang Ming won. We must continue to work hard. Kikuchi Enka clenched his fist. Of course, we must also cheer for the next game. We can't let this junior suppress us like this. Katozaki Taki also smiled. Now Hinata is already preparing. Mizuhara Fuyamai said. Yang Ming is done here, we will go together later. Kikuchi Enka said. Kobayashi Ryado and Akane Kubomomo had a gleam in their eyes. They were also proud of Yang Ming's advancement to the competition. As Yang Ming continued to advance, then Yang Ming would be able to enter the world of cooking. On the stage, there is a new world. No, why, is your cooking so good? Park Jindong's face was slightly ferocious. He still didn't believe that Yang Ming's ability was so good, but why did he lose this time? And he lost so badly, he was completely crushed, defeated miserably. Yang Ming glanced at Park Jindong. There are still some leftover dishes on my cooking table. Although they have not been processed, they are enough. You can taste them. Then, Yang Ming left the stage. The staff here still need to deal with it, and the examiners and the audience will not leave, because the next game is about to start. Of course, some people left here, and the audience of the entire venue can leave at any time. Chapter 1218. Then, Yang Ming left the stage. The staff here still need to deal with it, and the examiners and the audience will not leave, because the next game is about to start. Of course, some people left here, and the audience of the entire venue can leave at any time. Looking at Yang Ming who was leaving, Park Jindong took advantage of the staff not processing the remaining ingredients and went directly to Yang Ming's cooking table. Looking at the remaining mapo tofu, Park Jindong directly scooped some with a spoon and put it into his mouth. In an instant, the intense deliciousness hit Park Jindong's mind, and unknowingly, the remaining mapo tofu in front of him had been eaten. Ding! The spoon in his hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Is this the real mapo tofu? Park Jindong said with a look of intoxication and happiness. The whole person is completely controlled by the power of food, it's so delicious. Yang Ming, so scary. Park Jindong thought of Yang Ming. His strength is probably among the best among the contestants of this session. At the age of 15, he has such strength. Is he the son of God? Hello, Mr. Park Jindong, we need to clean up here, please make way. A voice came from the side. Park Jindong reacted and nodded quickly. Okay, I'll leave right away. Park Jaundong said. On the other side, Yang Ming and Kobayashi Ryodan and others gathered together. Congratulations, Yang Ming Jun. Kobayashi Ryodan smiled. Congratulations. Akane Kubomomo whispered. Yang Ming Jun, you must enter the finals of Asia. Kobayashi Ryodan bit her lip slightly. Don't worry. Yang Ming smiled. By the way, Senior Hyagako has gone to the venue. Yes, she has gone there, let's go there too. Mizuhara Fuyamai said. Okay, let's go there. Yang Ming nodded. I wonder who Senior Hyagako's opponent will be. As long as they are not as strong as you, the top few, Hyagako should have a great hope of advancing. Now it's 48-24. I think the organizing committee should not let the strong face each other right now. Mizuhara Fuyamai said. This really makes some sense. The strength of my opponent is about the middle level among these players. Yang Ming thought of his opponent. Afterwards, several people chatted while heading to another venue. In venue C, the first round of the competition had ended, and now it was the turn of the second round of competition to begin. This is it. Yang Ming and others walked into the venue and went directly to the audience seats. After arriving at the audience seats, Chien Hinatako's competition had not yet begun, and she was still packing up at the cooking table. The audience next to her were talking about it. The competition just now was very exciting. After a while, Yang Ming knew who was the person in the previous competition. Chiba Litsi, the chef second only to Yang Ming in the Tokyo finals. Known as the most powerful rising star in Tokyo, she is considered a chef who may become a world-class chef at any time. In that final, Chiba Litsi scored a high score of 98 points, which was second only to Yang Ming. That was a higher score than Chien Hinateko and others. Although the performance in the elimination round cannot fully prove a person's strength, it can also be seen from the side that Chiba Litsi is strong. Unexpectedly, in this venue, the first contestant was Chiba Riko. Knowing that it was her, Yang Ming believed that Chiba Riko should be similar to him and could easily win. After all, Chiba Riko's strength can be regarded as touching the level of a world-class chef. Sure enough, from the audience's conversation, Yang Ming soon learned that Chiba Riko, like him, won an overwhelming victory with a score of 5:0. I didn't expect that it was Chiba Riko before this venue. Mizuhara Fuyamai exclaimed. Mizuhara Fuyamai also knew the strength of Chiba Riko. When the person who fought against Chiba Riko knew that his opponent was Chiba Riko, he would probably think that he was I am very unlucky. Katozaki Taki laughed beside him. That's true. Chiba Litsi is not like you, Yang Ming. She is very well known in Tokyo. Almost everyone in the culinary world knows her. She is a chef who is highly regarded in Japan. Mizuhara Fuyamai nodded. A moment later, the lights of the entire venue were on a certain place, and a host appeared in front of everyone. Audience, good afternoon, welcome everyone to come here to participate in the Diamond Cuisine Cooking Competition. The following competition is the second round of this venue. The host said slowly, then I will introduce the judges to you again. Now, please welcome the contestants this time. First, welcome contestant Saki to enter. The host introduced loudly. Then in a passage, a man who looked slightly handsome walked out of the passage, and the whole audience cheered fiercely. It can be found that there are more girls in the cheering crowd. His name is Saki. Who is he? He is so popular. Xiaolin Longden asked curiously. Him. Mizuhara Fuyamai smiled. Saki often appears on food shows, so many people know him, and his appearance is just like an idol star, so this venue is so lively. However, Saki's strength is still far behind that of Hinateko. Mizuhara Fuyamai said, Hinateko should be able to win this time. I see. Kobayashi Ryodan nodded. Did he give up his cooking skills and often appear on TV? Kobayashi Ryodan said. Not only that. Yang Ming said, chefs need talent and experience to improve. Some people may not be able to reach our level in their lifetime, so he thinks this state is good for him, so this state is good. And Saki may think so. His ability may have reached a limit. It is very rare for him to pass the previous elimination round. Yang Ming said. Yang Ming also had some understanding of Zhou Mu, so he knew that Zhou Mu was probably one of the last few among the 48 contestants this time. But looking at Zhou Mu's current state, he also knew that he might stop here. Then, let's welcome contestant Chien Hinateko. The host continued to cheer. A gentle-looking woman walked out of the passage, and the cheers from the audience were no less than those of Zhou Mu before. This is Chien Hinateko, and Chien Hinateko's strength is also in the upper reaches among the contestants this time. In addition, she was also very famous in Tokyo before, so many people know Chien Hinateko. Chapter 1219. A gentle-looking woman walked out of the passage, and the cheers from the audience were no less than those of Zhou Mu before. This is Chien Hinateko, and Chien Hinateko's strength is also in the upper reaches among the contestants this time. In addition, she was also very famous in Tokyo before, so many people know Chien Hinateko. I didn't expect it to be Chien Hinateko. That Sasaki saw his opponent and shook his head. Inui Hinateko's strength was at the forefront among these contestants. No matter what Sasaki did, he would probably not be an opponent. If it was those lower-level opponents, Sasaki might still have some hope. This time the theme is beef, the cooking time is 2 hours, cooking begins. The host saw that both contestants came to the cooking table and announced loudly. The second round of the competition in this venue began. Miss Hinateko, I have heard of your name for a long time. Sasaki said not far away. Hello, Mr. Sasaki, I will not let you down. Inui Hinateko said. Then come on. Sasaki smiled bitterly and focused his attention on his cooking table. He was going to start processing the ingredients. In the audience seats, the audience also watched the two people's cooking. Whether it was knife skills or the processing of ingredients, the two people seemed very neat. Look at what senior sister Hinateko did, she is going to make braised beef. Yang Ming looked at the ingredients on the cooking table, his eyes moved. In Yang Ming's mind, these ingredients were directly combined continuously, and finally presented a finished dish. It seems so. Mizuhara Fuyamai hesitated. Mikuchi Ingo and others were also thinking carefully. Seeing this state, Yang Ming smiled. As for that Saki's dish, it's really familiar. Yang Ming looked at another contestant. From Saki's ingredient processing and cooking methods, Yang Ming has been in contact with this dish for a long time. It is a classic dish in French cuisine. Beef stew with red wine. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to judge an ingredient by appearance, Yang Ming can. Obviously, Jian Hinatazi will win this time, unless Saki has some reversal skills, but it is impossible to think about it. If just to say one thing, Yang Ming's ability in smell has surpassed Yeshan Liang. Even when it comes to the subtleties of spices, Yeshan Liang cannot compare to Yang Ming now. Because Yang Ming has entered the microscopic world of smell. Even at the far cooking table, Yang Ming can tell through his nose what the dishes cooked by Jian Hinateko and Saki contain and how they are cooked. The cooking time passed quickly. Jian Hinateko and Saki's dishes were also tasted by the judges. Finally, it was the most tense and most important moment, when it was decided who passed this competition and entered the top 24. The judges voted on their switch buttons, and then the result of this competition appeared on the big screen in the venue. 5:0, Jian Hinateko won the joint recognition of the 5 judges. Congratulations to Jian Hinateko, she won the victory and successfully advanced to the top 24. The host said on the side. The whole venue was boiling. This time, not only did Inui Hinateko win, but today's game finally came to an end, and many spectators were very excited. They wanted to go out immediately and chat with other partners. Some of these people were in other venues. Who were the players in their venues? What was the grand occasion of their competition? Many spectators were looking forward to it. Yang Ming and others saw the end of the game, and walked down the audience and went to Inui Hinateko. Senior Hinateko, congratulations. Yang Ming smiled. Congratulations, I think Yang Ming-jun must have won too. Inui Hinateko smiled. Of course. Yang Ming smiled. How about we have a dinner together today to celebrate Yang Ming and Hinatako's victory? Mizuhara Fuyamai said. Okay, where should we go? Mujozi Yuankuo said. Hinateko, how about we go to your place, you also have a box or something? Mizuhara Fuyamai said. No problem. Inui Hinako nodded. She was very happy that she had qualified for the top 24. This meant that she was at least in the top 24 under the age of 30. Although this statement was a bit exaggerated, after all, there might be many people in Japan who did not participate in this competition. However, with the influence of this diamond cooking competition, almost all the famous chefs in Japan participated in this competition. This is not only to increase their own popularity, but also to constantly compete with other equally matched opponents and make themselves grow continuously. Therefore, chefs with aspirations will generally come to participate in this competition. Then let's go together. Inui Hinako said happily. Arena? Dan, Akane Kubo, let's go. Yang Ming said with a smile. Several people left the venue quickly. Even though other games may not have ended yet, Yang Ming and others did not intend to observe. After all, for people of their level, they just need to show their abilities. The first day of the diamond cooking competition 48-24 came to an end. After this day, the 8 games today also attracted strong attention in the entire Japanese cooking world, because there were several seeded players and dark horses, who were considered to be the most likely to enter the finals in Japan. Yang Ming, a real dark horse, played a strong role in today's competition, making the judges intoxicated with his cooking. Chiba Litsi, a future star who has always been watched, played her strength well today and easily defeated her opponent. Inui Hinateko, a former student of Tatsuki, also easily defeated her opponent. The influence of several people is also spreading. Yang Ming's strength is increasingly recognized. If he was a little lucky in the elimination round, it is difficult to get full marks after all. Then with the end of today's competition, the audience knew that Yang Ming's strength was also very strong, and he was worthy of the rumors about him. That is the son of God. His hands, his knife skills, his cooking, seemed to be able to turn decay into magic, powerful cooking skills. Both the audience and the judges believed that Yang Ming's strength was likely to enter the Asian finals. It was completely incredible that a 15-year-old boy had such strength. The entire Japanese culinary world therefore kept talking about this alien in Japan, and even such influence was slowly spreading to the world through the culinary world. Chapter 1220. His hands, his knife skills, his cooking, seemed to be able to turn decay into magic, powerful cooking skills. Both the audience and the judges believed that Yang Ming's strength was likely to enter the Asian finals. It was completely incredible that a 15-year-old boy had such strength. The entire Japanese material therefore, the rational world kept discussing this alien in Japan, and even such influence was slowly spreading to the world through the cooking world. In any case, the chefs who entered the finals in Asia will have to compete with chefs from other countries in the world. At that time, it will be a battle between chefs from all over the world. And the chefs who stand out from the world will be able to officially join the competition with world-class chefs. Such crazy discussions will last for at least a long time, unless they wait until the end of this diamond cooking competition. As for the day after the competition, Yang Ming and others celebrated wildly with Chien Hinateko and others, cheering for the two people to advance smoothly. Of course, they also look forward to their smooth advancement in the next competition. That night, Yang Ming and others did not return to Totsuki Academy. Well, is Heiki Hui and Kyoga Teraki can only face the complicated work bitterly, and they need to finish these things tonight. The next day. Point 6 Have a headache. Yang Ming touched his heavy head and wanted to get up, but he felt something heavy on him. Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked at himself, and then found that Xiaolin Longden was lying on his upper body, and Mujozi Yuankuo was lying on his lower body. Next to him were Akane Kubo Momo and Arina, Kaitozaki Taki was lying on the sofa, and Inui Hinateko was curled up in the corner of the house. Well. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. Let me think about what happened last night. Yang Ming slowly recalled the memories in his mind, and everything about last night came to his mind. First, they went to Inui Hinatako's fog house to celebrate, and then the excited Kaitozaki Taki said it was not enough, so they moved the venue to Inui Hinatako's home. Continuing to celebrate, these people drank a lot of wine, and you can see many wine bottles scattered on the ground, and you can smell the strong smell of wine with your nose. No wonder it's not just Yang Ming, the others can't go back directly, they have been drunk for a long time. I want more, I want more. Xiaolin Longden, who was lying on Yang Ming, muttered to himself and rubbed against Yang Ming's body. Yang Ming looked at the two people lying on him. With such a heavy weight, it was impossible for him to think. Then Yang Ming put Xiaolin Longden aside, and just when he was about to move Mujozi Yuankuo came in a daze at this moment, looking at Yang Ming who was close at hand. Ah, good morning, Yang Ming-jun. Mujozi Yuankuo said in a daze. Good morning. Yang Ming said. But why am I here? Mujozi Yuankuo wiped his eyes in a daze, looking around, and seemed a little confused. The environment here is a little strange to Mujozi Yuankuo. It was originally, this is Chien Hinatako's home. This is the home of senior sister Hinateko. Yang Ming said to Mujozi Yuankuo who was confused. Oh. Mujozi Yuankuo said very cutely. Ah, what are you doing? A loud scream came over, and a bedroom door opened. Mizuhara Fuyamai stood at the door, looking at the people in the living room who were staggering and their clothes were messy. Aha, Mizuhara, you're awake. In the corner, Inui Hinateko wiped her eyes and slowly stood up with her weak body. Why am I here? What did I do? Kaitokaki Taki's expression changed, looking at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, have you done anything to me? Damn. Hearing this, Yang Ming really wanted to complain about Kaitokaki Taki. Is this a joke? He would not attack Kaitokaki Taki first before he attacked other people. Kaitokaki Taki seemed to notice the meaning in Yang Ming's eyes and exposed himself directly. I am also a woman. Oh, senior sister Taki, of course it's a woman. Yang Ming said. When Kaitozaki Taki heard this, she was not happy, but felt even more annoyed. Why did she feel that Yang Ming meant this? Senior Taki, you also know that you are still a woman. Well, this is all Kaitozaki Taki's own fantasy. Seeing Yang Ming's sincere eyes, Kaitozaki Taki can't take advantage of the topic. Morning, Yang Ming-jun. Akane Kubo Momo, who was standing next to him, hugged her teddy bear and slowly walked past Yang Ming. Damn hooligan. Xiaolin Longden was also woken up and greeted Yang Ming. Seeing the scene in the living room, it seemed very warm and inexplicably familiar. Mizuhara Fuyamai, looking at this weird sense of harmony, why did she feel so inexplicable? An hour later. In the living room, several people sat around in the living room. I want to ask, do you remember what happened last night? Mizuhara Fuyamai asked cautiously. What happened last night? Qian Hinatazi touched his head. I remember Yang Mingjun and I were drinking together. I don't know. I have no recollection. Mujozi Yuanquo frowned slightly and shook his head. I don't know. Wasn't I sleeping? Kobayashi Ryodan, Akane Kubomomo and others also shook their heads. The general meaning of these people is that they came to Jian Hinata's house, and not long after, they lost their memories. They didn't remember what they did at all, and why they slept in the living room. Well, senior sister Mizuhara, don't worry. There are so many girls here. Are you afraid of something bad happening? Yang Ming drank the milk in his hand and said speechlessly. He knew what Mizuhara Fuyamai was worried about. But he was not the silver demon. In such a short time, he made so many girls in Qian Hinata experience bad things. In fact, Yang Ming himself didn't know what happened last night. He was drunk himself. Well, Yang Ming didn't remember whether anything happened. Is that so? Mizuhara Fuyamai shook her head in confusion and took a bite of the toast in her hand. Forget it, she didn't think about it anymore. Seeing the indifferent look of the people around her, was she overthinking? After breakfast, several people also left here, they also had their own things to deal with. The next day. Well, today is Saturday. Yang Ming looked at the calendar in the room with sleepy eyes, with messy black hair. Let's sleep a little longer, getting up so early is not good for blood pressure. He muttered a few words in a daze. Just when he was about to lie down, he suddenly became energetic again. No. Something seems to be wrong? Chapter 1221. The next day. Well, today is Saturday. Yang Ming looked at the calendar in the room with sleepy eyes, with messy black hair. Let's sleep a little longer, getting up so early is not good for blood pressure. He muttered a few words in a daze. Just when he was about to lie down, he suddenly became energetic again. No. Something seems wrong? Today. Today is the release date of Shonen Jump. Although it is a weekly comic book that is released regularly on Mondays, it is sometimes changed to Saturday due to the preview time. If you go too late, the nearby bookstore will be sold out, and you will have to run 2 more blocks to buy it. And more importantly, there is another reason. Some time ago, he went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said that his blood sugar was too high. If it continued like this, he might develop diabetes, so he was asked to give up the sweets and control his intake. Today is the time for Yang Ming to take sugar once a week. Yang Ming came down from the 2nd floor of the hotel where he lived and got on a newly bought motorcycle. The engine made a loud noise and passed through the familiar streets. Only a few shouts and curses were left not far away. Who is it? Starting to quarrel so early in the morning. Don't these people know that it's good for your health to go to bed and get up early? He thought without any guilt, but I'd better go and fix the exhaust pipe tomorrow. This is Kabukicho. Tokyo is still in a cycle of sunrise and sunset, and only Kabukicho is lingering in the grey area of no one knows where. The alleys here always lead to some unexpected places. You can never guess whether the shop owner under those fancy signs is an ordinary woman, a gang leader, or a messy guy like the Beatles. But once you get out of this area and reach the center of Tokyo, the heavy colors suddenly decrease. Light brown houses, light grey roads, and even the traffic lights on the roadside are soft. The surrounding buildings are lined up one after another, and the whole city exudes a kind of vitality from the ancient, and the sky is clear and blue. There are only the last 2 left, fortunately I bought it. Coming out of the bookstore, he flipped through the comic book on the road while walking towards the next destination. Until turning into a deep alley, he stopped when he saw the black kataka door with a cat pattern in front of him. The reason why he knew it was Kashiki was not because of his deep research on wood, but because Totsuki Academy used this material. Well, it's open today as expected. Ding-ling ding-ling. With the light ringing of the welcome bell, he raised his hand, opened the door and walked in, and then the greeting came into his ears as if it was a matter of course. Well, the decoration in the store seems to have changed. After about 2 weeks of not patronizing, Yang Ming looked at the flower stand at the door, stepped forward, and shouted loudly, "Grandpa, I'm here again. Please give me a Uji Jintoki rice bowl." The so-called uji jintoki rice bowl is just a simple mixture of rice and red bean paste. The sweetness of white rice with red beans will obviously double, which is the favorite of Yang Ming, who loves sweets. However, Yang Ming could not match the skills of the shop owner. Although he was just casually cooking, the uji jintoki rice bowl made by the old man was several times more fragrant than his own. It was a satisfying feeling that made people unable to stop. Later, he simply gave up the idea of cooking and came here directly when he wanted to eat. But today, something seemed wrong. "Sorry, I don't sell those weird dark dishes here." The girl's crisp voice came, and Yang Ming couldn't help but look over in surprise. Why is it you? Where's the old man?" The girl with light chestnut hair in front of him seemed to be called Sha Xi. She was the granddaughter of the store manager. She occasionally came to the store to help as a maid. Yang Ming had met them several times. The two seemed to be a little off, and they would sneer at each other every time they met. Grandpa went back to his hometown to recuperate some time ago. "I will take care of this store from now on." Shaxi tilted her head and looked at him. "Why, you look unhappy to see me." No. Yang Ming laughed. "I just think that compared to the messy old man, it is more pleasing to have a cute girl as a store manager." "Stop talking nonsense, I won't make you dark dishes like red bean paste rice." Shaxi announced the death penalty without mercy. "The kind of thing that makes you feel so sweet that you feel uneasy just by looking at it will never be born from her hands. Isn't it common sense in the service industry to meet the needs of customers? You will go bankrupt sooner or later if you open a store like this." "What do you mean by meeting needs? Why do I feel that the service industry you are talking about is not a serious place?" She raised her eyebrows. "As for whether it will go bankrupt, it's none of your business." "Okay, then I will discredit your store on the internet in the future." "You want to discredit me even at such a high cost?" "At worst, I will ask a bunch of online water army to help tomorrow." "Ah, that." When other customers just came in, they saw this scene. The store manager, who always spoke in a soft voice, was now sneering at the customers. "Welcome." Leaving behind the troublesome customer who kept shouting for uji jintoki rice bowl, Saki greeted him with a gentle smile again. "Excuse me, what would you like to order?" Obviously, she had always been calm and relaxed in her cultivation skills, but she couldn't help but break the skills when she saw this black-haired sweet monster. "Same as always, let's just have an egg fried rice." The guest found a corner and sat down. "Okay. Hey. Are you not going to care about my meal?" Yang Ming pulled out a chair and sat down at the table. "I'm still hungry. Here is the menu, choose it yourself." Sha Xi handed over the hand-painted menu that she had spent a long time making, and then went into the kitchen. Until Sha Xi brought out the egg fried rice, Yang Ming couldn't find the dish he wanted to eat in the menu, or rather, he wanted to eat too much, which made him a little confused. "But anyway, today is the weekly sweets intake day, so you have to eat some sweets. Then you can order this, sweet and sour pork tenderloin rice." Hearing him say that, Sha Xi pointed to a recommendation on the menu. Sweet and sour. Although he didn't know how delicious the dish was, the word sugar on it undoubtedly attracted Yang Ming's attention. "Then order this." "Yet. It is just past 10 in the morning, which is an awkward time for diners. It is too late to eat breakfast, and too early to eat lunch. The stomach filled in advance is not enough to last until the dinner in the evening." Chapter 1222. Sweet and sour. Although he didn't know how delicious the dish was, the word sugar written on it undoubtedly attracted Yang Ming's attention. "Then order this." "Yet. It is just past 10 in the morning, which is a bit awkward for diners. It is too late to eat breakfast, and too early to eat lunch. The stomach filled in advance is not enough to last until the dinner in the evening. Most people usually choose to hold on until after 11 o'clock when they are hungry. Therefore, there are not many customers in the restaurant. Most of them are free-spirited guys like Yang Ming who eat as they please when they are hungry. Sha Xi's hands and feet are always very quick. After all, it is a home-style restaurant. It is a taboo to let customers wait too long. Not long after, a plate of steaming sweet and sour pork tenderloin rice was placed in front of Yang Ming. Spreading on the snow-white and soft rice is the bright green cabbage, but what is more attractive is the pieces of fried tenderloin. The rich and bright orange red is dotted with white sesame seeds. Take a breath gently, and the hint of fragrance mixed in the rich sweet and sour taste is really fascinating. Well, maybe it will be better than uji jintoki rice bowl. Yang Ming guessed. Isn't this just nonsense? Sha Xi complained, can't you give up that dish? Then I'll start. After all, he is a grown man, and Yang Ming never pays attention to etiquette when eating. He directly puts the sweet and sour pork tenderloin and rice into his mouth with chopsticks, and then chews it in big mouthfuls. Delicious. His pupils suddenly dilated. How to say it, is she worthy of being the granddaughter of that old man? The skill is not inferior to that of the previous store manager. When the tenderloin hits the teeth, the outermost crispy shell suddenly breaks, and the tenderloin gravy flows out, and the flavor locked in it continues to spread in the mouth. The careful combination of sugar and vinegar, and the perfect control of the heat, make the gravy have a wonderful sweet and sour taste. If such a sauce is eaten alone, even Yang Ming will find it a little sweet, but when it is intertwined with the tenderloin, it has an unparalleled compatibility. Although the aroma of minced garlic and pepper contained in it is weak, it can still be keenly felt, because it is they that make the aroma of sweet and sour tenderloin so rich and layered. The slight spiciness not only does not destroy the balance, but washes away the fishy smell of the tenderloin and adds to the taste of the meat. This sweet and sour taste is undoubtedly very suitable for Yang Ming's appetite. I have to admit that compared with this sweet and sour pork tenderloin, Uji Jintoki rice bowl is indeed a little pale in comparison. And not only that, with the addition of rice, this dish has reached a new height. The sweet aroma of sweet and sour pork tenderloin is wrapped in every grain of rice. The seemingly soft rice is still a little tough when it is eaten in the mouth, just like the stubborn anti-foreign patriots. When chewing, the moisture overflows with the fragrance of the rice, mixed with the gravy flowing in the mouth, and instantly bursts into the highest deliciousness. The mellow sweet fragrance that has been wafting, the colorful rice, side dishes, and sweet and sour pork tenderloin, the crisp sound of chopsticks touching the porcelain plate, and the appetite rushing in the abdomen, make Yang Ming unable to stop for a moment to sweep the food in front of him. The cabbage placed in the corner of the plate, boiled and simply seasoned with salt, also has a unique sweet taste. It is like a piece of pure land in the noisy world, allowing Yang Ming's mouth to rest for a short time, and then embark on a new journey. It would be great if I could eat this bowl of rice every day. Yang Ming thought so, but it was just a slight movement in his mind, without even a ripple. I'm sorry for the poor service. I'll give you 80 yen. Welcome to come again next time. After Sha Xi changed the money for the customer next to him, he turned around and saw Yang Ming's profile. Above his head was the store's somewhat antique wooden chandelier. The warm yellow light supported his curly black hair, which matched the beige cushion on the oak chair he was sitting on. The food on the plate had been eaten clean, but the chopsticks were still in his hand. His slender fingers supported his head, his eyes narrowed into a thin line, the light from the gap spread out towards the wood grain on the table, and his legs curled up at a comfortable angle. It's really like a cat. Sha Xi couldn't help thinking so. But he quickly sat up again, still with that hateful indifferent tone, and the picturesque scenery just now was also disillusioned in an instant. Well, it's really comfortable, it feels like holding back urine all night in winter, getting up in the morning to pee and then going to sleep. Where's her knife? Where's the knife? By the way, I also want a chocolate parfait to take away. You will get diabetes sooner or later, I tell you. Sha Xi said the same thing as the Dr. Yang Ming had seen before, but his footsteps were towards the kitchen. Well, I've decided to eat what I like and live a short life, so don't bother. Yang Ming said with a smile, please hurry up. No one can tell that this big brother who can't live without sweets while watching jump with his toes is the chef who fought his way through the Diamond Cuisine cooking competition before, right? However, he didn't want anyone to see it. He is now just an ordinary person named Yang Ming. Cooking alone cannot improve cooking skills. Occasionally, you have to go out and experience life in the folk. This is the right way to open it. So, let it be. Okay, this is your chocolate parfait. Shaxi quickly came out with a dessert made of dark chocolate and whipped cream. Please pay the bill. Pay the bill. Yang Ming took out his wallet and flipped it, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He just bought Shonen Jump, and now his wallet is empty, with only 2 10-yuan coins left. 1,640 yen. Such a price is the price of ordinary family restaurants in Japan, so it is not expensive. Excuse me, would you like to pay in cash or by card? This. He continued to lower his head and pretend to look for it. Sensing Yang Ming's panic, Sha Xi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. You are not going to eat for free, are you? Yang Ming suddenly felt guilty. What do you mean by eating for free? I call it credit, do you understand? Could Yang Ming say directly that he recently bought a luxury house in Tokyo, so he has no money? Then when did you come to pay back the money? It seems that you have never paid before. Sha Xi pointed to the bank card in his wallet. If you don't have cash, how about seeing how much money is in the bank card? Chapter 1223. Yang Ming suddenly felt guilty. What do you mean by eating for free? I call it credit, do you understand? Could Yang Ming say directly he said that he had recently bought a luxury house in Tokyo, so he had no money? When did you come to pay back the money? It seems that you never did. Sha Xi pointed at the bank card in his wallet. If you don't have cash, how about seeing how much money is in the bank card? So Yang Ming had to talk nonsense. No. I stayed here to pay the rent. If I can't pay the rent this month, my kidney or my life will be sold to pay off the debt. Why did you come here to eat when you have no money? You dare to ask for a chocolate parfait before leaving. And just sell it, it's never used anyway. What do you mean by never used it? You can use it to make stir-fried kidneys. Yang Ming found a good home for his kidney, and it's just a small amount of money. Why are you in such a hurry, little girl? Are you trying to make a dowry for yourself? And didn't I give you this finished Shonen Jump as collateral? This is my heirloom that I rely on for survival. Is this not okay? Sha Xi rolled her eyes in annoyance and pointed to a pile of comic magazines on the bookshelf over there. It's impossible. Do you have so many heirlooms in your family? Look, you have been using Shonen Jump to pay off debts since my grandfather. She looked Yang Ming up and down again. You are so old, but you are still watching Shonen Jump, hey. Hey. Yang Ming's eyes widened immediately. Men are boys until they die, can't you understand this? Sha Xi simply choked back. Sorry, I can't understand. As a result, although she won the Tuko War by chance, Sha Xi's plan to collect debts today was undoubtedly declared a failure. She bit the tip of the pen and added a few more numbers under Yang Ming's name. When will this guy pay the bill? Yang Ming, who was walking on the street with chocolate parfait, carefully tasted the dreamy taste of the bitter and sweet taste on his tongue. In the past, the old store manager did not have a menu in the store. He just made different delicious dishes with the store's dishes according to the customer's requirements. So when he saw the chocolate parfait and the dessert on the menu, he couldn't help but order one. Is she really a girl? The dessert is really delicious. There was still a lot of chocolate parfait left in the cup. He had to taste it before it melted. With nothing to do, Yang Ming returned to Polaris dormitory for a short time. Ding-ling. Pushing open the dark wooden door, Yang Ming found that Polaris dormitory today seemed different from usual, but he couldn't tell what was different. About 3 seconds later, he realized that it was quiet. The dormitory, which was always bustling in the past, was quiet at this time. He walked a few steps inside and found that the crowd had gathered together for some reason, concentrating on doing something. Of course, Soma Yukihira and the others were not there because they were preparing for the entrance examination. When Kyuga Teraki saw him coming, he quickly stretched out his hand and called out, "Master, come on, come and help." What's going on? Yang Ming found a gap and went in, only to see that everyone was busy threading bamboo sticks. No wonder it was so quiet. Are you going to make a barbecue? He speculated. Yes, is Heike Hui can't handle it alone, so we will help thread a bunch of potatoes. If you are not busy, come too. Is Heike Hui raised his head and said, but he did not stop the action of his hands. He threaded the cut potatoes one by one on a thin bamboo stick. Is that so? Yang Ming agreed very straightforwardly, no problem. Although is Heike Hui's current outfit is too eye-catching, since it is to help a friend, there is no problem. Is Heike Hui is usually hard enough by himself, and it would be good to help him reduce his burden. Mimasaka and Hayama Ryo also made way to the side and left him a seat. Kyuga Teraki handed him a handful of bamboo sticks and a pair of plastic gloves. The washed and chopped ingredients were placed on the plate next to him. Where is Grandma Omido Fumio? He asked curiously while putting large chunks of beef on the skewers. I'm here. Grandma Omido Fumio, who had prepared the barbecue grill and fruit charcoal, lifted the curtain and walked out of the kitchen, and heard this sentence, Yang Ming-jun is here too, thank you for your help. It's okay. Yang Ming smiled gently. Are we having barbecue tonight? Hayama Ryo asked as Heike Hui, who was wearing an apron. Yes. Ishiki Hui pointed to the notice on the wall to his left, today's dinner is barbecue. Ah, that's a pity. Yeshen Liang said with some regret, I still want to eat your curry rice. Ever since he had eaten Ishiki Hui's curry rice once, he became interested in Ishiki Hui's cooking. Sooner or later, there will be a chance. Please help me get some more skewers. Here. Yang Ming also took it from Kyuga Teraki and asked, however, there are only a few of you in the dormitory, how did you think of making barbecue today? Hearing him say this, the others also cast their eyes over. Well. Ishiki Hui's eyes turned, isn't it that the school is going to hold an entrance examination? Every winter, Totsuki Academy holds a grand entrance examination. The entrance examination of the cooking school is of course characterized by cooking. And this year, the school's top management seemed to want to make a big move. Not only did they send invitations to various schools in Tokyo, but they also made large-scale publicity, saying that they were going to hold the most luxurious entrance examination in Totsuki's history, so they started preparing some time ago. Publicity, momentum, marketing, and dispatching. These things originally had nothing to do with Yang Ming and the others. Yang Ming has never been very interested in such activities. There is still some time before the entrance examination, and it is not too late to go after he finishes the Diamond Cooking Asian competition. Of course, this time, the entrance examination of Yuanyu College also offered a huge reward for the first time. If you get the top spot in the exam ranking, you will get the kitchen knife Silver Moon. It's really a big loss. Speaking of this, Ishiki Hui swallowed his saliva. Silver Moon is not an ordinary kitchen knife. It was a gift from the Chinese Chefs Association a few years ago. It is said to be made of meteorite iron from outer space. It has both toughness and texture, and its performance is better than that of Damascus kitchen knives. As a chef, it is natural to have a love for such kitchen utensils, and Ishiki Hui is the same. It's just a pity that it is only for the first year entrance examination. Chapter 1224. Yang Ming suddenly felt guilty. What do you mean by eating for free? What I mean is buying on credit. Do you understand? Would Yang Ming say directly that he had recently bought a luxury house in Tokyo, so he had no money? When did you come to pay back the money? It seems like you never did. Sha Xi pointed at the bank card in his wallet. If you don't have cash, how about seeing how much money is in the bank card? So Yang Ming had to talk nonsense. No. I stayed here to pay the rent. If I can't pay the rent this month, my kidney or my life will be sold to pay off the debt. Why did you come here to eat when you have no money? You dare to ask for a chocolate parfait before leaving. And just sell it, it's never used anyway. What do you mean by never used it? You can use it to make stir-fried kidneys. Yang Ming found a good home for his kidney, and it's just a small amount of money. Why are you in such a hurry, little girl? Are you trying to make a dowry for yourself? And didn't I give you this finished Shonen Jump as collateral? This is my heirloom that I rely on for survival. Is this not okay? Sha Xi rolled her eyes in annoyance and pointed to a pile of comic magazines on the bookshelf over there. It's impossible. Do you have so many heirlooms in your family? Look, you have been using Shonen Jump to pay off debts since my grandfather. She looked Yang Ming up and down again. You are so old, but you are still watching Shonen Jump, hey. Hey. Yang Ming's eyes widened immediately. Men are boys until they die, can't you understand this? Sha Xi simply choked back, sorry, I can't understand. As a result, although she won the Tuka War by chance, Sha Xi's plan to collect debts today was undoubtedly declared a failure. She bit the tip of the pen and added a few more numbers under Yang Ming's name. When will this guy pay the bill? Yang Ming, who was walking on the street with chocolate parfait, carefully tasted the dreamy taste of the bitter and sweet taste on his tongue. In the past, the old store manager did not have a menu in the store. He just made different delicious dishes with the store's dishes according to the customer's requirements. So when he saw the chocolate parfait and the dessert on the menu, he couldn't help but order one. Is she really a girl? The dessert is really delicious. There was still a lot of chocolate parfait left in the cup. He had to taste it before it melted. With nothing to do, Yang Ming returned to Polaris dormitory for a short time. Ding-ling. Pushing open the dark wooden door, Yang Ming found that Polaris dormitory today seemed different from usual, but he couldn't tell what was different. About 3 seconds later, he realized that it was quiet. The dormitory, which was always bustling in the past, was quiet at this time. He walked a few steps inside and found that the crowd had gathered together for some reason, concentrating on doing something. Of course, Soma Yukihira and the others were not there because they were preparing for the entrance examination. When Teraki Kyuga saw him coming, he quickly stretched out his hand and said, "Master, come on, come and help." "What's wrong?" Yang Ming found a gap and went in, only to see that everyone was busy threading bamboo sticks. No wonder it was so quiet. "Are you going to make a barbecue?" he guessed. "Yes, Ishiki Hui can't handle it alone, so we will help to thread a skewer. If you are not busy, come too." Ishiki Hui raised his head and said, but his hands did not stop. He threaded the cut potatoes one by one on a thin bamboo stick. "Is that so?" Yang Ming agreed very straightforwardly, "No problem. Although Ishiki Hui's current outfit is too eye-catching, it is no problem to help a friend. Ishiki Hui is usually hard enough by himself, and it is good to help him reduce some of the burden." Mimasaka Ang and Hayama Ryo also made way to the side and made room for him to sit down. Kyuga Teraki handed him a handful of bamboo sticks and a pair of plastic gloves, and the washed and chopped ingredients were placed on the plate next to him. "Where is Grandma Omido Fumi?" While putting large chunks of beef on the skewers, he turned around and asked curiously. "I'm here." Grandma Omido Fumio, who had prepared the grill and fruit charcoal, lifted the curtain and walked out of the kitchen, and heard this, "Yang Ming-jun is here too, thank you for your help." "It's okay." Yang Ming smiled gently. "Are we having barbecue tonight?" Yeshen Liang asked Ishiki Hui, who was wearing an apron. "Yes." Ishiki Hui pointed to the notice on the wall on her left-hand side, "Barbecue for dinner today." "Ah, that's a pity." Yeshen Liang's tone was a little regretful, "I still want to eat the curry rice you made." Ever since he had eaten Ishiki Hui's curry rice once, he became interested in Ishiki Hui's cooking. "There will be a chance sooner or later. Please help me get some more skewers." "Here." Yang Ming also took it from Kyuga Teraki and asked, "However, there are only a few of you in the dormitory, how did you think of making barbecue today?" Hearing him say this, the others also cast their eyes over. "Well." Ishiki Hui's eyes turned, "Isn't this the school holding an entrance examination? Every winter, Totsuki Academy holds a grand entrance examination. The entrance examination of the cooking school, of course, features cooking. And this year, the school's top management seemed to want to make a big move. Not only did they send invitations to various schools in Tokyo, but they also advertised on a large scale, saying that they were going to hold the most luxurious entrance examination in Totsuki's history, so they started preparing some time ago. Publicity, momentum, marketing, and dispatching. These things originally had nothing to do with Yang Ming and his friends. Yang Ming has never been very interested in such activities. There is still some time before the entrance exam, and it won't be too late to go after he finishes the Diamond Cuisine Asian competition. Of course, this time, the entrance exam of Totsuki College also offers a huge reward for the first time. If you get the top spot in the exam ranking, you will get the kitchen knife Silver Moon. It's really a big loss. Speaking of this, Ishiki Hui swallowed his saliva. Silver Moon is not an ordinary kitchen knife. It was a gift from the Chinese Chefs Association a few years ago. It is said to be made of meteorite iron from outer space. It has both toughness and texture, and its performance is better than that of Damascus kitchen knives. As a chef, he naturally loves such kitchen utensils, and Ishiki Hui is the same. It's just a pity that it is only for the first year entrance exam. Chapter 1225. But it is indeed as Ishiki Hui said, the grilled vegetarian dishes are also delicious. The surface of the mushroom skewers was just grilled by the charcoal fire to produce a light brown texture. The moment it entered the mouth, it was dry and hot, with a feeling similar to that of plump meat, but the unique delicate aroma of mushrooms made it present a different taste from barbecue. Leeks are also the king of vegetables that must be mentioned in barbecue. Just sprinkle cumin and salt, add some chili powder, and grill it for a while before eating. The fresh green color that is just raw is a dreamlike fragrance in the mouth. Take a bite lightly, and the overflowing freshness can overwhelm everything. What surprised Yang Ming the most was the grilled cheese slices, especially when they were just taken out of the grill. The gushing milky fragrance was enough to make people hold their breath. Looking at the appearance, you can't see anything. It seems that it is just a little yellowed cheese. You can only feel the warmth and softness when you first eat it. Only when you take a few more bites can you really feel the charm of grilled cheese. The hot cheese in the mouth is like a continuous string in the mouth, lingering like a vine in the mouth, soft and delicate, playing hide and seek with the tip of the tongue, like an elusive cloud between the lips and teeth. Really good. What are you eating? Xiaolin Longden, who came in from outside, turned his head and saw the group of people at the kitchen door looking at the people inside eagerly, looking a bit like little hamsters waiting to be fed. We are eating barbecue. Yang Ming stepped forward and said, Senior sister wants to try it. Do you want to try it? Xiaolin Longdanliu's black eyes drooped slightly, yes. That aroma really aroused her interest. In this way, the students who came one after another were attracted by the barbecue. There were few people in Polar Star Dormitory on this day, but the barbecue party was rare to last until after 11 o'clock. Not only were all the ingredients prepared at the beginning eaten up, but the stock in the refrigerator was also swept away. Are you bandits? Is Heike Hui twitched his mouth. However, looking at everyone happy in the dormitory, he continued to work in the kitchen without complaint. As long as everyone is happy, that is what the chef wants to see most. This barbecue party lasted for a long time. Everyone ate very happily and drank a lot of wine. Kobayashi Ryodan's cheeks were red, like a drunk squirrel, indescribably cute. Takumai also drank a lot of wine, but when he saw his dormitory was messed up, veins on his forehead popped out. At this time, Is Heike Hui was holding a bottle of wine in his hand, and he laughed while being drunk. Haha, let's play the fun game we played last time. Ah, is it the mahjong game that Yang Ming mentioned last time? Okay. No problem. This proposal was immediately recognized by many people. Still playing mahjong in your own dormitory? Takumai was not feeling well. I have a problem. The whole hall was suddenly quiet. Everyone looked at him blankly. Takumai, didn't you have a lot of fun last time? I remember you seemed to sing, right? Is Heike Hui's face showed a look of reminiscence. What? Did these guys really hear me singing last time? Takumai was not feeling well, and without thinking, he threw a bottle of wine at him. Go to hell. Oh. Is Heike Hui fell down in response. Anyway, I will never play this kind of game with you guys that will make you lose your ambition. After saying that, Takumai turned around and walked towards her room angrily. Half an hour later, several mahjong tables were set up in the hall, and a group of people started playing mahjong. Listening to the familiar voice, Yang Ming felt as if he was in an activity room for the elderly, which made him sigh. Takumai, it's your turn. Misakuang reminded. Ah, okay. Takumai looked at the cards in front of him and pondered. Yang Ming glanced at the arrogant guy who walked into the room less than 5 minutes ago and walked down silently. Don't you want to play? That's because. Takumai blushed and whispered, anyway, you are playing mahjong downstairs, and I can't sleep. Hee. Kyuga laughed. What are you laughing at? Takumai glared at him. After all, he was worried that this drama queen would do something when he was gone. Nothing. Kyuga said lightly. Takumai gritted his teeth. Humph. I'll teach you a lesson later. He was still very confident in mahjong. After all, he had experience and he had studied a lot in private. Thinking of this, Takumai laughed triumphantly. Half an hour later, Yang Ming smiled and pasted a piece of paper with a little turtle on Takumai's face. So far, he has pasted no less than 5 pieces on his face. It was obvious that Takumai was not good at playing mahjong. In the past half hour, he was defeated by Kyuga who was holding the beginner's manual given by Yang Ming. Haha, there will be no more space for it in a while. Kyuga said with interest. This kind of game that makes you lose your ambition is not fun at all. Takumai roared and overturned the mahjong table. When everyone went back, it was almost 3 or 4 in the morning. Everyone had a great time and drank a lot of wine. Some people were even carried back like dead dogs, such as Kyuga. Come and play again when you have time. Yang Ming sent everyone out drunkenly. Yet. Okay. As soon as he turned around, he put his arm around Xiaolin Longden's waist and said dazedly, Senior sister, let's go back to sleep. Ah, okay. Xiaolin Longden said incoherently. Then, the two of them walked into Yang Ming's room together. The afternoon sun shone in, shining obliquely on Yang Ming's face, illuminating his face with a golden glow. Did you drink too much last night? Yang Ming rubbed his aching temple and muttered softly, I shouldn't have drunk so much if I had known earlier. He propped himself up and felt something soft under his hand. Hey, shouldn't I be sleeping on the floor? He turned his head and found that he had been sleeping on his bed without knowing when. He subconsciously glanced to the side and saw Xylan Longden, who was squinting his eyes, like a lazy kitten, sleeping beside him. Her long bright red hair was scattered on the pillow, and her angelic face had a faint smile, which was indescribably moving. Her white lotus-like arms were exposed outside the quilt, and the snow-white skin on her back could be vaguely seen. It seemed that she was not wearing any clothes under the quilt. Yang Ming's heart suddenly jumped. Chapter 1226. He subconsciously glanced to the side and saw Xylan Longden, who was squinting his eyes, like a lazy kitten, sleeping beside him. Her long bright red hair was scattered on the pillow, and her angelic face had a faint smile, which was indescribably moving. The white lotus-like arms were exposed outside the quilt, and the snow-white skin on the back could be vaguely seen. It seemed that there was no clothes under the quilt. Yang Ming's heart suddenly jumped. On the snow-white face, a pair of beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned, as if she felt a little cold, and she couldn't help but raise her white lotus-like arms to pull the quilt, trying to cover herself. However, this pull immediately pulled the quilt on her lower body, revealing a pair of white and slender legs, all the way to the indescribable part. Yang Ming's eyes jumped, because he found that Xylan Longden didn't seem to be wearing leggings. Thinking of this, he couldn't help looking under the bed, and saw scattered clothes all over the floor, some of Xylan Longden's, and his own. He could vaguely see a few white underwear. Yang Ming quickly recognized that one of the underwear was Xylan Longden's. He and she had lived in the same room for quite a while. Although they had not peeked at each other, some of their underwear could still be recognized. When Yang Ming thought of two people sleeping naked in the same bed, 1,000 horses galloped through his heart. Oh my god, what happened yesterday? Last night, he only vaguely remembered that he said senior sister went to sleep, and then he didn't remember what happened afterwards. But why were they not wearing clothes? This is a serious question. Yang Ming immediately fell into deep thought. Soon, he remembered that he dreamed of the Chinese New Year last night. He held 2 fragrant baked rice cakes and ate them, biting both of them. He remembered that he licked them twice. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Xylan Longden's smooth back, and indeed found a few faint teeth marks. There were also some on Xylan Longden's arms. Okay. Then, he dreamed of skydiving again, and the wind was so strong. He finally jumped until he was exhausted. Yang Ming swallowed his saliva, vaguely feeling that a storm was coming. But fortunately, she was still asleep now. He climbed up from the bed carefully, put on his clothes, tiptoed out of the room, and closed the door. Just as he walked downstairs, a voice full of surprise suddenly came from behind him, Yang Ming Jun. Yang Ming's body froze, and he turned his head and saw Ji's Higuo Ning Ning standing there, and said in surprise, Are you awake? Yes. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Where is Xylan Longden? Ji's Higuo Ning Ning hesitated for a while, but still asked. She knew that Xylan Longden had been living in the same room with Yang Ming last night. She's still sleeping. Yang Ming forced a smile. Really? Ji's Higuo Ning Ning looked at him strangely, always feeling that Yang Ming's smile was a little indescribably stiff. By the way, I made lunch, does Yang Ming Jun need to eat something? Ji's Higuo Ning Ning suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly. No, I have something else to do. Yang Ming said hurriedly. Looking at Yang Ming who was fleeing in a panic, Ji's Higuo Ning Ning frowned, always feeling very strange. Just as Yang Ming had just walked out of the dormitory, a scream full of anger suddenly sounded behind him, Damn guy, I'm going to kill you. Xiaolin Longdan. Ji's Higuo Ning Ning was startled, then ran upstairs like a fly, opened the door, and then another scream rang out. Listening to the 2 screams coming from behind, Yang Ming pretended not to hear them and calmly walked out of the gate of Yuanyu Academy. Because today, the Diamond Cuisine Cooking Asian Competition 24-12 will be held. Tokyo is a famous cultural center in Japan with many historical sites. The city itself was built in imitation of Chang'an, with a strong Sui and Tang style. Yang Ming was amazed as he drove all the way here. On the contrary, Kato Zakitaki and others looked unsurprised. After a few hours, they finally arrived at the venue of today's competition, Handan Temple. Looking at the temples full of ancient characteristics in front of them, Yang Ming said, "Is this Handan Temple? I can't tell." Originally, he thought that Handan Temple was like some temples in China that specialize in cheating incense money, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. Hehe, this is not the main house of Handan Temple, it's just the fire temple in their backyard. Kaitozaki Taki sneered, "Besides, don't be confused by the appearance in front of you. These bald guys are still rigid and conservative in their bones, otherwise, their vegetarian dishes would not be left behind by Tatsuki." When she said this, a proud look appeared on her face, and she was obviously quite proud. Mujichi Yuankuo also nodded. It was rare for the two to stand on the same front. At this time, Mizuhara Fuyamai and others also got off the car. Suddenly, a group of people came over. When they saw Kaitozaki Taki in the crowd, their eyes immediately lit up and they hurried over. "Are you the contestants of the Diamond Cuisine cooking competition? We have been waiting for you for a long time." The leader was a bald middle-aged man dressed in rather old-fashioned clothes. He should be the host of Handan Temple. He looked at Kaitozaki Taki and said, "Is this Miss Kaitozaki Taki? We have met her before when Handan Temple went to Tatsuki for exchanges." "Yes, I am, Master Kanagawa." Kaitozaki Taki nodded. Other monks from Handan Temple also came up to shake hands with her. "Is she the top student of Tatsuki? The darling of Tatsuki?" "Yes. She is so beautiful. The strength of the contestants of Tatsuki this time is not very good." "That's right." The young monks of Handan Temple behind the host Kanagawa looked at Kaitozaki Taki and others curiously, whispering. However, most of them were quite aloof, relying on their long history to look down on Tatsuki. This made Tatsuki students, including Kaitozaki Taki, feel a little uncomfortable. At this time, a tall and handsome boy came out, shook hands with Kaitozaki Taki and others, and said with a smile, "Tatsuki's elites, hello, I have heard of you for a long time, I am Murata Ichiro. Murata is the chief chef of our Handan Temple and one of the contestants of this diamond cooking competition." Master Kanagawa explained quickly. "What a rustic name." Mujichi Yuankuo curled his lips in disdain, then leaned close to Yang Ming's ear and explained, "The chief chef of Handan Temple is equivalent to the top 10 of Tatsuki." Yang Ming nodded suddenly and said, "It is true." Although the two people's whispers were very low, many people still heard them. The old monks of Handan Temple were fine, but the young monks were all furious and glared at Yang Ming. Chapter 1227. Yang Ming nodded suddenly and said, "Indeed, a little." Although the two people's whispers were in a low voice, many people still heard it. The old monks in Handan Temple were fine, but the young monks were all furious and glared at Yang Ming. "Are these two also contestants?" Murata Ichiro's tone also became cold in an instant. "Yes, I am Yang Ming, what can I do for you?" Yang Ming smiled slightly and walked out. The whole audience was silent. Then the pot exploded. "Did you hear it? He actually said he was Yang Ming." "I heard it, is it true? Oh my god, is he the son of God that has been rumored recently?" The people in Handan Temple were also a little confused. "Are you really Yang Ming?" Master Kanagawa frowned and asked. Yang Ming looked only 16 years old. At this age, he should still be a student, right? "He is indeed called Yang Ming." Kaitozaki Taki explained quickly. "He is Yang Ming." The monks of Handan Temple were shocked. When Yang Ming first emerged in the Diamond Cuisine cooking competition, he was reported by many reporters. Now Yang Ming is a celebrity in the Japanese cuisine world. Many people are predicting when he will become a world-class chef. Such a young world-class chef has never existed in the history of Japan. No wonder, no wonder. Monk Kanagawa was relieved immediately. With such a level, he is indeed qualified to be called the son of God. He sighed, Tatsuki is so lucky that he can recruit such a talented chef. Hearing what their monk said, the monks of Handan Temple were very unconvinced. Someone even whispered, from the name, he's probably just a lowly guy from China. If it were me, I would have driven him out of Japan long ago. Hearing this, Kaitozaki Taki snorted coldly, obviously very dissatisfied. Mujozi Yuankuo and others were also very angry. You know, Yang Mingjun is very popular and respected by them. Hatanaki, don't talk nonsense. Kanagawa host was also shocked and scolded. But the boy tilted his head and said nonchalantly, that's right. Some of the other young monks also showed an expression of approval. Yang Ming's face also turned cold in an instant. He glanced at the right wing and didn't bother to say anything more. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. He has been in Japan for so long, and most of the Japanese people he met are very friendly, but there are also some who are hostile to the Chinese. After a small setback, the Totsuki group was led by the monks of Handan Temple into the temple. Murata, you take the Totsuki contestants to the venue. Kanagawa host ordered. Okay, host. Murata Ichiro bowed and said. Before leaving, one of the old monks winked at Murata Ichiro. Murata Ichiro understood, smiled and nodded, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. As soon as the monks left, Yang Ming was bored and sleepy because he was too crazy last night and still tired. Katozaki Taki looked at him unhappily, but there was nothing he could do. After an unknown amount of time, a panicked voice suddenly woke him up. Oh no, Yang Ming-jun, something happened. This voice immediately pulled Yang Ming out of his daze. The faces of the people at the scene also changed. What happened? Katozaki Taki asked hurriedly. It was Kikuchi Inko who ran over, but her face was very pale now, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. What's wrong? Yang Ming was also surprised. If something went wrong, it would be a big trouble if Kikuchi Inko was so scared. Yang Ming-jun. When Mujichi Inkyuo saw Yang Ming, she felt like she had found her backbone, like a young swallow returning to its nest, and immediately threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. What's wrong? What happened? Tell me, I'll help you. Yang Ming stroked Mujichi Inkyuo's soft hair and comforted her softly. Wow, Yang Ming-jun, Inui Hinateko was bullied. Mujichi Inkyuo finally calmed down and said. What? When Yang Ming heard this, he got angry. When Yang Ming rushed to the scene of the diamond cooking competition 24-12, Inui Hinateko and Hatana Kiai were confronting each other. The students of Totsuki were all very excited. Yang Ming saw Inui Hinateko in the crowd at a glance. This kind-hearted senior sister looked a little pale at the moment, her big eyes were full of resentment, and she stared angrily at a boy opposite her. Yang Ming knew the boy, who was Hatana Kiai, who had expressed disdain for Yang Ming in the news media. At this moment, he was smiling and looking at an inconspicuous pottery jar in his hand, with a proud face, and the contestants around him all had envious expressions. The abbot of Kanagawa also looked at the boy with admiration and said, Hatana Kiai is really lucky. I didn't expect to get a fine kitchen utensil. Yang Ming understood it after just one look. On the way here, Mujozi Yuankuo had already told him everything that happened. This time, in the Diamond Cuisine Cooking Competition, 24 advanced to 12, and Inui Hinateko was unfortunately drawn to compete against Hatana Kiai. But Hatana Kiai didn't know where he got the news that Inui Hinateko had that fine pottery jar kitchen utensil, and he actually asked her to compete with the pottery jar kitchen utensil at the same time, and the trophy required was the pottery jar kitchen utensil. Originally, Chien Hinata could have refused, or at least delayed until Yang Ming and others came over, but after that Hatana Kiai said a few bad things about Yang Ming, Chien Hinata could no longer hold back. As a result, of course, she lost, and the pottery jar was also won by someone. Yang Ming-jun. As soon as she saw Yang Ming, Chien Hinata's eyes turned red, and she walked over and whispered, I'm sorry, I lost. She felt very guilty. As a senior of Totsuki Academy, she thought that Hatana Kiai was just a junior, but she didn't expect Hatana Kiai's cooking skills to be so strong. It was not only her who lost, but also the face of Totsuki Academy. It doesn't matter. It's just a small competition. Yang Ming touched her long hair and comforted her with a smile. It was just a win or loss, and he really didn't take it to heart. But Yang Ming glanced at the boy and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Daring to bully a senior who is so kind to you, absolutely unforgivable. Katozaki Taki and others were also very angry, staring at Hatana Kiai with unfriendly eyes. What's going on? At this time, the monks of Handan Temple asked. Nothing, just communication between contestants. Kanagawa said lightly. Taking this opportunity to stir up infighting among the Totsuki Academy was originally the task entrusted to him by the top leaders of Handan Temple. But he didn't expect that things would turn out so interesting. Chapter 1228. At this time, the monks of Handan Temple asked. Nothing, just communication between contestants. Kanagawa said lightly. Taking this opportunity to stir up infighting among the Totsuki Academy was originally the task entrusted to him by the top leaders of Handan Temple. But he didn't expect that things would turn out so interesting. Although the things that happened later were a little out of control, he didn't think it was a problem. The monks of Handan Temple also smiled and nodded. They didn't expect that a little provocation could have such an effect. The top leaders of Handan Temple would be happy if they knew. Only Murata Ichiro was still young and didn't understand the shady things, so he felt a little embarrassed. Haha, Yang Ming-jun, it's normal for contestants to be impulsive. Yes, that's right. It's just a normal competition, he said to Yang Ming with a smile. Is this matter just over? Yes, it was obviously him who deliberately bullied Inui Hinateko. That guy said a lot of nasty things to Yang Ming-jun, and Inui Hinateko couldn't stand it, so she bet on the kitchen utensils. This was clearly premeditated. Kaitozaki Taki, Mizuhara Fuyamai, and others blushed and felt very aggrieved. Is there such a thing? A monk from Handan Temple showed a surprised look. No. Hatanaka Ying and the senior from Totsuki voluntarily bet against each other. How could it be premeditated? Kanagawa shook his head. I see. The monk nodded and said, but she is a girl, it won't sound good if it gets out. Hatanakai, come over and apologize to this senior sister, and it will be over. Hatanakai said arrogantly, I won it with my own strength, why should I apologize? A student who seemed to have a good relationship with him said, you have won such a good piece of kitchenware, don't take advantage of it. That's true. Hatanakai looked proud, that senior sister is so weak, such a good kitchenware is really a waste in her hands. Yang Ming just watched coldly and didn't say anything. Only Chien Hinateko pulled Yang Ming's sleeve and whispered, forget it. She didn't want to cause trouble for Yang Ming because of herself. It's okay, don't worry. Yang Ming comforted. Yang Ming-jun, everything is fine here, let's go back and continue to talk. A monk said with a smile. You said it's okay, so it's okay? Have you asked for my opinion? Yang Ming's tone turned cold. The monks of Handan Temple were all stunned, frowned, and asked, then what do you think we should do? Originally, they thought that Yang Ming was so young and should have no experience in this area, and it would be easy to fool him, but now it seems that it is not easy to fool him. Yes, it's just a normal competition, not a big deal. A monk advised. Hehe, maybe it's not a big deal in your eyes, but it's a big deal in my eyes. Yang Ming sneered. Yang Ming-jun, you are not doing this, right? This is the result of the Diamond Cuisine cooking competition. If something unexpected happens, can you bear it? Murata Ichiro couldn't help it anymore, and said in a somewhat cold tone. Whether I can bear it or not is none of your business. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak? Yang Ming said coldly. Yang Ming could see that the monks in Handan Temple might be related to Hatanakai. Even if they were not related, it was obvious that there was something fishy going on based on the other party's weird attitude. Hearing this, the monks in Handan Temple frowned and spoke impolitely. Yang Ming-jun, you are being disrespectful to our Handan Temple by saying that, aren't you? Yes, although you have good talent, it's not good to be arrogant. Yang Ming laughed, sunny like a big boy next door, but his tone was extremely cold. Don't the monks of your Handan Temple like food battle? It just so happens that my opponent who will advance from 24 to 12 this time seems to be your most proud disciple Murata Ichiro. Then, Yang Ming glared at Hatanaki fiercely, you kid, just wait. I will deal with you sooner or later. As expected of Yang Ming-jun, I knew you would make the decision for us. Chien Hinateko and others were also very happy, looking at Yang Ming with a hint of gratitude. They didn't expect that Yang Ming was willing to bear huge pressure and vent their anger for them. Very good. The monks of Handan Temple seemed to be very confident in themselves. They dared to come to make trouble, then I will crush all their confidence. Trampling them all under my feet. Yang Ming smiled slightly. Kaitozaki Taki shook his head speechlessly, but did not stop him. Just kidding, Chien Hinateko is her good sister, and she can't forgive those who bully her. What a joke. Trampling us under your feet? Who do you think you are? Overestimate your own abilities. The monks of Handan Temple immediately exploded. You? The monks of Handan Temple were shocked and angry, and at the same time there was a hint of regret in their hearts. They never thought that the person Yang Ming drew this time was Murata Ichiro of their Handan Temple. If they had known, they would not have made trouble. What a guy who stepped on the dog's luck! Someone cursed angrily. After being shocked, the people of Handan Temple calmed down. Originally, Handan Temple was very unhappy about being suppressed by Yuanyu. Since this is the case, it's good. Let you see the difference between the nouveau riche and the nobles. The monks of Handan Temple are also very motivated. In this case, Murata Ichiro, you can arrange it. A monk of Handan Temple said coldly. No problem. There was a hint of sarcasm in Murata Ichiro's tone. He didn't expect that Yang Ming would be so impulsive. It was really stupid. It's boring for us to play like this. Why don't we increase the stakes? Murata Ichiro said with a sneer. Senior Kyunri, what was the bet you made with Hatanaki before? Yang Ming asked. Ah? Our bet is that if I lose, I will give him the pottery jar, and if he loses, he will apologize to you. Jian Hinateko lowered her head as she spoke, her cheeks flushed. Everyone could see that the bets of both parties were not commensurate at all. Hatanaki's bet was too light, and it did not hurt him at all. But she was anxious at the time and agreed without thinking. Not bad. Murata Ichiro immediately became proud. After all, Hatanaki was considered half of their ally, although they were secretly instigated. But the matter is done, so if you want to get this kitchenware back, you have to come up with a corresponding bet. I'm not like that idiot who agreed on a whim. You want a bet, right? Yang Ming suddenly laughed, but his smile was indescribably cold. Chapter 1229. Not bad. Ichiro Murata immediately became proud. After all, Hatanaki was considered half of their ally, although they were secretly instigated. But the matter was settled. So if you want to get this kitchen utensil back, you have to put in a corresponding bet. I'm not like that idiot who agreed on impulse. You want a bet, right? Yang Ming suddenly laughed, but his smile was indescribably cold. That's right. Ichiro Murata chuckled and said, but if it's your career as a chef, forget it. I'm not interested in your life as a commoner. He was quite proud in his heart. He never thought that the female student from Totsuki would be so stupid to agree to such a food battle, and her strength was so poor. Such a kitchen utensil in her hands is simply a waste. No problem. Of course, my bet is not a common one. Yang Ming smiled faintly, and then took out the dragon-slaying sword. The narrow blade flashed with an intimidating cold light, and dots of silver sand dotted the blade, like the stars floating in the sky, so beautiful that people's minds were attracted. Everyone's eyes were fixed. Only Yang Ming's calm voice could be heard. Dragon-slaying sword, characteristic 1 is that it will never wear out, and characteristic 2 can increase the freshness of ingredients by 50%. Hiss! The whole audience gasped. Everyone's eyes almost popped out. A legendary word appeared in everyone's mind. God-level kitchenware. There is no other thing that can have such a terrifying characteristic except God-level kitchenware. Murata Ichiro's saliva was almost dripping, and his eyes were full of greed when he looked at the kitchen knife. He was almost laughing to death in his heart. It's so stupid, the senior sister is the same, and the junior brother is the same. He actually used the God-level kitchenware as a bet. No matter how you look at it, he made a lot of money. No problem. Murata Ichiro said with a smile. Wait a minute, I haven't finished my words yet. Yang Ming suddenly said with a smile. What else do you want to say? Murata Ichiro frowned. Do you think that I need to use the God-level kitchenware just because of your kitchenware? Yang Ming said calmly. What do you say? I don't have anything else on me. Hehe, I don't want anything else. Yang Ming said with a smile, but his tone was extremely cold. I want your career as a chef. No. Before Murata Ichiro agreed, the monks next to him were shocked. Murata Ichiro is not an ordinary chef, but the future successor of their Handan temple. If Murata Ichiro had an accident here, several monks were a little afraid to think about it. In fact, they didn't expect that the situation would develop to this point. Their original plan was just to provoke an internal fight between the students of Totsuki, but later it gradually became a food war, and in the end, it became a bet on the chef careers of both parties. Hehe, interesting, I promise you. Unexpectedly, Murata Ichiro waved his hand and agreed nonchalantly. Although Murata Ichiro is the seed of this generation of Handan Temple, he is not the successor. The helmsman of this generation of Handan Temple is his brother. When he thought of this, his heart was filled with resentment. He felt that he was no worse than his brother, just a few years older than him, but his father designated his brother as the heir. If he could get a god-level kitchen utensil this time, his status in his father's heart would definitely be greatly improved. What's more, in his mind, Handan Temple is the real holy land of Japanese chefs, with 1,000 years of heritage. How can a rising star like Yuanyu be compared? The monks of Handan Temple wanted to say more, but were rejected by Murata Ichiro. I agree to the bet of both parties, Murata Ichiro said lightly. After all, this Diamond Cuisine Asian Championship 24-12 competition was originally between him and Yang Ming, and it would be nice to add some color. He never thought he would lose. Okay. Yang Ming nodded in agreement. In that case, I will reluctantly compete with you, Yang Ming said calmly. Hinata Inui and the others had been holding their breath for a long time, and they cheered loudly at the side. Then, the food battle began. The judge was Mr. Fukuoka Sheng, the founder of the Tokyo Purple Emblem Food Club. Soon, the news of the decisive battle between the monks of Handan Temple and the students of Totsuki spread throughout Handan Temple. Especially Yang Ming's words, trampling all the monks of Handan Temple under his feet, made countless people indignant. So, all the monks didn't even care about the scriptures, and ran to the venue to cheer for their temple people. Come on, Murata, defeat these ignorant guys. Come on Murata. Let these upstarts know how powerful we are. Hearing these shouts, Yang Ming shook his head and said, how pitiful. The monks of Handan Temple all sneered in their hearts. Are you scared now? It's a pity that it's too late. As a result, Yang Ming said calmly, after seeing the gap between the two sides, it is estimated that their confidence will be devastated, and they may even doubt their own career as chefs. Yang Ming is still very confident in his cooking skills. He is confident that he can trample all the monks of Handan Temple under his feet. Don't you like food battle? Then let's eat until you are afraid. The monks of Handan Temple spit out blood. Haha, is that so? Then I'd like to see it. A monk sneered. Murata Ichiro is only a freshman in high school this year, but he has become the top chef of the fire department of Handan Temple Academy. His talent and strength are very good. The fire department of Handan Temple is equivalent to the 10 outstanding ones of Totsuki. Handan Temple is not an ordinary temple. It was formerly a Buddhist temple with a history of thousands of years. It has been the leader of the Japanese religious cuisine for a long time in the past. Although its reputation in recent years is not as good as Totsuki, it should not be underestimated. As time went by, this all-round battle between Yuanyu and Handan Temple not only attracted the attention of all students, but also alarmed many monks. After a while, the abbots of the temples also rushed over after hearing the news. Originally, it was the consensus of most monks to provoke infighting among Yuanyu students, but no one expected that things would develop to this extent and become an all-round confrontation between the two sides. Haha, Yang Mingjun is really young and promising. Aren't you afraid of affecting the friendship between the two sides by doing this? The abbot of Handan Temple smiled in a gloomy way. Master, you are too kind. Yang Ming smiled slightly. I just think that the atmosphere among the monks in your temple is not very good, so I want to discipline them on your behalf. Chapter 1230. Haha, Yang Mingjun is really young and promising. Aren't you afraid of affecting the friendship between the two sides by doing this? The abbot of Handan Temple smiled in a gloomy way. Master, you are too kind. Yang Ming smiled slightly. I just think that the atmosphere among the monks in your temple is not very good, so I want to discipline them on your behalf. Hearing this, the monks of Handan Temple were furious. Since when did the students of Totsuki need to manage the affairs of Handan Temple? Who does this guy think he is? Haha, I want to see who will be disciplined in the end. The abbot of Handan Temple sneered, and his words revealed a strong sense of confidence. The other monks also nodded, full of confidence in Murata Ichiro. At this time, Master Kanagawa whispered a few words in the ear of the abbot of Handan Temple. What? Bet on the food battle of your own chef, monkey. The face of the abbot of Handan Temple changed. He glared at Master Kanagawa fiercely and said angrily, why don't you stop it? At least wait for me to come. Master Kanagawa smiled bitterly and said, even if I want to stop it, I can't stop it. Murata Ichiro is the future successor of Handan Temple. He usually doesn't like those monks very much. How could he listen to his advice? Who is Murata's opponent? The abbot of Handan Temple asked hurriedly. He didn't want Murata Ichiro to have any accidents here, otherwise, he would also bear the unshirkable responsibility. It's the son of God of Totsuki. The abbot Kanagawa said hurriedly. Son of God. The abbot of Handan Temple looked even uglier. He also knew about Totsuki's situation and knew that Yang Ming was the 8th seat of the 10 outstanding masters of Totsuki, and his strength should not be underestimated. In this case, it would be difficult to deal with it. At this time, the abbot Kanagawa came up and whispered, Don't worry, abbot, Murata can already integrate 2 extreme flavors into the dishes, and just a few days ago, he just passed the assessment of Kyoto Igo 5-star chef. What? No way? Why don't I know? The other monks were all surprised. That's true. Maybe Murata wanted to surprise the guys in the upper echelons of Handan Temple, so he endured it. Kanagawa explained quickly. I see. The monks all nodded in sudden realization. They had all heard about the dispute between Murata Ichiro and his brother over the helm. In that case, I'm relieved. The abbot of Handan Temple breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. He was a little excited. If Murata Ichiro represented Handan Temple to defeat Yang Ming of Totsuki, then the reputation of Handan Temple would definitely increase greatly. At the same time, Yang Ming and Murata Ichiro were also working hard to make dishes. Yang Ming made Italian seafood risotto. He put the fried rice on a plate, sprinkled cheese on it, then put the whole prawns on it, and finally sprinkled a little red pepper. After doing all this, he put the dish in the oven. Yang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looking at Murata Ichiro who was busy opposite, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. When Chien Hinata was bullied, he felt indescribable anger. He felt that as a member of Totsuki Academy, he should naturally help Chien Hinata vent his anger. Don't worry, Senior Inui Hinateko, I will definitely help you win your kitchenware back. He said in his heart. Soon, 2 hours passed. The judges announced that everyone should stop. The first one to come up was Yang Ming's opponent. As soon as Murata Ichiro came up, the students of Handan Temple shouted immediately. Murata, beat these upstarts back. Come on Murata. Seeing Ichiro Murata, the monks of Handan Temple also smiled. This food battle is definitely won. Not only all the monks think so, but also Ichiro Murata. This son of God is a stepping stone for him to move forward. While thinking, he served his dish. Everyone is full of confidence in Ichiro Murata. Especially the abbot of Handan Temple. In his opinion, Ichiro Murata can already integrate 2 extreme flavors into the dishes. Among the younger generation, he is definitely at the forefront. The topic of the food battle between Ichiro Murata and Yang Ming is seafood. This is my dish. Murata Ichiro brought his dish up. Everyone's eyes turned to the plate. On the plate were 3 beautifully shaped black lacquerware. The 3 lacquerwares contained rice, soup, and sashimi. The raw fish on the ice was crystal clear and beautifully shaped, with young sprouts and a few brown pebbles dotted around, exuding a hint of zen. The rice was as big as a fist. The soup was miso soup, but only a little bit, and it was very viscous. Hey? Isn't this Kaisuke cuisine? Yes, isn't this the Kaisuke in Kaisuke cuisine? The monks of Handan Temple all discussed in a low voice. Yes. This is indeed Kaisuke cuisine. Murata Ichiro laughed. Kaisuke cuisine is a high-end cuisine in Japan. It originally came from Zen. In order to resist hunger during long periods of Zen, monks would hold a stone in their arms, which was called kaisuke. However, the real kaisuke cuisine procedure is very complicated. Generally speaking, the appetizers will be served first, followed by kaisuke, which is a bowl of rice, a bowl of soup, and a bowl of sashimi. After kaisuke, it is wine, then boiled vegetables, then grilled fish, then strong dishes, followed by sucking, which is soup after the meal, followed by 8-inch, boiled water, incense, and dessert. Not only are there many procedures, but the etiquette is also quite complicated, even ordinary Japanese people can't understand it. It is obviously impossible to make a complete kaisuke cuisine within 2 hours, so Murata Ichiro only made the shofu. One of the judges, Mr. Fukukimori, tasted the kaisuke cuisine cooked by monks for the first time, and couldn't help but take a second look. It is expensive to eat an authentic kaisuke cuisine. Mr. Fukukimori was poor when he was young, so he couldn't afford it. Although he became rich later, he was busy and had no time. Yang Ming couldn't help but take a few more glances. After all, it is still very exciting for monks to cook this monk-created dish. It can be said that it has a long history. When it comes to authenticity, they are the real authentic ones. Noticing Yang Ming's curious look, Murata Ichiro couldn't help but sneer, "You are really a commoner. What a waste of this high-end cuisine. What did you say?" Yang Ming was immediately angry, and the students of Totsuki also looked at him unkindly. "Forget it." Yang Ming waved his hand generously, "This is probably his last food battle, just forgive him." Chapter 1231. Noticing Yang Ming's curious eyes, Murata Ichiro couldn't help but sneer, "You are indeed a commoner. What a waste of this high-end food. What did you say?" Yang Ming was immediately angry, and the students of Totsuki also looked at him unkindly. "Forget it." Yang Ming waved his hand generously, "This is probably his last food battle, just forgive him." Hearing this, the monks of Handan Temple were furious. Isn't this saying that Murata Ichiro is bound to lose? Too arrogant. The abbot of Handan Temple was also one of the judges. He laughed and changed the subject, "Let's taste the food first." Mr. Fukusheng nodded. "When eating sashimi, please pair it with this special sauce." Murata Ichiro brought up a small dish of special sauce. The three judges nodded. Then they tasted it. Mr. Fukudishiro tasted the rice first. He only had one mouthful of it, but it was very sweet and chewy, and then the miso soup was also mellow. Then came the sashimi. He dipped a little of the special sauce and put it in his mouth. The fish meat was extremely tender, and paired with the sweet plum sauce, it gave people an unprecedented refreshing feeling, and the fish seemed to come alive in his mouth. The other two judges also showed an intoxicated look on their faces. The taste of this fish is extraordinary. Could it be a cherry sea bream? The abbot of Handan Temple was moved. Yes, it is indeed a cherry sea bream. The color of this fish is as beautiful as cherry blossoms, and the meat is tender. It is a famous sea bream like Akashi sea bream. Another ordinary judge nodded. This sauce is made with perilla plum as the raw material, right? It seems that you added Italian white wine to it, which added a flavor. The abbot of Handan Temple praised. Kaisuke cuisine is a very traditional Japanese cuisine, but Murata Ichiro took a different approach and added Italian white wine to enhance the taste, which shows his creativity. It is indeed a good dish. It is a good idea to integrate exotic ingredients into traditional cuisine. Mr. Fukudishima commented truthfully, "I tasted two extreme flavors. One is the freshness of sea bream, and the other is the freshness of plum sauce. Although these two flavors are still very light, they are very good for your age." Facing Mr. Fukudishima, Murata Ichiro changed his face as fast as turning a book, and said happily, "Thank you very much for the praise, Mr. Fukudishima." After hearing this comment, the monks of Handan Temple looked very happy. Being able to get such a high valuation from Mr. Fukudishima, the result of this competition is already a sure thing, right? After tasting Murata Ichiro's Kaisuke cuisine, it was Yang Ming's turn. But the monks of Handan Temple looked very relaxed. "This is my dish, Italian seafood risotto." Yang Ming brought his dish up. Suddenly, a bomb of aroma exploded, with the extremely rich cheese mixed with the aroma of seafood. Filled the entire venue. "What a nice smell! This smell is too good, isn't it?" The faces of the monks in Handan Temple changed. On top of the rice and prawns, there was a thick layer of cheese. The whole dish was shining with a pleasant golden luster, constantly exuding a strong fragrance, making people salivate. The three judges took a breath, and they couldn't help showing an intoxicated smile on their faces, then picked up the spoon and tasted it. Mr. Fukudishima picked up the spoon, pried open the soft cheese shell, and then scooped a large spoonful of rice. The melted cheese was full of elasticity, and he didn't break it when he pulled it, and it drooped down one after another. In the oven, the cheese penetrated into the rice, and the rice and shrimp scallop meat were shining with a golden color, exuding a strong seafood and cheese aroma, which made people salivate. Mr. Fukudishima's Adam's apple trembled, and then put the rice into his mouth. Then, a delicious storm raged on his tongue. In a trance, he seemed to have come to a small town in northern Italy. Ancient buildings from the Renaissance stood on the coastline. He stood on the ancient street and looked up to see the blue sea. The salty sea breeze gently brushed his cheeks, and the church bells came to his ears. At this moment, he saw a blonde girl smiling sweetly at him. Mr. Fukudishima's heart was moved, and he couldn't help chasing after her. But the girl flashed into a white church. When he entered, he could no longer see her, only the faint fragrance lingering in the air. It's so delicious. I seem to see a white church, a blue sea, and a blonde girl. Mr. Fuedition woke up from the illusion, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, a dish full of romantic atmosphere. Yes, I also felt a strong romance, just like first love, very sweet and greasy. From this, I can understand the chef's intentions. Is it because of the cheese? The abbot of Handan Temple said a little blankly. Yang Ming smiled slightly when he heard this. This is a dish that can only be cooked by people who have tasted the taste of love. The author is not deliberately spreading dog food for the single dogs on Double 11, really. At this time, the faces of Mr. Fuedition and the abbot of Handan Temple changed at the same time. Wait a minute. Is this romantic atmosphere a personal mark? Their voices became trembling. They never thought that Yang Ming actually realized the heart of the god of cooking. Oh my god, isn't he only a freshman in high school? What? The heart of the god of cooking? No way. The monks of Handan Temple were also shocked. They looked at Yang Ming with strange eyes. As long as he comprehended the heart of the god of cooking, and mastered the basic skills such as knife skills and seasoning, it was almost inevitable that he would become a master chef. The students of Yuanya were also shocked, but soon, the shock turned into admiration. As expected, it is Yang Ming Jun. It is really amazing. However, Yang Ming did not look proud at all at this moment, but was as calm as usual. It was completely accidental that he could add his personal mark to this dish, just because he thought of a girl when he was cooking. If he was asked to make it next time, he might not be able to do it. Announce the result quickly. Murata Ichiro's face was so gloomy that he almost sank into the water. The venue suddenly became quiet. No one expected that Yang Ming could add his personal stamp to the dishes, and everyone had a bad feeling. Yang Ming. Yang Ming announced without thinking. Yang Ming. The other two teachers hesitated for a while, and finally announced the result. They also have the dignity of a chef, except for a few guys with no bottom line, it is impossible to speak against conscience. If they really go against conscience, once it gets out, they will not be able to mix in the cooking industry in the future. There was a dead silence in the venue. The face of the monk from Handan Temple was extremely ugly. Chapter 1232. They also have the dignity of a chef, except for a few guys with no bottom line, it is impossible to speak against conscience. If they really go against conscience, once it gets out, they will not be able to mix in the cooking industry in the future. There was a dead silence in the venue. The face of the monk from Handan Temple was extremely ugly. What a miserable defeat. I don't believe it. Suddenly, Ichiro Murata growled. He is still so young, if he really quits the cooking industry, his life will be ruined. He suddenly came up, picked up a spoon, scooped up a large spoonful of rice, and stuffed it into his mouth. Don't! Yang Ming shouted hurriedly. After eating Yang Ming's food, Ichiro Murata's face was like a chameleon, first blue and red, and then grey. Dog food! Ichiro Murata roared angrily. He never thought that he would lose to a plate of dog food. Everyone present was confused. Dog food? What is dog food? Ahem, don't worry about it, really. Yang Ming couldn't help it anymore and laughed out loud. You're still laughing. Ichiro Murata was furious. As soon as Ichiro Murata left, Hinateko Inui, Taki Katozaki and others surrounded him and said in unison, let me try it. And me. Why is it dog food? It's so strange. Seeing the crowd rushing over, Yang Ming wanted to cry. Don't. Yang Ming's face flushed slightly, and he wanted to stop it, but it was obviously too late. Inui Hinateko, Katozaki Taki and others had already gathered in front of the three dishes, picked up spoons, and tasted them one after another. Suddenly, several people's eyes widened, their little faces flushed, and a hint of shyness flashed in their eyes. So sweet. It's full of the breath of love. What a romantic dish. Who did Yang Ming Jun think of when he made this dish? Several people looked at Yang Ming with a strange look on their faces. Yang Ming's face flushed slightly. His intentions that accidentally mixed into the dishes were tasted by so many people. It was really embarrassing. It was like a notebook written by a boy who had a crush on a girl and circulated it among the whole class. Yang Ming felt this way at the moment. Of course it's me. Qian Hinateko laughed, and then said to Yang Ming, younger brother Yang Ming, it seems that you like me very much. Well, my senior sister and I have always had a good relationship. Yang Ming said seriously. After eating Yang Ming's food, girls such as Katozaki Taki and Kikuchi Enka were all in love, their cheeks blushed, and they stared at Yang Ming with a strange look. And those boys looked at Yang Ming with envy. This made the latter even more embarrassed. At this time, the abbot Kanagawa of Handan Temple and other monks could no longer hold back and wanted to come over to taste. Originally, they were full of confidence in Murata Ichiro, who ranked first in Handan Temple, but no one expected that they would be defeated by Yang Ming in the end, so they all wanted to taste what kind of food it was. Don't. Yang Ming wanted to die. Originally, being tasted by Chien Hinateko and others made him embarrassed. If even the monks of Handan Temple tasted it. Oh my god! But Yang Ming couldn't stop them. Each of them took a spoonful, and the plate was empty in a blink of an eye. This disappointed the monks of Handan Temple. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "There's still some in the oven." So, a large number of monks rushed over. Yang Ming's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. What a sweet dish! No wonder Murata called it dog food. This is really dog food. Didn't I hear that the Son of God is very cold? I didn't expect that he would make such a girl a dish. Yeah, I really didn't expect it. After tasting the food, the monks of Handan Temple immediately cried out in grief and anger, looking at Yang Ming with unkind eyes. Even the abbot of Kanagawa and other monks stared at Yang Ming with a strange look on their faces. Murata Ichiro actually lost to this kind of dog food, which made them feel indescribably depressed. Listening to those discussions, Yang Ming even wanted to die. Which girl got Yang Ming-jun's love? She is so happy. Chien Hinateko would not miss any opportunity to hit Yang Ming, and immediately said with a smile. Of course, I have always been very affectionate with that girl. I even covered her with a quilt last night. Yang Ming spoke without restraint. Really? Really? Chien Hinateko looked like a curious baby. Can you tell me in detail? The students of UNU immediately pricked up their ears, while the monks of Handan Temple were full of grief and indignation. They started to show off their love again. Damn, they are living together in the first year of high school. Is this going to make people live? It's better not to talk about this kind of husband and wife matter in public. It will have a bad influence. Yang Ming looked embarrassed. The monks of Handan Temple spit out blood. People like you still know that you have a bad influence. Speak up, what is there to be embarrassed about, Yang Ming-jun? Chien Hinateko said excitedly, I am very interested in your married life. That's enough. Yang Ming's forehead was throbbing with veins. If he let this hateful senior sister continue to ask questions, he would not have to live. That's right, that's enough. The abbot of Kanagawa also spoke with a gloomy face. This time, Handan Temple was completely defeated. He was very unhappy, but Yang Ming even sprinkled dog food on the spot. People can't be so shameless about married life. Have you asked them how they feel about being monks? Yang Ming smiled slightly and said, haha, since the students of Handan Temple are scared, let's just forget it. What? What are you talking about? How can we in Handan Temple be afraid? That's right. Come on, continue the food battle, whoever is afraid is a grandson. The monks of Handan Temple exploded immediately. The eyes looking at Yang Ming were extremely unfriendly. Especially those hot-blooded monks, they wanted to swallow him whole. Murata Ichiro was defeated by Yang Ming, and then he was fed dog food for no reason. He was very unhappy, but this guy dared to say that they were scared of being beaten? Too much bullying. Haha. That's good. Yang Ming smiled faintly, and then said to Chien Hinata and others, since this bunch of trash came up by themselves, let's treat them as stepping stones. Well, anyway, they have successfully advanced to the diamond cooking competition, which is a kind of seasoning. Haha, in this case, these stepping stones are too pitiful, aren't they? Chien Hinata, who was afraid of chaos in the world, laughed loudly. Trash? Stepping stone? Damn it! The monks of Handan Temple were completely angry. Chapter 1233. Yang Ming smiled faintly, and then said to Chien Hinateko and others, since this bunch of trash came up on their own, then treat them as stepping stones. Well, anyway, they have successfully advanced to the diamond cooking competition, so this is a kind of seasoning. Haha, in this case, these stepping stones are too pitiful, aren't they? Chien Hinateko, who was afraid of chaos in the world, laughed loudly. Trash? Stepping stones? Damn! The monks of Handan Temple were completely angry. The abbot of Handan Temple also turned pale and said, in this case, let's continue. This time, he decided not to hold back. Although Murata Ichiro, as a young generation, lost, the old generation is still there. Since the other party is so shameless, he decided to let Abbot Kanagawa go down and teach him a lesson. Abbot Kanagawa was the most talented chef in Handan Temple 10 years ago. That's right, keep going. Abbot Kanagawa, teach them a lesson. Abbot Kanagawa shook his head and looked at Yang Ming with a hint of sneer. How stupid! He was worried that this defeat would cast a shadow on Handan Temple, but he didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to draw hatred and mobilize the emotions of all the monks. How stupid! Then, if both sides have no doubts, then let's officially start. Hold a one-on-one non-public competition. Today's competition will last for 2 hours. As for the topic, Mr. Fukudashi, who was curious and stayed to continue to serve as a referee, looked at the vegetables piled over there. It is to use these ingredients to make dishes with multiple tastes. Dishes with multiple tastes? Inui Hinateko immediately started thinking. To have a multi-layered taste, a variety of dishes would be needed. I wonder what ingredients Mr. Fukudashi had prepared for them. What are these ingredients like? Inui Hinateko followed Mr. Fukudashi's gaze and was stunned. The pile of ingredients in sight, are they really considered food for people? They were either oxidized or had rotten leaves. Almost all of them were damaged and low-quality ingredients. Looking at the black cauliflower, Inui Hinateko felt that the topics of the last round of the Diamond Cuisine 24-12 competition were not difficult. That. Before Chien Hinateko asked, Yang Ming raised his hand and asked the question, is Handan Temple bankrupt? No. Facing Yang Ming's ridiculous complaints, Mr. Fukukasheng immediately denied it with a serious expression, because this is a private food challenge. Handan Temple has no obligation to provide ingredients, but used the leftover ingredients from the Diamond Cuisine cooking competition just now. Use the leftover ingredients from the competition? Yang Ming's mouth twitched. No wonder these things are so ugly. It turns out that they are the leftovers from the leftovers. It's really difficult. Mizuhara Fuyamai, who was squatting on the chair, said in a nonchalant tone. Informal food challenge. It seems that even if Yang Ming wins this time, there will be no benefit. Katozaki Taki nodded in agreement. Inui Hinateko added, if Yang Ming Jun loses, he will definitely be severely scolded. But this matter has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me, I am here to watch the fun. Mizuhara Fuyamai touched her ears and said in a relaxed tone, if you really lose, just say that it was those old bald donkeys from Handan Temple who planned and forced Yang Ming Jun to continue the game. Hey, you. Yang Ming standing aside made a dissatisfied sound, these guys. He is still here, and they sold him as if he didn't exist. Okay, let's hurry up. Any questions? If not, the food battle will officially begin. Mr. Fukukasheng interrupted everyone's chat at the right time. These ingredients will not be kept overnight, and they will be thrown away tomorrow. Handan Temple uses exclusive suppliers and supplies fresh ingredients of the day. What they do is also a waste utilization. Seeing both sides shook their heads, Mr. Fukukasheng announced, then now, the food battle begins. As soon as Mr. Fukukasheng finished speaking, the abbot of Handan Temple, Kanagawa, went over with a plate of vegetables without hesitation, obviously having thought about the dishes he was going to make. On the other hand, Yang Ming and Chien Hinata were still discussing the dishes they were going to make. These inferior ingredients, not only have a problem with the color, but the taste may have changed. What should we do? Chien Hinata asked Yang Ming. Chien Hinata was only the assistant this time, and Yang Ming was the chef. She could only make suggestions for the dishes they were going to make. Yang Ming. The question was not answered for a long time, so Chien Hinata could only shout again. The boy in front of him lowered his head, took a deep breath slowly, and his hands were shaking slightly. Chien Hinateko seemed to understand something and asked, are you afraid? Afraid? There is no such word in my dictionary. After taking a deep breath and adjusting his mentality, Yang Ming tied his hair behind his back and tied a white apron. I'm just a little excited. He was just doing a little warm-up just now, otherwise he wouldn't be able to show his skills in a while. It has been a long time since he seriously competed with others. He gambled and put everything he had on a plate, and defeated the opponent with the most wonderful dish he could think of. It was exciting to think about it. Even the dragon-slaying sword in his hand was hot with joy. Then what should we do? Seeing that Yang Ming's momentum had been raised, Qian Hinateko continued to ask. The abbot of Kanagawa over there had already selected the ingredients. Let's analyze it first. Yang Ming touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, the test question requires a multi-layered taste, right? Qian Hinata nodded and said, that's right. But the quality of the ingredients is so poor. If you simply use various ingredients to match, the various shortcomings of the mixed ingredients will be exposed without reservation. Yang Ming frowned. If these ingredients were intact, he had 100 ways to complete this task. But there is no if. The poor quality of these ingredients is exactly the same as the garbage vegetables that the old lady at the door of the vegetable market forced you to buy for $1 at sunset. How about using a more irritating taste as the main factor and then combining them? A more irritating smell? Spicy. Yang Ming quickly thought of a dish, like a spicy hot pot. Although Qian Hinata didn't mean this, as a Chinese, when he heard the irritating taste, Yang Ming almost immediately thought of spicy food, such as hot pot and spicy hot pot. Chapter 1234. How about using a more stimulating taste as the main flavor and then combining them? A more stimulating smell? Spicy. Yang Ming quickly thought of a dish, like a spicy hot pot. Although Qian Hinata's original intention was not this, as a Chinese, when Yang Ming heard about stimulating flavors, he almost immediately thought of spicy flavors, such as hot pot and spicy hot pot. Spicy hot pot is a fusion of spicy flavors from Sichuan and Chongqing. The accompanying dishes are fried or boiled in advance to fully absorb the freshness of various meats and side dishes. With its own spicy, fresh, fragrant, and oily flavors, it has a unique taste that is spicy but not dry, fresh but not fishy, fragrant, and long aftertaste. If you think about it this way, putting ingredients from all over the world into one pot, although spicy is the main flavor, different ingredients have different flavors, which is indeed in line with the saying of multi-layered taste. But Yang Ming immediately denied himself and said, no, that requires the ingredients to be fresh enough to differentiate the different tastes, and if you want to cover up the staleness of the ingredients, you can only increase the amount of seasoning, which is contradictory. Qian Hinatazi also immediately came to his senses. If the prepared dishes are seasoned with too much, they will not meet the requirements of multi-layered taste. If they are too little, they cannot cover up the freshness of the ingredients. Moreover, the person who is examining here is Mr. Fukudashi. This kind of dish that attempts to pass muster is trying to defeat a master of Handan Temple. Senior? It's just a wild thought. What should we do? Yang Ming didn't think of an idea for a long time, his eyes wandered aimlessly, and soon he came to the abbot Kanagawa. You haven't started yet. Yang Ming's eyes just collided with the sharp eyes of the abbot Kanagawa. The abbot Kanagawa glanced at their progress and smiled disdainfully. Ignoring the provocation of the abbot Kanagawa, Yang Ming looked at the ingredients and processing selected by the abbot Kanagawa. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Alas! After watching for a while, Yang Ming could only sigh like this. What's wrong? Qian Hinateko asked on the side. He was still thinking about what they were going to cook. Master Kanagawa used at least a dozen kinds of vegetables. Yang Ming frowned, it seems that he wants to make vegetable French jelly. Vegetable French jelly. Qian Hinata was also a little shocked, with so many low-quality ingredients, is he going to make French jelly? As mentioned before, the beautiful appearance required by French jelly is based on the ingredients. If the ingredients are oxidized or damaged, the damage to the French jelly can be said to be extremely huge. These materials must be processed before they can be used to make French jelly. Just for the treatment of an oxidized cauliflower, Qian Hinata was judged as unqualified by the abbot of Kanagawa because the vinegar used when processing the cauliflower destroyed the original sweetness of the vegetable. But now? These ingredients are more damaged than the cauliflower in the morning, and they must be processed. Not only vinegar, but also various seasonings must be added. Is the abbot of Kanagawa going to use such ingredients to make French jelly? Let me show you what real French jelly is like. Abbot Kanagawa said nothing, but expressed his opinion with his actions. It was simply an arrogant attitude of you can't make it, so I'll make it for you to see. What should I do? Yang Ming thought with a bitter face, feeling that his head was about to explode. Qian Hinateko was silent beside him. In the afternoon, he and Yang Ming discussed a lot of possibilities. Of course, they also thought about multi-layered flavors, but all their assumptions were based on high-quality ingredients. She frowned again and looked at the ingredients prepared on the table. What kind of dishes could cover up the shortcomings of these ingredients and meet the requirements of the project? Abbot Kanagawa completely used his hard power to overcome this. As a monk, his long-term immersion in vegetable dishes gave him an extraordinary attainment in vegetable dishes. He would use various methods to cover up the staleness of these ingredients and ensure that there was no difference in the final taste. But she and Yang Ming could never do this. This is a gap in experience, which is difficult to make up in a short time. Calm down and think carefully. Yang Ming simply closed his eyes and began to think. Chinese cuisine, Japanese cuisine, French cuisine. All the cuisines that Yang Ming had seen, eaten, and understood were here, just like a giant ship made up of plates. Countless plates of exquisitely decorated delicious dishes wandered in Yang Ming's mind. Not this. Not this. Not this. Rounds of white jade plates filled with dishes floated towards Yang Ming, but were knocked away by the boy waving his arms. Can cover up the imperfections of ingredients. Can have a variety of flavors. Where are you? Yang Ming kept shouting in his heart. At this moment, he found that the plates in front of him slowly stopped and gradually dispersed to the side, just like the guards surrounding the emperor when he went out on tour. And a huge black shadow slowly came from a distance, and those dishes that did not bypass it were knocked away by it, splashing white fragments on the ground, like water splashed by a giant ship. What is this huge thing? This is... Yang Ming stared blankly at the shadow in front of him, and finally remembered it as he watched it gradually emerge. When he was about to shout out the name of this dish, his shoulder was gently patted. Yang Ming. Qian Hinateko, who had been watching Yang Ming in a daze for a long time, finally couldn't help but call her back to her senses, but was greeted with two big eyes like mothballs. What's wrong? Yang Ming clenched his fist and said, if you had interrupted me 2 minutes earlier, I would have praised you today. But it's a good thing that I saw the appearance of the giant ship hidden in the deep sea. This unconscious search in the food library of my brain is really very tiring. What's the connection? Qian Hinateko listened to Yang Ming in confusion. Giant ship? Deep sea? Don't talk about this, I have already thought of what to do. Yang Ming gently leaned over and whispered his plan. The boy's hair touched Hinata's neck, making her feel a little itchy, but what interested her more was the food the boy talked about. What do you think? Yang Ming's eyes sparkled like stars. Isn't it great? Very interesting. After listening to it, Qian Hinata also thought it was a great idea. Chapter 1235. The boy's hair touched Qian Hinata's neck, making her feel a little itchy, but what interested her more was the food the boy talked about. What do you think? Yang Ming's eyes sparkled like stars. Isn't it great? Very interesting. After listening to it, Qian Hinata also thought it was a great idea. But, there seem to be a lot of ingredients to be processed. I don't know if I can make it in time now. Yang Ming had a headache. Why did he always encounter this problem? Qian Hinata smiled, leave it to me. Since you are the chef, trust me for the rest. Yang Ming clearly read these words from Qian Hinata's eyes. Okay, then I'll wait and see. Mr. Fukudashi, who was standing aside, focused his attention on this competition. Mr. Fukudashi watched the smooth movements of the abbot of Kanagawa, without a pause or a gap, and his control of time was just like a mechanical clock. Oh? Has the movement started over there? Compared with the other two judges, the abbot of Handan Temple paid more attention to Yang Ming's group. It took you so long to think of what kind of dishes to make. After all, it is indeed a bit difficult for these young people to meet our requirements when cooking with these ingredients. Another judge said with a smile, obviously not optimistic. But their cooperation is quite good. Mr. Fukudashi said while watching the movements of Yang Ming and Qian Hinateko. Cucumber cubes. Yang Ming clenched the iron pan in his hand, scooped up the eggplant in the pan, and quickly poured the ingredients prepared by Qian Hinatazi on the right into the pan, taking advantage of the residual heat to save time. Is the next one lettuce or cabbage? Lettuce, please bring me another plate. Okay, by the way, the food in your pot should be ready. The tacit understanding between the two people was fully exerted at this moment, and Yang Ming felt it most obviously. He almost stood there without moving, but the cooking speed was several times faster than he could do alone. It's really interesting. Mr. Fu Disheng looked at the information of Yang Ming in his hand, this tacit understanding, it's like they have worked together for 4 or 5 years. But what exactly are they going to do? The abbot of Handan Temple looked at the situation on Yang Ming's side intently, prepared flour, and steaming and baking molds, what kind of dish is this? I'm also curious. Mr. Fu Disheng was also very interested in this. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than Zhuzhi Yang, not to mention that Yang Ming and Qian Hinata are much better than cobblers. With the joint efforts of the two, the progress of the cooking quickly caught up. Good. Done. Take the steamer with white steam off the fire, and the dish is officially out of the oven. Yang Ming approached the steamer and felt the steam from the steamer with his face. Soon his face became red. I can't believe there is a steamer here. Half of the reason why he chose this dish was because he happened to see the right cooking tools. Well, Qian Hinata said, after all, there are some monks in Handan Temple who have been to China to preach. As a common cooking tool, it is not surprising to find a steamer here. But it is a bit strange to find such a big one. I don't know what it was originally used for. You say, can we win? Yang Ming looked at the other side of the room, where Abbot Kanagawa was making the final dish arrangement. Probably. Inui Hinateko was stared at by a pair of expectant eyes. She held back for a long time, and finally held back the word no. I think so too. Yang Ming said excitedly, not noticing anything wrong. For this food battle, he had used all his best skills. Okay, both sides start to finish. The time was almost up, and Mr. Fukukisheng issued the last order for this food battle. The judges who were chatting had already taken their seats, and their relaxed expressions just now were also put away. At this time, they had to show the most professional attitude. Even if it was a private food battle, their professional quality did not allow them to deal with it casually. First, start the review from Abbot Kanagawa's dishes. At the signal of Mr. Fukudishiro, Abbot Kanagawa came over with a white porcelain plate with a lid. Welcome to taste, one of the must-have appetizers on the menu, rainbow French jelly. Abbot Kanagawa gently opened the lid, and a dazzling rainbow flashed by. Everyone stared at the dish, and after a while, Mizuhara Fuyamai murmured, it really makes people reluctant to use a knife and fork. The layer of jelly lightly attached to the surface is crystal clear, and the vegetables wrapped inside are distinct in color, with clear stripes, red, orange and yellow. Green, blue, purple. The abbot of Kanagawa arranged a brilliant rainbow in this order. On both sides of the French jelly, the azure and orange sauces drew 2 perfect arcs, surrounding the French jelly in the middle. Yang Ming shook his head, it's really a big difference. If the Italian seafood rice he made before was described as beautiful, then the rainbow French jelly in front of him could only be given words such as stunning and perfect. The abbot of Handan Temple picked up the knife and fork, selected a small piece on the right and cut it off. When facing the 2 sauces, he was a little entangled, and finally gently dipped the orange sauce on the right and put it into his mouth. Potatoes, red grapes, wax gourds, and other vegetables were mixed into the meat paste to make 7 layers of colors, and each layer of vegetables was cooked separately to fully bring out their own flavors. The abbot of Handan Temple paused and continued, the orange sauce on the right, is sour orange jelly, right? Yes. The abbot of Kanagawa nodded. Then what is the azure sauce on the left? The abbot of Handan Temple did not touch the French jelly, but chose to taste it directly with the tip of the fork, but could not determine the answer. It should be a refreshing herb green sauce made from a mixture of several herbs headed by shiso. Mr. Fukukisheng, who is quite sensitive to spices, said confidently. Using sour orange and shiso to match French jelly. What an interesting idea. The abbot of Handan Temple smiled inadvertently after finding the answer. The fragrant fried zucchini with herb sauce, this combination is so refreshing and wonderful. As long as you cut it into different parts and use different sauces, the taste will be completely different. The red carrots and tomatoes are also very compatible with this sour orange sauce. Mizuhara Fuyamai also praised. Chapter 1236. Use sour oranges and basil to match French jelly. What an interesting idea. The abbot of Handan Temple who found the answer smiled inadvertently. The fragrant fried zucchini with herb sauce, this combination is so refreshing and wonderful. As long as you cut it into different parts and use different sauces, the taste will be completely different. The red carrots and tomatoes are also very compatible with this sour orange sauce. Mizuhara Fuyamai also praised. 7 layers of French jelly, plus the combination of 2 sauces, you can enjoy 14 flavors. So that's it. Does the meaning of rainbow French jelly not only look good, but also taste as colorful as a rainbow? I didn't expect that this colorful strip is not only pleasing to the eye, but also has a great effect in taste. You are worthy of being a magician of vegetable cuisine. From fresh and delicious to ripe fruits, it's like the taste that penetrates into people's hearts. The abbot of Handan Temple did not hesitate to praise him. Just as he said it, he felt something was wrong. Fresh and delicious? No, aren't all these materials damaged and oxidized? Why don't I feel it at all? The abbot of Handan Temple suddenly realized this fact. He looked up at the abbot Kanagawa, but the abbot Kanagawa just smiled and had no intention of answering. It's glutamic acid. At this time, Mr. Fu Disheng next to him spoke. Glutamic acid? Yang Ming asked in confusion. How did he get to chemistry? Well, tomatoes and green beans contain glutamic acid, one of the umami substances. After drying, the umami will be concentrated, and the sweetness will be even better, so it will be difficult for you to feel the defects of the ingredients. Mr. Fu Disheng explained in a complicated way. Yang Ming rolled his eyes. Glutamic acid? Do you really think he is stupid? It's just message. Okay, then next, please ask the judges to review the next dish. The 3 judges still looked unsatisfied. Cutting the French jelly with different colors from different angles, and then combining it with 2 sauces with different flavors, you can get a completely different taste experience. It's like playing a game and you can't stop. However, after remembering the taste, they quickly got rid of the influence of the previous dish and began to wait for the next dish. And what greeted them was, "Please make way, Master Kanagawa." The steaming hot air came from behind, forcing Master Kanagawa, who was originally leisurely standing aside, to make way. What, these rude kids? He looked at Yang Ming and Qian Hinateko with dissatisfaction, but soon, he was shocked by the objects they were carrying. What is this? What was carried between the 2 people was a huge steamer. Abbot Kanagawa certainly had seen steamers before, but this was the first time he had seen such a big one. Okay. Yang Ming and Qian Hinateko placed the huge steamer on the table in front of the 3 examiners. This is our dish, please taste it. The 3 examiners were obviously also shocked, and looked at each other for a long time. Finally, Mr. Fukudashi stood up and opened the lid of the steamer with Mr. Fukudashi. A giant pomegranate-shaped snow-white object, the body filled the whole steamer, lying quietly at the bottom of the steamer, emitting heat, looking at the people present with a provocative look. Is this a bun? Such a big bun. Mizuhara Fuyamai was a little stunned. No. It's Shayamai. Yang Ming said with a smile, you can call it the Great Universe Shayamai. Great Universe Shayamai. The abbot of Handan Temple walked around the steamer, first time seeing it. Among the people present, he, who specializes in sushi, probably knows the most about Chinese cuisine, but even he is seeing this dish for the first time. Of course. If the 15th dish of Xiao Deijia's secret menu is so easy to see, then wouldn't there be master chefs everywhere? When Yang Ming saw the abbot of Kanagawa making French jelly, he knew that if he wanted to separate the taste of the ingredients, he would definitely not be able to compete with the colorful French jelly of the abbot of Kanagawa. So he thought in reverse. Since it doesn't work to separate them, how about integrating them? When Xiao Deijia faced the challenge of Master Ji's perfect golden ratio steamed buns, didn't he use the universe-sized steamed buns that combined the deliciousness of the whole pig to compete? He still remembers the description of the diners at that time. Every bite in every different part is a new experience. Doesn't this completely meet the requirements of the subject's taste diversity? Then if he puts all kinds of vegetables together, the intertwined deliciousness can make people feel that the ingredients are not fresh at all, right? It's really interesting, there is only one steamed bun in such a big steamer. The squinting eyes of the abbot of Handan Temple opened a little. After the abbot of Kanagawa recovered from the initial shock, he quickly became nonchalant again. Why make such a dying struggle? How can such a big steamed bun be steamed, let alone delicious? It seems that I really overestimated these 2 students. Yes, it is not easy to think of what to do in such a short time. How can I expect them to think carefully? Shayamai is one of the most popular noodle snacks. It originated from steamed buns. The biggest difference between it and steamed buns is that the top is not sealed and is pomegranate shaped. This non-closed design makes the filling of Shayamai soft and fragrant, oily but not greasy, and the skin is white and crystal clear, like a jade pomegranate. Although Abbot Kanagawa had never seen this dish before, as a professional chef, he naturally understood that all dim sum have one thing in common: the smaller the more delicate. Once the volume is too large, the uniformity of the taste and the consistency of the temperature of each part will become difficult to control, and finally become a mess. So he dared to make such a confident judgment. Ignoring the words of the Abbot Kanagawa, Yang Ming made a gesture of invitation. "Dear judges, please come in." The three judges looked at each other, and finally Mizuhara Fuyamai asked in confusion, "How do you eat this? Such a big steamed bun, are they supposed to hold it and eat it like this?" Chien Hinateko, who was standing next to Yang Ming, stepped forward and demonstrated with chopsticks, "Wrap the skin and stuffing with chopsticks, and then wrap the stuffing with the skin, like this." Everyone stared at the chopsticks in Chien Hinateko's hand, and saw his quick movements, and a small steamed bun wrapped with stuffing was formed. Chapter 1237. Like this. Chien Hinateko, who was standing next to Yang Ming, stepped forward and demonstrated with chopsticks, "Wrap the skin and stuffing with chopsticks, and then wrap the stuffing with the skin, like this." Everyone stared at the chopsticks in Chien Hinateko's hand, and saw his quick movements, and a small steamed bun wrapped with stuffing was formed. "So that's how it is." Mizuhara Fuyamai gently inserted chopsticks into the large universe shayamai in front of her, and an alluring aroma emanated from the gap. "It smells so good." She followed suit and gently twisted the dough in her hand around the filling, and a small shayamai like the one in Inui Hinatako's hand naturally twisted out. She put the small wrapped shayamai into her mouth. As soon as it entered her mouth, the shayamai hissed directly into her stomach like melted nectar, and the sweet taste spread on her tongue. "How is it? Is it not cooked inside?" Abbot Kanagawa said very confidently. No. Abbot Hondan Temple had just eaten one, and he was still confused. He wrapped another piece in the middle of the universe shayamai, poked the skin, and the filling full of mature smell exuded its own deliciousness. "Inside, it's all cooked. How is it possible?" Abbot Kanagawa turned his head to look at Yang Ming, trying to find the answer from the latter's face, but unfortunately Yang Ming's face was full of "I won't tell you, so you can hit me" expression. "You used charcoal, right?" Mr. Fu Disheng, who had been watching from the side, suddenly said. Facing Mr. Fu Disheng's question, Yang Ming did not dare to be careless. He nodded, "That's right. I roasted the shayamai with charcoal before steaming it. Although charcoal will not produce fire, it can spread the heat throughout the shayamai. But, where is the diversity of this dish?" Put the charcoal after figuring out the problem of fire, Abbot Kanagawa raised a new question. And this question just hit the hearts of several judges. Indeed, although you used a unique filling like pig's feet as the base material, and added black fungus, winter bamboo shoots, and edamame to increase its viscosity, it tastes really good, but I don't think it can meet the requirements of the project. Mizuhara Fuyamai also raised the same question. Chien Hinateko, who was standing aside, smiled slightly. When she first heard Yang Ming's idea, she also had this idea, but when she started to practice, she found that this dish was far from being that simple. Big size? Special ingredients? Even more special is still to come. Chien Hinateko, what did you just say? Mizuhara Fuyamai opened her eyes slightly. Pig's feet? Viscosity. Well, what's wrong? Mizuhara Fuyamai looked at the steamed buns on the chopsticks. She was clearly eating the front leg meat with tough meat and infinite freshness. The chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, chives and cooking wine used to match it made the spicy taste more and more intense, until you couldn't get enough. But, Inui Hinateko said, it was the tendons that were used here? So that's it. This is how the diversity of this big steamed bun is reflected. The abbot of Hondan Temple didn't say anything, but walked around the universe big steamed bun, and took a bite from several different positions. With each bite, the joy in his eyes became stronger. No wonder it's called the universe big steamed bun. Seeing the abbot of Hondan Temple suddenly realize, Mr. Fukukasheng and Mizuhara Fuyamai also took a bite from different positions of the universe big steamed bun to taste it, and suddenly they were inspired. So that's it. They both understood. What's the matter? Seeing them suddenly enlightened, the abbot of Kanagawa wanted to go up and try it himself. Look here. Mizuhara Fuyamai picked up a little from the place where she had eaten at first. First, beat the tough front leg meat, and then heat it. This way, the freshness of the front leg meat itself can be stimulated. And this piece is tenderloin. Mizuhara Fuyamai said, the tenderloin part is also beaten to fully show the smoothness of the fat in the tenderloin. The head meat that is particularly chewy, the unique stickiness of the hoof flour, the light but round back loin meat. The abbot of Handan Temple listed them one by one, but what surprised him most was this: different parts of the meat are matched with different vegetables and seasonings, and the taste is so distinct. Now, everyone understands why this dish is called the universe's big steamed bun. That's because this steamed bun seems to contain the energy of the entire universe's life. The diners can decide which part they like to eat and how big the sumai should be. Mr. Fu Disheng added, and this is the greatest pleasure of eating dim sum. I think this dish was originally designed not just for dim sum, right? No wonder he is the boss of a food magazine. He can analyze the origin of a dish just by analyzing it. Yang Ming nodded, yes. This dish is one of the most eye-catching main dishes in Chinese cuisine and is a special banquet dish. Seeing that several judges had almost tasted it, Mr. Fu Disheng said, okay, everyone has finished tasting. Now, start voting. What? I lost? This is impossible. The expression of the abbot of Kanagawa seemed to be frozen, and his eyes were full of confusion. The judges who had just voted began to explain the reasons for their votes. Although Abbot Kanagawa's rainbow French jelly is almost perfect, Yang Mingjun's cosmic steamed buns contain completely different flavors in different parts, which is amazing. I think this vote should go to Yang Ming. Mizuhara Fuyamai said. In my opinion, although both dishes are delicious, they both have flaws, and Yang Ming's dish, I don't think it conforms to my aesthetics, sorry. The abbot of Handan Temple, who adheres to exquisite vegetarianism, finally chose to vote for Abbot Kanagawa. Top-notch delicacies may still have subtle flaws, but this explosive power conceals all the flaws, making people completely immersed in its taste. I vote for Yang Ming. After pondering for a long time, Mr. Fukukasheng finally cast his precious vote for Yang Ming, which determined the outcome of this food battle. Then, I declare that the winner of this Shokyuchi competition is Yang Ming. Great! Yang Ming cheered and high-fived Inui Hinateko, thank you Mr. Fukukasheng. Thank you all the judges. Thank you, the abbot of Kanagawa. Before leaving, Yang Ming did not forget to say hello to the abbot of Kanagawa. Humph! The abbot of Kanagawa remained silent, but finally could not resist Yang Ming's enthusiastic eyes and nodded. Chapter 1238. Then, I declare that the winner of this Shokyuchi competition is Yang Ming. Great! Yang Ming cheered and high-fived Inui Hinateko, thank you Mr. Fukukasheng. Thank you all the judges. Thank you, the abbot of Kanagawa. Before leaving, Yang Ming did not forget to say hello to the abbot of Kanagawa. Humph! The abbot of Kanagawa remained silent, but finally could not resist Yang Ming's enthusiastic eyes and nodded. Chapter 1238. Then, I declare that the winner of this Shokyuchi competition is Yang Ming. Great! Yang Ming cheered and high-fived Inui Hinateko, thank you Mr. Fukukasheng. Thank you all the judges. Thank you, the abbot of Kanagawa. Forgot to say hello to the abbot Kanagawa. Humph! The abbot Kanagawa remained silent, but finally couldn't stand Yang Ming's enthusiastic eyes and nodded. After the two people left, the abbot Kanagawa asked coldly, are you reluctant to see them lose in public, so you deliberately voted like this? As soon as he said it, he knew he had said the wrong thing. Sure enough, Mizuhara Fuyamai immediately retorted, as a judge of the food battle, do you think we will do that? It seems that you can't accept your failure, Abbot Kanagawa. Why don't you try it yourself? Mr. Fukukasheng interrupted at the right time and calmed down a dispute that had not yet started. Let me have a taste? Okay. I'll try it. The universe-sized shayamai was lying in a giant steamer, steaming white. Although several judges had tasted part of it before, there was still a large area that was still undeveloped. Abbot Kanagawa picked up the chopsticks, tore off a piece of skin in the same way as before, wrapped it up and put it in his mouth. However, as soon as this shayamai containing countless essences entered his mouth, his indifferent expression collapsed, replaced by an expression of disbelief. The feeling was, the shayamai exploded in his mouth. It seemed as if the tip of the tongue was on fire, the flames danced in the mouth, the aroma of meat continued to emanate, and the delicate meat and vegetable aroma continued to permeate. It seemed as if I had come to this place after a long winter and many years. The slightly cold and bleak winter went away with this bite of Xiaomai, and the accumulated cold air flew away from the solace of my feet to the top of my head, and the spring full of hope was reborn. Really, really delicious. Even a demanding person like Kanagawa could only give such an answer at this time. How do you feel now? Mr. Fukudashi asked, observing the expression of the abbot Kanagawa. Indeed, there is a big difference. The abbot Kanagawa murmured, it's obvious that the ingredients in his dishes have not been processed at all. The oxidized, damaged, and bad ingredients are exposed as soon as they are eaten, but why are they so delicious? It's the fire. I know this. He used charcoal fire, so the taste was wrapped in the dough and did not leak out, but this is not enough, the taste of this explosion is not just charcoal fire. He must have used something else, what is it? Mr. Fukudashi hesitated to speak. He had just tasted this dish. What the abbot Kanagawa said was completely correct. The ingredients and charcoal fire were not the key points at all. The key point was, how these ingredients were matched. Abbot Kanagawa's rainbow French jelly, each ingredient has been carefully prepared by him, even the inferior ingredients, and the taste has become no different from the original, which can be regarded as a model for vegetable processing. And the model, from another perspective, is not innovative, sticking to the old ways. Only trusting his own recipes, only trusting his own seasonings, instinctively resisting everything else, all the dishes are unchanged, how can this be a chef at the top? So, he prepared these ingredients in this food battle. And Yang Ming's approach, according to his speculation about this boy, did not disappoint him. These defective ingredients are not processed, and the heroes gather. What if they are damaged? What if they are oxidized? Do the ingredients have to be perfect? There is no perfect thing in this world. Trust your cooking skills, trust your own dishes, trust all the ingredients, so that the imperfect things can also come together to emit perfect brilliance. Abbot Kanagawa has become arbitrary in the past few years in Handan Temple. He only believed in his own things, believed in the recipes 100%, and didn't look at the staff's voices and the customers' expressions. He had long lost his trust in this world. And these things have imprisoned a genius who could have reached a higher place. Of course, it is useless for others to say these things, you have to think about them yourself. When the abbot of Kanagawa figured it out, that was when he crossed to another height. Tomorrow, it is a new day. The abbot of Kanagawa's face was pale, and he felt that the whole world was spinning in front of him. He actually lost. Lost to Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming has the title of Son of God and is also a member of the 10 elites, he has shown amazing talent since a long time ago. But he still lost to a freshman. This made him unacceptable. His eyes went black, and with a plop, he fell to the ground and fainted. But no one had the time to pay attention to him. At this moment, the faces of all the monks in Handan Temple were extremely ugly. In the second round of the battle between Yuanyu and Handan Temple, they suffered another crushing defeat. This time, they were completely defeated. The abbot of Handan Temple looked so gloomy that water could drip from it. Before, he despised Yang Ming's stupidity, thinking that he had mobilized the emotions of the monks in Handan Temple. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the emotions that were finally mobilized were shattered by the opponent again. Seeing the trace of fear in the eyes of those monks, the abbots of Handan Temple also sighed. Initially, their plan was to provoke an internal fight among the students of Totsuki, but unexpectedly, they were the ones who suffered a devastating blow in the end. This time, the top leaders of Handan Temple really miscalculated. Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Okay, let's go back and rest. Hey, I thought I could meet an interesting opponent, but I didn't expect that my confidence would collapse completely after only 2 rounds. Qian Hinatazi also shook her head helplessly. Haha, there's nothing we can do. We are too strong, aren't we? The stubborn Katozaki Taki laughed wildly. No way? Maybe they let us go out of kindness, right? Even Kikuchi Inko asked timidly. Originally, she thought that Yang Ming won a diamond cuisine cooking promotion competition and might lose to the opponent in the next round. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming won in an unimaginable way in the end, which made her feel incredible. Kikuchi Inko, after all, you are from Totsuki, you should set your sights higher. How can such an ordinary chef compare with Totsuki? Mizuhara Fuyamai patted Kikuchi Inko's shoulder and advised kindly. Chapter 1239. Originally, she thought that Yang Ming won a diamond cuisine cooking promotion competition and might lose to the opponent in the next round. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming won in an unimaginable way in the end, which made her feel incredible. Kikuchi Inko, after all, you are from Totsuki, you should set your sights higher. How can such an ordinary chef compare with Totsuki? Mizuhara Fuyami patted Kikuchi Inko's shoulder and advised kindly. That's right. The average level of chefs in this kind of ordinary temple cannot be compared with that of Totsuki. Inui Hinateko also explained. That's right. Kikuchi Inko suddenly realized. Then she turned around and apologized very seriously, please don't be discouraged. It's normal that you can't beat us. After all, you are just chefs in an ordinary temple. Damn it! Are these guys doing it on purpose? The monks of Handan Temple were furious. This is naked contempt. It's simply unforgivable. The monks of Handan Temple, whose confidence had been severely frustrated, were once again furious. Come again. That's right. The chefs of our Handan Temple are not easy to bully. Keep going if you have the guts. The abbot of Handan Temple burst into tears. Haven't you discovered that you are not the opponent of the other party at all? This is just giving them experience for nothing. The other abbots also discovered this problem and wanted to cry. Why don't we stop them? An abbot asked tentatively. Oh, forget it, let them go. The abbot of Handan Temple had given up completely. The crowd was so excited that he would only have the opposite effect if he went up to stop them. One can only hope that they would not be hit too hard. Mujozi Yuanqiu and others looked at Yang Ming, with eager expressions on their faces. In fact, the overall strength of the chefs of Handan Temple is still good. The competition for the top 4 of Diamond Cuisine 12 is coming soon, which is a good experience for Mujozi Yuanqiu and others. And Qian Hinatazi was just venting her anger. The previous dish made her feel that she had lost face, so she wanted to vent her anger on the monks of Handan Temple. Yang Ming glanced at the angry monks of Handan Temple and smiled, haha, no problem, it's up to you. It doesn't matter how badly you hit the opponent. Great. I know Yang Mingjun is the best. This time I want to defeat the most people. Okay, let's see who defeats the most people in the end. Come on, who's afraid of who? Soon, the third round of full-scale confrontation was launched vigorously. This time, many monks in Handan Temple can be said to have the same hatred and enemies, and they are united. This confrontation lasted until 7 o'clock in the evening. After fighting for several hours, Yang Ming and others not only did not have a trace of fatigue on their faces, but were very excited. This feeling of crushing the opponent is so cool. Among the people who came this time, Qian Hinateko is needless to say, even Mujozi Yuanqiu and others are elites in Totsuki. The chef level of Handan Temple is already inferior to Totsuki. As long as they don't meet those old predecessors, Mujozi Yuanqiu and others can handle it. I've already defeated 4. And, I've already defeated 5. Haha, I've already 6. Compared to the jubilation of the students of Totsuki, the monks of Handan Temple were all pale and their confidence was completely destroyed. It was too cruel. They had a total of 10 of the best fire chefs, but they were all killed by 3 people from the other side. In their eyes, Inui Hinateko, Mikuchi Ingo, and these 3 people were like demons. Seeing them like this, Mikuchi Ingo felt a little sorry and bowed to everyone, saying, "Thank you for showing mercy, everyone has worked hard. Sorry for causing trouble to everyone." The venue was suddenly quiet. Damn it! Is this a mockery? This must be a mockery, right? This guy must have done it on purpose. For a moment, the hatefulness of Mujozi Yuanqiu in their hearts rose sharply, directly surpassing Yang Ming. That sweet and pure appearance instantly became as ugly as a devil in their eyes. It turned out that the most insidious one was this guy, who was almost deceived by her pure appearance. In an instant, a series of angry eyes stared at Mujozi Yuanqiu. This guy is unforgivable. Mujozi Yuanqiu was startled and didn't understand why they reacted so strongly. He took a step back timidly, blinking his big eyes, and said innocently, "Everyone worked hard, so it's not your fault that you lost, it's just because Yang Ming and the others are too strong." Another mockery. Another mockery. This is simply unforgivable. The monks of Handan Temple were completely furious. Mujozi Yuanqiu cried and said, "What's wrong with everyone? Why are you so excited? It's just because we lost, it's not a big deal. Pretend. Pretend again. It's so disgusting. Kick her out of Handan Temple." That's right. The confrontation between the two sides lasted until 12 o'clock in the evening. Yang Ming and his companions were exhausted after the battle, and they were holding on with only one breath. The monks of Handan Temple finally lost their courage. So much so that after this exchange, many monks of Handan Temple went through the procedures of returning to secular life. Of course, this is a later story. After everyone left, Yang Ming also led Jian Hinateko and others to leave. What does glory mean to him? Yang Ming had thought about this question many times, and thought he had thought it through thoroughly enough, but now he became confused again. Take a break, and then continue the game. At the gate of Handan Temple, facing Jian Hinateko and the others, Yang Ming just whispered this sentence and waved goodbye calmly. It is winter now. Yang Ming exhaled and experienced the unique dampness and coldness on the streets of Tokyo. The whistling sound of vehicles in his ears never stopped, and the people around him were in a hurry. The cold and noisy air continued to spread. Walking here, it seemed that you would be dragged into it unconsciously. It's snowing. A child on the roadside shouted excitedly. He looked up, and the cold snowflakes gently touched his face, and were instantly melted into small water droplets by his body temperature. The sky was cut into small square pieces by the towering buildings. The heavy clouds were dark grey like piles of ash. The thin ice fell sparsely from above, and turned into heavy snow in a blink of an eye. His shoulders were soaked by ice and snow, and the hair behind him was also dyed white by the wind and snow. Yang Ming frowned slightly, and then looked around for a place to hide from the snow. Got it. What came into view was a black door with a maid pattern painted on it, and a small wooden sign was hung on it. Demi Eco Restaurant. Chapter 1240. His shoulders were soaked by the snow, and his hair was dyed white by the wind and snow. Yang Ming frowned slightly, and then looked around for a place to hide from the snow. Got it. What came into view was a black door with a maid pattern painted on it, and a small wooden sign was hung on it. Demi Eco Restaurant. When did such a restaurant open here? Yang Ming tried to recall it in his mind, but unfortunately he couldn't figure it out. What happened in the past, what didn't happen, many memories disappeared with time and age, or intertwined and mixed into a muddy mass. Speaking of which, he didn't have dinner yet, and he was really a little hungry. He held the gold-plated door handle and twisted it gently. Ding-dong, the crisp sound of the bell rang, and the brightness from the door made Yang Ming, who had been wandering in the night, squint his eyes unconsciously. Welcome. A girl's voice came from inside. Do you want to order food? The restaurant is not very large, but it is clean and warm, with soft lighting and a warm yellow hue. There are some green plants in the corner, and near the door there was also a flower stand with a few pots of small, unknown flowers full of life on it. The light green color matched the background very well, making people feel happy just by looking at it. There were several tables of guests sitting in the store. Yang Ming chose a seat near the corner, and then the girl, who was not sure whether she was the store manager or the waitress, came over with a menu. Here is the menu. Please take a look. I will come back to take your order later. Yes. There was also a cup of warm boiled water on the table along with the menu. Yang Ming took a sip and raised his eyebrows in surprise when he looked at the menu again. It's actually handwritten. The neat words, with almost the same spacing between words, and the cursive English notes below, seemed to show the meticulous character of the writer. The dishes on the menu were very diverse. After Kung Pao chicken and twice-cooked pork, there were actually tempura and red wine steak. It was a bit surprising that this restaurant had such a wide range of ideas. However, the illustrations on the corners of the menu were quite exquisite. He flipped through the entire menu without realizing it and turned back to the first page. What should I eat? There were too many choices, which made it difficult to choose. Yang Ming's eyes wandered around the paper until they stopped at a certain place on the menu. Fried rice with egg. He was in a trance. I haven't eaten this for a long time. The moment he saw the name, Yang Ming confirmed it without hesitation. Boss, please give me a serving of fried rice with egg. Okay. The girl's crisp voice responded to him. Perhaps people love nostalgia when they get older. Sitting on the soft seat, his thoughts unconsciously flew to the summer when he was 13 years old. At that time, he got the system in the Naruto world, which changed his ordinary life from then on. The words and things he said at that time are still vivid in his mind today. It's strange to say that although he is old and can't remember many things, these things are like pearls in the sand, washed clean by the waves of time, shining in the corner of memory, and every detail is moving. At that time, Yang Ming certainly didn't know how to cook. He just got the system and followed the recipe step by step. Until the end, the only dish that Yang Ming could make that was satisfactory was beef ramen, followed by egg fried rice. That should be the simplest cooking Yang Ming knows, right? It seems that everyone can stir-fry rice and eggs. But if you follow the systematic steps, it has a light, tender and fresh fragrance, and it is not greasy at all, as if there is a kind of happy and gentle light. Even a picky person like Yang Ming can happily eat a big bowl. However, it is difficult to eat the egg fried rice that you make in other places. The egg fried rice in many restaurants is so greasy that it is annoying, and the eggs are eggs and the rice is rice. They can't be integrated at all, which is far from the egg fried rice that Yang Ming makes himself. Yang Ming couldn't help but regret it. Why did he order egg fried rice? No matter what, it can't be comparable to the taste in his memory, right? The egg fried rice is here. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The girl who just asked him what he wanted to eat came back with a plate of golden egg fried rice. It looks pretty good. It was the most common kind of egg fried rice, with only eggs, rice and chopped green onions, without any ham or chicken. But there was no egg on the white plate, only golden rice grains piled up, like heavy ears of rice after the autumn harvest. Yang Ming picked up the spoon and gently scooped up a spoonful. A wisp of refreshing fragrance floated over, without even a trace of oily smell. Is this actually egg fried rice? The moment the egg fried rice entered the mouth, the distinct texture of the grains was simply amazing. The aroma of eggs and chopped green onions blended evenly together, creating a unique flavor with the warm fragrance of rice. It's delicious. Golden, green, and white, three completely different colors blended together to condense a clear and delicious taste. It is hard to imagine that a simple egg fried rice can be so delicious. From the tip of the tongue to the root of the tongue, and then along the throat and esophagus to the stomach, the long sleeping body is gradually awakened with the shouts. What a nostalgic taste! Yang Ming closed his eyes and savored the familiar taste in his mouth. It's not quite right to say that it's familiar. The bowl in front of him is obviously much better than the cooking skills of the street stall chef, but due to the beautification of memory, this egg fried rice overlaps with the one in memory. Hey! Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from beside his ear. Yang Ming looked up and saw a pair of familiar black eyes. Yang Ming stood there for a long time before he smiled bitterly and tried to collect his thoughts. However, even though he wanted to collect his thoughts, his brain was completely out of his control. Thank you for the fried rice. It's really delicious. Yang Ming stood up and put the fried rice on the table in front of him. On the table was a clean plate that had been eaten without leaving any grain. I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. Facing the compliment from the guest, the girl lowered her head a little embarrassedly. Welcome to visit again. The snow came and went quickly. When he went out, the blizzard that seemed to have flooded the entire city had disappeared. Before and after passing through the door of this restaurant, Yang Ming's mood had changed greatly. Where should I go next? Chapter 1241. The snow came and went quickly. When he went out, the blizzard that seemed to have flooded the entire city had disappeared. Before and after passing through the door of this restaurant, Yang Ming's mood had changed greatly. Where should I go next? He lowered his head, his footsteps made a light creaking sound on the snow, and he continued to wander aimlessly on the street. Because of the heavy snow, there were few pedestrians on the road, and most of the shops were closed. 3 days later, Mount Fuji. The turning point of life often happens at the most unexpected moment. Those strange clouds and twists and turns with lightning and thunder are indeed shocking when they are tit for tat, but they are often forgotten after 3 or 2 days. It is those trivial things that are just ordinary things at the time, but they can be savored carefully in the future to discover another kind of profound meaning. The desolate whistling of the north wind is endless, and the withered and yellow grass stems are like broken flags, without any vitality in the endless frost. Occasionally, a few uninvited snowflakes like catkins fall on Yang Ming's face, leaving thin white marks on his slightly cool and dry skin, but he seems to be deaf to it, standing there and counting the past that has been missed through his fingers, and he doesn't even realize that his fingers are numb from the cold. There is still half a month. Half a month, it seems like a very magical spell. As long as he can win the Diamond Cuisine Asia Championship in half a month, Yang Ming can truly become a master, that is, a world-class chef. This sentence can be easily covered up by just a sentence half a month later between the lines, but for them who live in the story, it is countless sleepless days and nights and dawns. Over the years, Yang Ming has been to many places, wind-eroded ancient cities, ruins of quicksand, noisy cities with flashing neon lights, and quiet towns with blue bricks and white tiles. He has walked through the desert and seen the ocean. Sometimes he is looking for something, and sometimes he is completely aimless, but this is the only place that can make him feel at peace during his walks and stops. After all, a little further ahead, there is a chef who is very famous in the Japanese cuisine world. Yang Ming said nothing and looked ahead silently. The white mountains are winding endlessly until they disappear in a certain fold. He stared silently at the direction in his memory, as if he was exploring the deepest darkness and the farthest end of the universe. His fists clenched unconsciously, and the road ahead was still covered with ice and snow. The road ahead was long and dangerous. With Yang Ming's current condition, he could not go forward. He did not mean to show off. He just wandered around for a while, looking for a breakpoint in his memory on the snowy mountain, and the past events that were gradually forgotten in the breakpoint. Whenever he thought about these things, he was focused like the pebbles spread out on the river beach, bright and moist, soft and hard, and like a willow branch soaked in spring water, so tough that even a shake could not shake it a millimeter. It's troublesome to come out to look for inspiration for food. Yang Ming muttered to himself, his leather shoes lightly stepping on the snow, applying a moderate force, just enough to stand on the snow without sinking too deep, and the white mist between his breaths blended into the vastness. He walks on this rugged ice and snow several times almost every year, not because of how beautiful the scenery of Mount Fuji is, in fact, the most he sees is the unchanging white snow, and he has no time to care about other things, but to leave some marks on this road. He has planned the way to Mount Fuji many times, which part of the road is slippery and steep on cloudy days, and which part needs to be cautious to go forward, and which part needs to be carefully avoided due to occasional falling rocks. Just like the most experienced tour guide here, Yang Ming knows everything. What is he looking for? I just heard on the internet that a very famous small shop opened here and came to take a look. Achoo! The biting cold wind is always tireless. After sneezing, Yang Ming unconsciously tightened his clothes and rubbed his slightly red nose. It was getting late and God was unwilling to give face. It was time to go down the mountain. Just thinking this, he looked up and was occupied by a touch of goose yellow. In this white snowfield, birds and beasts have flown away, and everything is withered and silent, but there is such a goose yellow flower that seems to be forgotten by the god of winter. It has planted its roots in the soil under the snow and grows peacefully and tenaciously in this ice and snow. Yang Ming squatted down and looked down at this fragile and strong little creature. His lips, which were slightly dry due to the cold wind, were pursed into a line. He wanted to smell if there was any gentle fragrance, but there was nothing else except the moist breath on the surface. He couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth, secretly mocking his own greed. This is just an ordinary wild flower at the foot of the mountain, often growing in unknown places, or on the side of a road where few people pass by, and is often trampled into the mud. But as long as the roots are still there, it will emerge from the ground again with vigor. Yang Ming thought about it, maybe this little flower was a seed hanging on his trouser leg, and he brought it to the foot of the mountain by swaying all the way, and then fell into the narrow gap stepped on and sprouted. No matter which one of them, the probability of occurrence is as low as the bottom, and it is a miracle to achieve it at the same time. But no matter how low the probability is, this flower is placed in front of him at this moment. He looked at the little flower silently for a while, stretched out his hand from his sleeve, and gently touched the petals with his slender fingers. Looking at the flower swaying, his expression softened for the first time, and there was a little smile. That's amazing. I'll come see you next year. Yang Ming promised a flower solemnly, we've agreed. It's easy to climb a mountain but hard to go down, especially for people climbing snowy mountains. In this huge Fuji mountain range, on this snowy glacier, if there are no signs and guides, it's probably impossible to walk from dawn to dark, but Yang Ming was familiar with the route and had no obstacles all the way. He arrived at the foot of the mountain before the sky was drawn. It was not the peak tourist season of Mount Fuji. The town under the snowy mountain was desolate. A few scattered houses were crumbling, sparsely populated, and shadows of trees were looming. If it was used to shoot a horror movie, even the set would be omitted, but it didn't scare Yang Ming, who came out from time to time to look for food inspiration. He stared at the few lights on the street slowly, thinking about whether to go to the hotel to soak a bowl of instant noodles, or to find the small shop introduced on the internet to challenge his appetite, but he found what he was looking for inadvertently. Chapter 1242. It was not the peak tourist season of Mount Fuji at this time. The small town under the snow-capped mountain was desolate. Several scattered courtyards were crumbling, sparsely populated, and the shadows of trees were looming. If it was used to shoot a horror movie, even the scenery would be omitted, but it would not scare Yang Ming, who was out from time to time looking for food inspiration. He stared at the few lights on the street slowly, thinking about whether to go to the hotel to soak a bowl of instant noodles, or to find the small shop introduced on the internet to challenge his appetite, but he found what he was looking for inadvertently. There was a dim light bulb hanging in front of the wooden door, which seemed to isolate the desolate moonlight and illuminate the wooden door below. Yang Ming was able to see the 4 words faintly written on the sign on the door. Tsukiyobashi Jiro. So this is the place. I finally found it. I just don't know how this restaurant is. Could it be a scam like some black shops? Dingling dingling. Yang Ming gently pressed the gilded copper door handle and pushed it down a little. The wooden door opened naturally, and the sound of the welcome bell ringing in his ears was clear and pleasant. The snow on his body seemed to melt away the moment he entered the door. The slightly drunk warm light in the store shone on Yang Ming's body, and a layer of light halo was dyed on him. He exhaled gently, and the cold breath of Mount Fuji was long, but it disappeared on the way forward. Perhaps it was late, there were not many customers in the store at this time. The old man at the counter was busy counting the bills, and he chatted with a customer who was eating, with a slightly surprised tone, "Hey? Did you find a job? What are you talking about?" Jinji took out a napkin and wiped his mouth. "Do I look like I can't find a job?" Jiro Ono carefully looked at his slightly pale face due to long-term absence of sunlight, and his hands that were as delicate as works of art, and nodded seriously, "Yes." "Why is it like that?" Jinji insisted and asked for the reason. "Didn't you just get up?" "Who would just get up at this time when going to work?" Jiro Ono said reasonably. "I work the night shift." "Do you understand the night shift?" Jinji glanced at the old man. "Okay, I'll put the money here." "Yet." Jiro Ono seemed to have not finished a bill and was still struggling there. "By the way, does the store provide midnight snacks?" Jinji asked again. This time, Onojiro raised his head. "The store closes at 9:30. I also need to rest." He is not as leisurely as Jinji, who can sleep until the evening and then get up leisurely. "Okay, okay." Jinji waved his hand, "Then I'll go. Goodbye." When Jinji passed by Yang Ming, he unconsciously looked at the slender young man. How long can it take to pass by? At most, it was just a few seconds, but this did not prevent him from looking at this man carefully. Most of the children raised in the Jiangnan water town have a common characteristic, tender and lovely, and the young man in front of him is no exception. If he is willing to go to the entertainment industry, he may become the dream lover of many girls. What's more, although he has a handsome face, there is a sense of vicissitudes of life between his eyebrows and demeanor, which adds a lot to his background. Yang Ming smelled the smell of soup coming from him, chopped green onions, seaweed, sesame oil, and some indescribable fragrance. I didn't think much of it, but now I just felt the gluttony in my heart, and my stomach was stirring. Yinzi was always very outgoing, and he would talk to anyone whether he knew him or not. Moreover, although he had never seen this person before, he felt that he looked familiar, so before he could figure it out, he looked at the wet marks on his shoulders and asked, "Is it still snowing outside?" Yang Ming was stunned at first, but the innate cultivation of the shop owner made him quickly say, "It stopped a long time ago." He accidentally bumped into a branch on the road and bumped into the fallen frost, which made it wet. "Is that so?" Yinzi rubbed his hands, blew a breath into his palms, and said before pushing the door and going out, "It's cold, let's have a bowl of wontons." Eat a bowl of wontons. This sentence somehow planted a seed in Yang Ming's heart, so that when Onojiro asked him what he wanted to eat a while later, he blurted out, "A bowl of shrimp wontons." "Okay, please wait a moment." Onojiro answered fluently. Wontons are one of the most ancient folk foods, and it is also a classic example of local water and soil nurturing local wontons. Wontons in different places are different in terms of name, method, and taste. But no matter where the wontons are, whether it is flatbread or wonton, most of them have to take advantage of the fresh and hot energy to swallow it in one bite, and fully feel the breath of fireworks in the world to be proud. On such a cold day, eating a bowl of steaming wontons is the best. Wontons have thin skin, so they don't need to be cooked for long, otherwise the boat that is swaying on the soup surface will be ruined. Yang Ming sat in his seat and fiddled with the Indonesian dragon-shaped incense pot for a while, and soon a bowl of wontons was served. "This is the shrimp wonton you ordered," Please enjoy it slowly. If you want vinegar, the vinegar is in the small bottle next to your right hand. Onojiro said in a gentle voice. Thank you. Yang Ming nodded politely, but his hands did not move. He never added vinegar to wontons. The store has worked hard to boil the soup for half a day. If he adds some seasonings to it without knowing what is good for him and loses its original taste, it will be a loss. This looks really good. He smacked it carefully as if he was observing an antique presented by a customer. Under the soft light, the tender wonton skin floated in the soup like snowy gauze, and the tight reddish shrimp wrapped inside moved with the waves, just like the greedy fat goldfish in the park pond, revealing their white bellies, and the sparkling water on their bodies flowed. Yang Ming gently scooped up a wonton, and the square thin skin was folded to wrap the filling. As soon as it touched the lips and teeth, it slid smoothly into the mouth. The soft texture of the skin, the filling that melted in the mouth, and the mellow soup, the taste was really beyond salvation. The mouth was first soothed by the undulating skin and soup, and then gently bit the meat filling inside. No matter how well the dough is rolled, it is useless if the meat filling is not good. If it is all lean, it will be too dry, and if it is too fat, it will be too rich. The pork belly with fat and lean is just right, and the shrimp meat with the shrimp thread removed is so clean that it is like the most hidden treasure that cannot escape the investigation of the Tomb Raider. It is refreshing and chewy. The freshness and chewiness of the beauty are so obvious that Yang Ming sighed and felt warm all over. Chapter 1243. The mouth was first soothed by the undulating skin and soup, and then he gently bit the meat filling. No matter how well the dough is rolled, it is useless if the meat filling is not good. If it is all lean, it will be too dry, and if it is too fat, it will be too rich. The fat and lean pork belly is just right, and the shrimp meat with the shrimp thread removed is just right. When you bite it lightly, it is like the deepest treasure that cannot escape the investigation of the Tomb Raider. It is refreshing and chewy. The freshness and chewiness of the delicious food are so unavoidable. Yang Ming sighed and felt warm all over. I haven't eaten such delicious wontons for a long time. He thought to himself, but he couldn't stop moving at all. In the old days in China, wontons were the most indispensable street snack. Yang Ming still remembers the camel load carried by the street vendors at that time. What time-honored brand, what century-old shop, those are just things that have been made up in recent years. Wonton shops in those days could hardly be called shops. A long, swaying shoulder pole carried the vicissitudes of life of the shop owner's family. The wonton seller would go out early in the morning. At one end of the shoulder pole was a stove with firewood. Although it was a bit simple, the big pot was steaming on it, and at the other end was a cabinet covered with smoke and firewood ash. In it were dough and meat fillings, condiments and firewood, as well as wrapped wontons. The bottles and jars were dazzling, and the young boy was dazzled. Wonton vendors don't shout like knife sharpeners. They often hold a bamboo clapper in their hands, a hollowed-out bamboo tube with some other treatments done on it. Anyway, as long as they tap it lightly with a wooden stick, the unique sound will pass through the blue brick alleys, white walls and black tiles, and reach the eardrums of hungry people. If someone shouts a bowl of wontons, the vendors who were walking slowly on the blue stone road will immediately become more agile. Once the load is placed on the ground, they will steadily pour boiling water into the pot with a kettle. The fire below will be fanned red and blazing. When the water boils, the wontons will be packed one by one. The wontons were like small buds that had not yet bloomed, but soon the heat wave caused them to stretch and bloom. A cloud of white mist rose in the air, and the tempting aroma flowed along the wall. The side dishes were prepared when the wontons were cooked. Seaweed and shrimp skin, plus a little pickled mustard, were rinsed with half a spoonful of hot soup, and then the cooked wontons were served. The crowded little lilies popped up in the bowl. If it was a cold night in autumn or winter, the store would considerately add 1 or 2 drops of red oil. When Yang Ming was still young, he would always stare at the wonton sellers. He always watched how they lit up a field of smoke from the ground, and served bowls of steaming soup wontons like a magic trick. He watched them intently and drooled. At this time, his father would always pull him back, but he didn't say anything, letting his little hand be pulled forward, but his head kept looking back as if it was glued, until his father sighed and pulled him to the wonton stall to order a bowl of wontons. I really admire you, kid, you only know how to eat every day. Uncle San always looked at him with such disappointment, watching him holding the small bowl and eating happily without even paying any attention to him, and then sighed again, give me two too. Now this wood stove has long been out of touch with the world, and with everything in the past falling into the long river of loneliness, there are no wonton vendors carrying poles on the streets, but the name Chewo Wonton has been passed down from generation to generation and retained as the signboard of some wonton shops. But although the name is still there, the inside has long changed. It happened that under the mountains of this country across the sea, he regained his greed for holding the wonton bowl and refused to let go. It's been a long time. From that time to now, the babbling child has grown into the young man today, and he has experienced many things and tasted many things. Everything he did was just for the word no regrets. He is no longer the child who can stand in the middle of the road and lick the bowl without restraint. He can no longer act recklessly because he has the protection of others. Now he has become the kind of person he never thought of before. But, I am a little tired. Yang Ming couldn't help thinking again, if God had clearly described the destinations of the two roads in front of him, then a few years ago, would he choose to be an ordinary time traveler safely, or embark on the same road as now? He thought he would hesitate for a long time about this question, but he got the answer in his heart in a few seconds. He would still make the same choice. Boss, check out. Yang Ming put the bowl with not a drop of soup left on the table. How much? 500 yen will be fine. Do you want to pay in cash or by scanning the code? The old man at the counter asked. This price really surprised him. 500 yen is so heavy. This is probably not the price of goods 5 years ago. Scan the code. He followed suit and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. When he walked out of the door of the restaurant again, Yang Ming's palms rarely felt warm. He looked towards the direction of Mount Fuji again. Unfortunately, it was late at night and he couldn't see anything clearly, but he still silently recited in his heart. After being out for a few days, there should be several reminders for electricity and water bills at the accommodation. There must be a lot of dust. When I go back, I have to clean it up. There is a little dampness and coolness in the winter night in Guangzhou, as if there is a fine vapor climbing up the robe, and then sliding down the bamboo leaves and joints. The chill of late autumn and the departure of wild geese complement each other. It suddenly seemed that Xian Mingjun had enjoyed all the 3,000 jade nights in the heavens and was finally willing to take over the position of Shea Haojun, and what he waved his hand to give was the cool and fairy air of the world. The sky was a dark black after the sun set, and the quiet moon disappeared behind the clouds. The 800-mile wilderness ran through the four borders, and the rolling hills and mountains were seen. The forests, rivers, and fields were scattered like stars between the winding rivers. The knee-high winter grass still had round dewdrops. The evening breeze blew from the southern mountains of Mount Fuji, and it set off circles of ripples under this wilderness. The flat road that extended in all directions and ran through the east and west led to the Tokyo Tower that had stood tall for hundreds of years. The wind and insects had disappeared under this towering tower. The lights on the top of the tower were on, and the soaring flames rushed straight into the sky, illuminating this grey land. Chapter 1244. The sky was a dark black after the sun set, and the moon disappeared behind the clouds. The 800-mile wilderness was full of winding hills and mountains. The forests, rivers, and fields were scattered between the winding rivers. The knee-high winter grass still had round dewdrops. The evening breeze blew from the southern part of Mount Fuji, creating circles of ripples under the wilderness. The flat road that extended in all directions and ran through the east and west led to the Tokyo Tower that had stood tall for hundreds of years. The sound of wind and insects had disappeared under the towering tower. The lights on the top of the tower were on, and the soaring flames rushed straight into the sky, illuminating the grey land. Good wine. It was late at night, and there were few people. Everything became unclear through the vast night. Yang Ming was holding a pot of wine in his hand, his steps were swaying. The evening breeze rolled up the corners of his white clothes and the red tassel of the wine pot. A faint and vague voice came from afar. Yang Ming seemed to be fascinated by the clear water in front of him, and he poured wine into his mouth sip by sip. This is a little-known lotus pond in Tokyo. People often come here to enjoy the lotus in summer, but how can you see the green lotus flowers in full bloom in winter? The original jade white and green are now withered and become dead branches and leaves, and the beautiful lotus is no longer in its glory, crushed into mud, fulfilling the killing intention of heaven and earth. Such a scene, in the eyes of ordinary people, would probably pass by without even stopping for half a second, but Yang Ming's eyes seemed to be able to travel through time and take in the peerless beauty, and the 3 parts of the night and 7 parts of the flowing water went into his stomach along with the wine. Yang Ming was indeed a wine lover, but what he liked was the wine itself. The hypocrisy and flattery were all annoying. Therefore, he had just escaped from a drinking party set up by his friends and took a pot of wine with him. Where's the wine? He poured the wine into his throat while walking, but there was no more wine in the wine gourd. It's gone so soon. Yang Ming turned the gourd upside down and shook it down. Finally, 2 drops of wine flowed out. He hurriedly sipped it with the tip of his tongue. Only then was he sure that the pot of wine had died heroically, and he couldn't help frowning. Without the good wine, he got up and went out to find some. Is there a wine shop nearby? He carried the empty gourd, held a piece of grass that he had found from nowhere in his mouth, and slowly walked towards the end of the winding alley. He didn't know whether it was because he hadn't been here for a long time and the situation had changed, or because he was drunk and didn't know which way was which. He walked around the corner for several times but couldn't get out. Just when he was getting impatient, he suddenly smelled a fragrance. This is... Yang Ming pondered for a moment, and suddenly a wooden door appeared in front of him, embedded in the slightly cool stone wall. The golden door handle reflected the faint light, and from the gap, a faint fragrance was spreading along the ground. Evening Jasmine. There were a few Chinese characters written on the sign, and there was a dragon painted on the door. It was a rare spiritual creature in Tokyo. Unlike the Western dragons that Yang Ming had seen before, this was an Eastern dragon, curled up casually, with a lingering tiredness. Next to it was a wine cup, the size of which was just opposite to the dragon's paw. Night Jasmine. Yang Ming pondered for a moment, as if thinking about the meaning of this term. It seems to be the name of a flower. I wonder if there is wine. This thought jumped into his mind and could not be shaken off. He weighed the wallet in his arms, which was heavy. Then he opened the door with confidence, and the clear doorbell rang in his ears. Ding-ling ding-ling. Before he turned around to find the source of the sound, the girl with long orange hair came up to him first, saying gently, "Welcome, would you like to order food?" Everything in Tokyo is the same. Even if Yang Ming saw that the decorations in the store were different from those in ordinary stores, he was not surprised. He walked around the flower stand at the door, lowered his head and raised the corner of his mouth to the boss, and asked directly, "Boss, do you have any wine?" He was very handsome, but different from the charm of the Japanese. He had deep eyebrows and eyes mixed with Chinese blood. His short black hair reflected a little yellow light, like a banished immortal from the sky who fell into the mortal world and accidentally got stained with the fireworks of the world. Even the corners of his eyes were a little peach blossom, and his thin lips were slightly parted, and there was also a smell of alcohol in his breath. If she were an ordinary girl, she would blush if she saw this person, but the owner of the tavern had been baptized by beauty and had long trained her heart to be as calm as a mountain. She nodded. Of course there is wine. That's good. There were not many customers at this time. Yang Ming ignored the inquiring eyes of others and lazily lay on the table, poking at the small ornaments on the table from time to time. What kind of wine do you have? Wine. The luminous cup of grape wine was popular among the nobles in Tokyo, but in front of Yang Ming, who had a high alcohol tolerance, wine was just a juice for children to have fun. It was too low in alcohol to drink. It was not bad to taste it in your spare time, but it was difficult to relieve your sorrow when you were drunk. Wine. The tavern owner was stunned. There is no wine in the store. Wine with a good taste is often priced at more than 300 euros, which is inconsistent with the positioning of the Tulip Tavern. Ordinary dry red wine is sour and astringent, so the tavern owner naturally will not prepare it in the store. Except for the occasional guests who brought it back for a drink, there is generally no wine in the warehouse. Then what wine do you have? Yang Ming stared at the wooden bird chandelier with wings spread out above his head. The fine workmanship made him fascinated. Bamboo leaf green or white jade spring. These terms that only appeared in martial arts novels made the tavern owner stunned again. She looked confused and subconsciously turned her face to the side. There is sake in the store. Do you want to try it? Qing wine. Yang Ming was a little confused. He waved his hand and said indifferently, then try it. By the way, boss, give me 2 more dishes. Okay. The tavern owner, who was unknowingly led astray by Yang Ming, subconsciously agreed, I'll get it for you right away. Where did this guy come from? A wretched-looking boy approached a pale-looking boy and asked in a low voice, there's no film set nearby, right? Isn't ancient style popular in China now? The pale-looking boy glanced at Yang Ming, probably because the author was following the trend, so he calmly replied, it's not uncommon to go out wearing hanfu. Although the pale-looking boy said this, the wretched boy still looked at Yang Ming with some curiosity. Although this brocade robe may not be very luxurious, the workmanship and fabrics are extremely sophisticated, and it always gives off the four words of being either rich or noble. I'm afraid he has long left behind the Hanfu enthusiasts, right? But he was too lazy to care about other people's business, so he shook his head and let it go. Chapter 1245. Although the milky white boy said so, the wretched man still looked at Yang Ming with some curiosity. Although the brocade jade robe was not necessarily luxurious, the workmanship and fabrics were extremely sophisticated, and it was always faintly revealed that he was either rich or noble. I'm afraid he had long left behind the Hanfu lovers, right? But he was too lazy to care about other people's affairs, so he shook his head and let it go. Although Yang Ming was half drunk and lying there in a daze, his ears were still working well. After hearing these two sentences, he raised his head and asked with a frivolous tone, "You don't even know who I am. Who are you?" The wretched man looked at him again, but he didn't recognize which star he was. Yang Ming raised his head and smiled, his deep eyes seemed drunk. Yatsuki Academy, Yang Ming. The wretched man took a long time to taste the taste of this sentence. He frowned and said disdainfully, "Yang Ming? I'm still in the Four Palaces. Drunkards really dare to say anything." Yang Ming sneered, did not make any excuses, just continued to wait listlessly, and was shocked when he saw the girl coming out of the kitchen. "Is the wine here?" "Yes." The tavern owner put a small bottle of sake on his table, and handed over 2 small plates of salted peanuts and boiled edamame as appetizers. "This is the sake you ordered, please enjoy it slowly. This amount is not enough to drink." Before the tavern owner left, Yang Ming squinted his eyes and picked up the bottle from the table, raised his head and drank a sip. His movements were smooth, and he did it in one go. The alcohol content of sake was not high to begin with. The aroma was like the ripples of spring waves, as light as nectar, as if the clear spring water from the sky was gurgling, and then fell into the bottomless pit. A bottle of sake did not even last for half a breath, and only the empty bottle was left in Yang Ming's hand. Although it is a good wine. Yang Ming picked up a salted peanut, peeled it and put it in his mouth to chew, but it's a little weak. "Is there a better wine in the store?" "This." Before the tavern owner spoke, the wretched man interrupted and said, "Manager, why don't you give him a bottle of mutai? Where can we find mutai in the store?" What did he think Two Bros was, a state banquet hotel or a 5-star hotel? "Do you have urquatu in the store?" The silent young man spoke up and gave a pertinent suggestion, "Why don't you give him 2 bottles of urquatu?" "Urquatu?" Yang Ming asked the tavern owner with his eyes half closed, "What kind of wine is that? The name is quite unique. It's a strong liquor." After thinking for a long time, the tavern owner could only come up with this explanation, "Are you interested?" "Strong liquor?" Yang Ming sneered, revealing a little edge in his words, "There are strong liquors all over the world, I have drunk them everywhere, but I have never heard of such a strange name. You can bring a bottle for me to try." "Okay." Not long after, the tavern owner came out with 2 bottles of urquatu. It was the most old-fashioned design, the jade green so flat bottle, with an arc close to the palm, and the shining red stars hanging in the sky, which reminded people of some things with a sense of age. However, Yang Ming saw this shape for the first time. He took urquatu in his hand and rubbed it with some curiosity. "What material is this? Crystal or jade?" "Just ordinary glass. This wine looks much better than the previous one." Yang Ming said happily, "Why didn't you take it out earlier if you have such a good wine? The price of this wine is obviously only 1/5 of the previous bottle." The tavern owner looked at it for a long time, but couldn't see how this glass bottle was better than the plain and elegant sake bottle. He was too lazy to complain and went to the kitchen. "It's just that the amount is too small. If this bottle was poured into a wine bottle, it would be at most 1.5 bottles. Yang Ming unscrewed the bottle cap, and the fragrant alcohol immediately floated up, making his eyes a little hazy. He drank it all in one gulp like he drank sake before, and swallowed it whole. In an instant, his drowsy head suddenly shook and he woke up instantly. "You can drink urquatu so vigorously, you are really amazing," the wretched man said sarcastically beside him, and sure enough, he saw Yang Ming coughing repeatedly, cough 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 and choking non-stop. But even though he kept coughing, Yang Ming still praised, "Good wine, good wine. The aroma of this wine is clear, sweet and pure, which unconsciously gives people a sense of harmlessness." Therefore, Yang Ming was not on guard and drank heartily. After it went down his throat, he found wherever the liquor passed, fires broke out, boiling in the internal organs like boiling oil, igniting the blood. Even the exhaled air heated up when breathing, making it impossible to avoid it. Most ancient liquors were limited by techniques. The alcohol content of the liquor brewed with koji was only a few degrees. Therefore, the ancients counted their alcohol consumption in stone, liters, and buckets. Even the most famous liquor in Tokyo was only slightly higher than today's beer, and naturally could not compare to the distilled urquiatu. Yang Ming's eyes were misty. He, who had always been able to drink thousands of cups without getting drunk, actually had a little drunkenness in his eyes, and his body was swaying. However, he took advantage of this pleasure and waved to the tavern owner, shouting, "Paper and pen are ready. You really think of yourself as the son of God, Yang Ming?" The wretched man shook his head and watched the tavern owner hurriedly find the brush and rice paper for his calligraphy practice from the kitchen. Try to meet the needs of customers as much as possible, which is also the business philosophy of two bros. This paper is quite good. Yang Ming reached out and touched it, his fingertips resting on the white paper, then he picked up the pen and wrote. The pen moved like a dragon, running and galloping, and it was finished in one stroke. The air in the store seemed to be filled with the pure and spiritual scent of green lotus because of his presence. What did he write? The wretched man looked around. This cursive writing was too arbitrary, he could only recognize a few words vaguely. If the sky didn't love wine, the wine star wouldn't be in the sky. If the earth didn't love wine, there wouldn't be wine springs on the earth. The milky white boy muttered, and seeing the wretched man staring at him with a look of doubt, he explained, "I only recognize a few words, but I can recite them." "Good poem, really good poem." Yang Ming picked up the wine pot of urquiatu and tilted it over to drink a sip, and a trace of blush rushed to his face, and finally a self-conceited smile appeared on his face. This was also because Yang Ming was drunk, so he was poetic. Of course, whether the poem is good or not, don't take it so seriously. However, when checking out, there was a small problem in the store. "Guest, the bill." The tavern owner asked when Yang Ming was about to leave with the wine pot. Although 3 or 4 bottles of urquiatu were not expensive, that bottle of sake was very expensive. "Isn't this calligraphy enough for you?" Yang Ming was still confused at this time. He nodded, as if to agree with his own opinion. "Well, this kind of fine wine should indeed be paid more." Chapter 1246. However, when checking out, there was a small problem in the store. "Guest, the bill." The tavern owner asked when Yang Ming was about to leave with the wine pot. Although 3 or 4 bottles of urquiatu were not expensive, that bottle of sake was very expensive. "Isn't this calligraphy enough for you?" Yang Ming was still confused at this time. He nodded, as if to agree with his own opinion. "Well, this kind of fine wine, it is indeed worth paying more." Before he finished speaking, the heavy wallet was thrown out of his arms, hitting the tavern owner's hand. Before the tavern owner had time to find the money, the extremely casual Yang Ming had already gone out humming a little tune. "I was born to be useful, and I will come back even if I spend all my money." The tavern owner sighed, staring at the full banknotes in his hand, thinking helplessly. These guests are really willful. Finally, it was the day for the 12-4 diamond cooking competition. Everyone in the Polar Star dormitory got up early in the morning, and Senior Ishiki carefully prepared several dishes, hoping that Yang Ming could keep a happy mood to participate in the competition. After breakfast, Yang Ming said goodbye to Ishiki Hui and Mrs. Wengsu, and then took a car to the venue of the competition. There was only the buzzing sound of cars along the way. The bus gradually moved away from the city, and the scenery outside the window gradually changed from a bustling city with heavy traffic to a rural atmosphere, and the speed of the car became faster and faster. At nearly noon, the bus finally arrived at the destination. When we arrived at the competition venue, Yang Ming, as a famous chef, had seen big scenes, and he couldn't help but marvel at the number of spectators on the scene. There were heads everywhere, all of them were spectators from afar. These spectators had not entered the venue yet, and they were divided into many groups, laughing and chatting constantly. Yang Ming glanced around, but didn't see any familiar faces, and many people were not so laughing, but lowered their heads and were silent. After getting off the bus, Yang Ming looked up at this place. This place is extremely prosperous, with villas and luxurious buildings in the forest. It is hard to tell that it is built in the countryside. This is the place where the top 4 of the diamond cooking competition are held. There are high-end villas all around, and the scenery is beautiful. Yang Ming quickly shook his head and swept away his scattered thoughts. At this moment, the audience exclaimed from time to time, which was nothing more than sighing at the luxury of the competition venue and the strength of the organizer of the diamond cooking competition. Although some of the audience members can be regarded as wealthy families, compared with the organizer of the diamond cooking competition, they are at most a country bumpkin. Even the country bumpkins are not as good as the country bumpkins. Not even luxurious. Walking along the red carpet into the luxurious hall, the dazzling lights and the worries about this competition made everyone depressed. The atmosphere was a little quiet. Mizuhara Fuyami also noticed Yang Ming at this moment, and she hesitated and walked over. "Hey, our beautiful chef is here," Katozaki Taki said with a smile. "Humph." Mizuhara Fuyami snorted at Katozaki Taki, and then seemed to think of something, looking at Yang Ming, with a slightly complicated look in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Yang Ming asked directly. "Be careful, I heard someone was going to deal with you before," Mizuhara Fuyami said to Yang Ming, and then as if to cover up, "After all, I don't want you to fail so easily, after all, you are my cute junior brother. How could I be defeated so easily?" Yang Ming looked at Mizuhara Fuyami with a smile. "I'm seriously reminding you that the opponent is very powerful. If you are careless, you may lose." Mizuhara Fuyami snorted and glanced to the left subconsciously. Yang Ming followed Mizuhara Fuyami's gaze and saw a handsome boy with a slender body. He was talking to a fat man next to him. With his confident temperament, he immediately attracted the attention of some girls around him. Kikuchi Ingo also came over. "Is that Hayden Akiai? I heard that many celebrities in the culinary world also look at him differently." "Hate Kiai." Listening to Kikuchi Ingo's introduction, Yang Ming's mind emerged with the other party's information. This is a person who is as insidious as Nakaritsuki, but he is also a very capable chef. Has his strength reached the level of the top 10? Mizuhara Fuyami also became interested and came over to ask. "The strength of the 10 elites is very strong. I heard that he is stronger than Si Yingshi." Mujozi Yuankuo said hesitantly, "I heard that many people in Totsuki Academy have challenged him recently, but unfortunately most of those who have fought with him have failed." "I said you said so much, don't you mean that the other party will play dirty tricks to make me retreat?" Yang Ming looked at the soft side face in front of him and asked. "The other party is already one of the best students comparable to the 10 elites. If you retreat, you will not be ashamed." Mujozi Yuankuo looked at Yang Ming and said to Yang Ming in a serious attitude. And Mizuhara Fuyami nodded, which was actually what she meant before. "You are really a little." Yang Ming couldn't help laughing. "Anyway, just watch it. If the other party really plays dirty tricks behind your back, it would be a good thing to retreat when the opportunity is not good." For Yang Ming, he is very clear about his current situation. He finally used his previous victory to build some fame, and now is the time to consolidate his fame. Only when his fame reaches the peak, he will be qualified to challenge Nakarit soon, and all his previous preparations are for this. Yang Ming's side made a lot of noise, and many beauties surrounded him, so many people looked over. When they saw Yang Ming, they immediately showed a mixed expression of disdain, envy, and jealousy. "See, that's Yang Ming, who is known as the Son of God." "Son of God? Hehe, how can he be so powerful? Can he be compared with Miss Arena's divine tongue? It's hard to say. Who knows, anyway, he should be good." Most people still have some confidence in Yang Ming's strength. After all, he is famous. Being able to defeat so many famous chefs, no matter which way, is worthy of people's attention. At this time, the voice of Hatanaka Ying talking to others came faintly from Yang Ming's side. "Brother Hatanaka, the opponent you chose this time is really powerful." Hatanaka laughed, his voice was a little soft. "That's it, you overestimated the so-called Son of God. Even if the insight and eyesight are great, it is impossible to beat me. Such a student is just surprising at the beginning, the real strength is tut-tut." Chapter 1247. At this time, Yang Ming heard the voice of Hatanaka talking to someone else. "Brother Hatanaka, the opponent you chose this time is really powerful." Hatanaka laughed, his voice was a little soft. "That's it, you overestimated the so-called Son of God. Even if the insight and eyesight are great, it is impossible to beat me. Such a student is just surprising at the beginning, the real strength is tut-tut." A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. No matter how good the eyesight is, some dishes can't be made. A chef with only eyesight might as well change his career to become a judge. Now we will start the opening ceremony of the Diamond Cuisine 12-4. Please invite the contestant representative, Hatano Ei, to the stage. A microphone sounded from outside. Hatano Ei woke up as if from a dream, knowing that he was going to go on stage, and quickly adjusted his expression, put on a cold look, glared at Yang Ming, and then walked out. Hatano Ei went on stage. As expected, Hatano Ei was not very active recently. He was not idle. He was very popular in Japan. When Hatanaka Ying came on stage, there was a burst of screams from girls. Yang Ming heard it clearly and couldn't help but frowned. These crazy fans, what's the use? They are not as handsome as me. Yang Ming complained. Yang Ming felt bored and chatted with Mizuhara Fuyami casually. The two chatted briefly for a while, and then heard the microphone outside again. Thank you Mr. Hatanaka Ying for your speech. Now, please welcome Mr. Nakiri Senseiman, the former head of Totsuki Academy, to speak. Yang Ming was startled and finally focused his eyes on the stage. Unexpectedly, the diamond cooking competition was so big that it even invited this big shot. And the audience was boiling again, but most of these audiences were gossiping. Who is Nakiri Senseiman? The former head coach of Totsuki Academy, who once held the power of life and death, was also the leader of the Japanese cuisine world, the devil of food. The appearance of Nakiri Senseiman made the contestants in awe, and they all focused their attention on him. Nakiri Senseiman also gave a speech, which was passionate and inspired the fighting spirit of these contestants. Nakiri Senseiman was wearing a kimono, looking majestic, with a narrow and obvious scar on his right eye. Nakiri Senseiman's words echoed in everyone's ears, making people feel that this competition is not so simple. In simple terms, there are only 8 words: survival of the fittest. After listening to Nakiri Senseiman's speech, Hatanaka Ei came back. What are you still doing stupidly? It's your turn to speak on the stage. Hey? I want to go on stage too. Yang Ming was stunned. I didn't prepare for the speech. Yang Ming complained, no one mentioned this to me before, what's going on? Don't talk nonsense, go quickly, everyone is waiting for you. Hatanaka rolled his eyes and said dissatisfiedly. Yang Ming shrugged helplessly and went on stage with a smile. He walked up to the podium and took the microphone from the female host. Yang Ming looked down and saw a dark crowd of thousands of people. The audience who came to visit the competition also looked at Yang Ming curiously. Yang Ming's identity was also a representative of the contestants, so he was able to speak on stage. There were actually 2 representatives of contestants in the opening speech of a competition, which was very rare in the past, so the audience was very curious about Yang Ming. Yang Ming stood on the stage, but he was not in a hurry. He cleared his throat and spoke. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yang Ming, and I am 15 years old. Yang Ming immediately stated his identity. 15 years old. So young. The audiences were also surprised. They were a little surprised to know that Yang Ming had achieved such great success at the age of only 15. Because the contestants present were at least 18 years old, Yang Ming was 15 years old, which was unprecedented. Yang Ming smiled faintly, yes, I am 15 years old this year, from Yuanyu Academy, I guess many people know me. Everyone was talking about it, whispering to each other. For young and promising geniuses, these audiences have no prejudice. After all, the students of Yuanyu Academy come from all over the world, and there are people from all over the world, which is very inclusive. I am also very happy to participate in this diamond cooking competition. I know that they are all elites from all over Asia, and they also have extraordinary talents. A considerable number of them want to make a difference in this diamond cooking competition, and even win the qualification to participate in the Diamond Cooking World Competition. Yang Ming said faintly. Yang Ming's words made everyone in the audience nod secretly, and many of them even clenched their fists. They were the group of people who had their own goals, all of whom were the most outstanding talents from all over Asia. Yang Ming looked around and saw many familiar figures. Hatanaka Ei, Mizuhara Fuyami, Kikuchi Enka, Kaitozaki Taki, etc. Yang Ming smiled slightly, and at this moment, he was looking down at these geniuses. But unfortunately, I want to remind you that your days will not be so easy in the future. Because from today, I will prove that I am the strongest. I will prove it with the cooking knife in my hand, just like today, standing on the high platform and looking down at you. As soon as Yang Ming said this, the audience exploded. The audience was stunned. There are still people who are so arrogant. It really depends on whether Yang Ming is confident or ignorant. He dares to speak nonsense on such a stage. This guy is really too arrogant, right? All the contestants were unconsciously dissatisfied. After all, who among the top 4 in the Diamond Cuisine competition is a real weakling? Geniuses are proud, so how can they tolerate a guy younger than themselves being so arrogant? Then, I have reserved the first place in the Diamond Cuisine Asia competition. As for the second place, well, just give it to senior sister Mizuhara Fuyamai reluctantly, and you guys can grab the rest of the places. Yang Ming said lightly. What a joke. Just a lunatic. Yang Ming, hey? I'll remember you. Mizuhara Fuyamai, Kaitozaki Taki and Kikuchi Songo looked at each other in astonishment in the audience. This guy who never stops talking until he's shocked the world. Asshole, you dare to say that? You're just trying to attract hatred for me. Damn it, this guy's attitude is really infuriating. Yet, his name is Yang Ming, right? He actually made such a bold statement and said he would take the first place. Humph, so arrogant. How can such a lunatic get such a high honor? Damn it. The contestants were talking about it, noisy voices were heard, and they were all whispering angrily. Chapter 1248. Damn it, this guy's attitude is really infuriating. Yet, his name is Yang Ming, right? He actually made such a bold statement and said he would take the first place. Humph, so arrogant. How can such a lunatic get such a high honor? Damn it. The contestants were talking about it, noisy voices were heard, and they were all whispering angrily. Hey, this contestant is so handsome and looks very powerful. Very domineering personality, I like it. There were also many girls' voices mixed in, and quite a few girls looked at Yang Ming with admiration. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he looked around the stage and walked off the stage. There was nothing wrong with Yang Ming saying this, because what he said was completely in line with the purpose of the diamond cooking competition. The diamond cooking competition requires the survival of the fittest and ultimately selects the best talents. Nakiri Senseiman watched this scene from the stage, with an interesting smile on his face. Yang Ming is really an interesting little guy, hehe, I hope his strength will be as sharp as his words today. Nakiri Sentimon's eyes showed some interest. Yang Ming did not notice Nakiri Sentimon's gaze, but turned to walk off the stage. Asshole, you really dare to say anything? Are you so confident that you will get the first place in the Diamond Cooking Asia competition? Yang Ming was greeted by Mizuhara Fuyamai's rolling eyes. Mizuhara Fuyamai crossed her arms and said unhappily. Mizuhara Fuyamai paused and said, I advise you to keep a low profile. Didn't you see the way other contestants looked at you? Yang Ming shrugged, really? Then come on. You. Mizuhara Fuyamai was furious. This guy was so irritating. Her reminder just now was well-intentioned, but was completely ignored by Yang Ming. Damn guy. Yang Ming suddenly chuckled, are you concerned about me? There's no need. You should trust my cooking skills. After all, I'm very strong. Who cares about you? Mizuhara Fuyamai stuttered, her face flushed again, and she glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming chuckled, well, by the way, you look pretty cute when you're angry, senior sister. Bye. Hearing this last sentence, Mizuhara Fuyamai's face turned even redder, and even her heart beat rapidly. Damn bastard. Yang Ming flirted with Mizuhara Fuyamai and ran away. After this speech, Yang Ming became a celebrity in this competition. Everyone knew the character of this young contestant, and also knew that Yang Ming was so arrogant. I don't know if this guy has the capital to be arrogant. Many people also saw Yang Ming talking to Mizuhara Fuyamai. Since they only saw it from a distance, these people thought that Yang Ming and Mizuhara Fuyamai had a close relationship, and they were even more jealous. Damn guy, it's okay to speak so arrogantly, but he actually has such a beautiful girlfriend, I can't stand it. This is what these contestants want to say. Yang Ming instantly became the public enemy of all the contestants and became famous. Yang Ming was smart. He knew that those jealous contestants must be looking for him at this time, so Yang Ming quickly left the place and hid in a secluded place to rest. It was so hot, he didn't want to stand there stupidly. While waiting, Yang Ming suddenly found a familiar figure in front of him. Hey, Chiba Litsi. Yang Ming saw the figure in front of him and waved. Chiba Litsi, a talented female chef who once scored 98 points in the Diamond Cuisine Tokyo competition. Chiba Litsi also noticed Yang Ming. You. Chiba Litsi covered her mouth in surprise, and next to Chiba Litsi, Yang Ming noticed that there were two girls. One was a girl with long purple-red hair, a proud figure, and skin like snow. She was a queen-like girl. This girl was also looking at Yang Ming with interest. The other was a short-haired girl, shorter, but very cute, belonging to the lowly type. These two girls were both unique and looked at Yang Ming curiously. "Li, you know him, this lunatic?" the short-haired girl asked. "It's even more charming when you look at it up close," the long-haired lady praised. Yang Ming certainly didn't know these two beauties. After Chibolitsi introduced them, he knew that the long-haired lady and the short-haired lowly were both contestants from China. The long-haired lady was Yang Mi, and the short-haired lowly was Sun Li. These two were both contestants and good friends of Chibolitsi. "Hello, two beauties, you are more charming and pleasing to the eye," Yang Ming said sincerely. "Yang Ming Jun, we meet again." Chibolitsi was a little shy and couldn't help saying. Yang Ming smiled brightly, yes, speaking of which, I'm not very familiar with the competition venue. It seems that the competition will start soon, right?" Hearing Yang Ming say this, Yang Mi nodded quickly and said, yes, we will all be assigned to compete with different opponents, and it will be announced in a while." Yang Mi's personality is completely opposite to Chibolitsi's. She is very lively and kind, which makes Yang Ming feel good about her. This girl seems to have a natural charm. "So that's the case. Thank you," Yang Ming said. "Hey, Yang Ming Jun is very polite. He doesn't look like someone who said those domineering remarks just now," Yang Mi said with youthful energy. Yang Ming smiled slightly. Chibolitsi said, Yang Ming Jun is a very nice person and his cooking skills are also great. Wow, it's rare for our Litsi to praise someone like this." Yang Mi smiled. Sun Li was also generous, "Yang Ming Jun, since you are Litsi's friend, you are also our friend. Let's work hard together in the future." Yang Ming looked at the three beautiful girls, each with their own merits, and was in a very happy mood. Looking at the three beautiful girls, each with their own merits, Yang Ming was in a very good mood. Sun Li and Yang Mi were also very enthusiastic when they saw that Yang Ming was a friend of Chibolitsi, and they teased the two from time to time, making Chibolitsi blush slightly. At this time, the opening ceremony of the competition was over. The host was allocating the battle platform and opponents between the contestants through the radio. The host on the stage read out the names, and everyone listened attentively. Mizuhara Fuyamai, 1st place. Yang Ming, 3rd place. Sun Li. Chibolitsi, 12th place. Reading out the names one after another, Yang Ming smiled slightly and said to Chibolitsi and the other two around him, "I am in 3rd place, how about you?" "I am 5th place." Sun Li said. "I am 6th place." Yang Mi and her friends were not assigned to the opponent, and she was in a good mood, her eyes curved into crescents. Chapter 1249. Reading the names one after another, Yang Ming smiled slightly and said to Chibolitsi and the other two beside him, "I am in the 3rd place, how about you?" "I am the 5th place." Sun Li said. "I am the 6th place." Yang Mi and her friends were not assigned to the opponent, and she was in a good mood, her eyes curved into crescents. Chibolitsi secretly glanced at Yang Ming and blushed, I am the 12th place." 12th place? Fortunately, no one is an opponent," Sun Li said in surprise. Yang Mi also exclaimed, "Yes, this is too lucky." Yang Ming finally understood why Chibolitsi's face was flushed, and the other party had always wanted to compete with him. "Great, I was worried about playing against acquaintances, it seems that I will have to wait for the next time. I will give you more advice in the future, Litsi," Yang Ming said. This call of Litsi was very intimate, which made Chibolitsi's heart tremble again, and she lowered her head slightly, like a frightened little rabbit. The blush on her cheeks was particularly intoxicating, and Yang Ming's heart was moved. Yang Ming said goodbye to Chibolitsi, Sun Li, and Yang Mi. Soon, Yang Ming arrived at the cooking room of the competition. At this time, the competition had not started yet. There was only a lot of noise and the audience was talking. Obviously, the audience was still a little excited, because this was the first game of the diamond cooking competition from 12 to 4. But when Yang Ming entered the room, he attracted a lot of attention. Almost everyone noticed Yang Ming. "Isn't this guy the chef representative who just spoke so arrogantly? Damn, it's that guy. It seems that this time we can give him a good lesson and let him know how powerful we are." That's right, this guy is too arrogant. Haha, wait and see his performance today. In an instant, all the contestants focused their attention on Yang Ming, and all of them were dissatisfied and whispered. Everyone was unhappy with Yang Ming. It was obvious that Yang Ming's remarks just now were really a bit hateful. Although it made Yang Ming famous, it also made many people dissatisfied with Yang Ming. Of course, Yang Ming would not care about them. Yang Ming chose to ignore these people directly. But among these people, there are still acquaintances. Yang Ming suddenly saw a familiar figure. Senior Katozaki Taki. Katozaki Taki looked at Yang Ming, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Yang Ming-jun, I didn't expect that you and I were assigned to the same opponent group. I want to challenge you and have a good competition with you. Facing the challenge, Yang Ming took it calmly, I will accompany you to the end. Katozaki Taki was full of black lines, and he never thought that Yang Ming would be so tough. B venue, number 2. Is the competition venue for the 2. The theme of this competition is desserts. On the cooking table, the ingredients for making desserts and pastries are placed on a table. On the rostrum, the judges and hosts are already in place. All around, the audience gathered. The atmosphere on the scene was extremely enthusiastic. The flags of various pastry shops and pastry shops were waving wildly above the audience seats. This is a feast of pastries for young people in Japan, and a showcase of the future of the Japanese chef world. And Yang Ming's opponent is the second place of the 88th Totsuki 10 Greatest Chefs, Katozaki Taki. At this time, Yang Ming's eyes were fixed on the screen on the podium. Dear young chefs, the Diamond Cuisine Asia competition is a first-level competition, and its purpose has always been to select young and promising chefs from all over the world. This competition is unprecedentedly large, with an unparalleled lineup of stars. Let us wait and see. Before the host announced the rules of the competition, Katozaki Taki and Yang Ming were also placed on the projection screen as seated players. Katozaki Taki, who looked like a little loli, and the black-haired handsome Yang Ming immediately caused countless cheers at the scene. All chefs participating in the competition, the first round of eliminations at Venue B is about to begin. This round of eliminations will adopt a points system to select the 4 contestants with the highest points. The topic of the first round, milk. Cooking time, 1 hour. Now, the competition begins. As the host finished speaking, countless groups of contestants began to cook. Only Yang Ming and Katozaki Taki stood still. Dairy products. The moment Yang Ming heard this topic, he thought of dishes such as double skim milk and cream cakes. However, it was difficult for Yang Ming to rely on his skills alone. This was his blind spot in the past. Dairy products. Yang Ming fell into thinking. In his mind, countless pictures of dishes flashed by, and various kinds of cream cakes kept passing through his mind. What should I do? Should I make European style or Chinese style? Yang Ming spread his hands and thought, European style is mainly cakes and ice cream, Chinese style is mainly Cantonese style sweet soup. I am not good at fancy European cuisine, so it seems better to focus on Japanese style in the first round. After all, the competition is held in Tokyo, Japan. Then let's make daifuku. Yang Ming made a fist and decided. Japanese daifuku? Milk. Do you want to make ice cream daifuku? Katozaki Taki guessed Yang Ming's idea on the spot. The most suitable way to add milk to daifuku should be ice cream. Biting open the cold and soft glutinous rice skin. The filling wrapped in milk ice cream filled the mouth. This dessert that brings out the fragrance of milk to the extreme is really creative. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming, who advocates standards and perfection, would have such a creative day? Katozaki Taki's strange eyes seemed to stimulate Yang Ming. Stop talking nonsense, start too, time is running out. I don't want to lose in the first round. Katozaki Taki took a deep breath and regained his original aloof temperament. Yang Ming shrugged and took the ingredients, milk, glutinous rice, and other ingredients away. Japanese daifuku, also known as glutinous rice dumplings. The most important thing about it is that the skin is extremely soft but chewy. The tenderness of the glutinous rice flour will determine the quality of the entire daifuku. Yang Ming took the initiative to take over the production of glutinous rice flour. He held the glutinous rice in his palms and rubbed it gently. The fine glutinous rice flour fell into the prepared basin. If someone can measure it with a microscope, it will be found that its smile is more delicate than that of machine crushing. Time passed quickly, and all kinds of cakes were brought to the stage at the judging table. Black Forest cake? Too ordinary, 65 points. Cantonese-style tea snack, custard bun? Such a simple dish without any changes dare to be served on stage? 61 points. Due to the tight time, the pastries had to be made from scratch again, and most of the dishes served on stage received very low evaluations from the judges. Not to mention passing, none of the first two contestants on stage were excellent. Off stage, Yang Ming was not in a hurry at all, and he made it leisurely according to the process. Chapter 1250. Due to the tight time, the pastries had to be made from scratch again, and most of the dishes served on stage were rated very low by the judges. The judges gave very low evaluations to the dishes that came on stage. Not to mention passing, none of the first two contestants who came on stage were excellent. Off stage, Yang Ming was not in a hurry at all, and he followed the process calmly. The horrible situation in the judges' seats made Yang Ming lose all his fighting spirit. All the chefs were under 30 years old. Due to the limitations of experience and ability, not every chef could be comprehensive and cook all dishes well. So even if the most talented chefs gathered here, facing the tight time competition and the dishes they were not good at, two of them were defeated and barely passed the passing line. Ah! Look at these guys, is there anyone who can compete with me? People who can't even cook excellent dishes, I really don't know how they have the face to participate in the competition. Yang Ming put the steamed glutinous rice balls into the freezer, mocking them constantly, and received the angry eyes of the two frustrated chefs. At this moment, the big screen was showing Kaito Taki carrying the dish to the stage for judging. The moment the lid was opened, a black light shot up into the sky. Yang Ming's face suddenly became very ugly. A triangular cake, as black as coal, was placed on the judging table. Yang Ming, who had the Sharingan, saw the devil's face faintly rising on the cake. This dish was not simple. Is this a chocolate cake? On the judging table, the judges looked at the two strangely. This appearance was very different from the gorgeousness generally taught in Totsuki Academy. Hiss! How could it be so soft? Picking up the knife and fork, just touching it, the cake was as soft as jelly. It swayed left and right, causing ripples. Kaito Taki smiled very strangely, and had no intention of explaining at all. I'm starting. The judges cut the soft cake with the knife in their hands, and the red jam flowed out like lava. Put it in the mouth, the soft foam-like taste, the extremely mellow milk fragrance, accompanied by the sweet and sour jam, made the judges feel like they were in heaven. Ah! How is this excellent taste made? Among the desserts, the cake is cold and smooth like jelly. The jam flows on the tip of the tongue, allowing every taste bud of the tongue to touch the unique sweet and sour. This dessert that melts in the mouth, sweet and sour, but with the extreme mellow fragrance of milk, does not seem to come from the human world at all. Kaito Taki scored 97 points. There is such a cake? Yang Ming was stunned for a while, and he had no desire to watch it anymore. This technique of making cake like jelly is not something that normal cooking methods can do. No matter what kind of extreme materials they used, it would not work. This is clearly the hydration technology that is being developed in the cooking industry today. Use high-end technology to remove the essence of the ingredients. Only the dregs are left, and then a jelly like gelatin is formed, instead of using commonly used materials such as agar and jelly tea. This is the unique skill of high-tech cooking. In the B venue, Yang Ming, who had just delivered the milk ice cream daifuku to the judges' seat, received constant praise from the judges, but was slightly worse than Kaito Taki's, and only scored 85 points. Fortunately, this is a points competition, otherwise Yang Ming would have lost in the first round. In the Diamond Cuisine 12-4 competition, 12 people were divided into 3 venues ABC, and the points were also used as the basis. At this moment, in the A venue. Early in the morning, before the competition started, the competition venue of the A venue was already full of people. On the podium of the A venue competition, the beautiful female host held the microphone to host this highly anticipated competition. I am today's host, Rei Kawashima, a freshman from Totsuki Academy High School. Rei Kawashima winked mischievously, attracting a howl of a pervert. After posing a few poses with satisfaction, which attracted the pervert's screams, Rei Kawashima shifted her focus to the two sides of the competition. Now, the 4 contestants will enter from their respective entrances. The first to enter is the handsome and charming Hatanaka Ei. Hatanaka Ei led the bodyguards into the venue, throwing his outer robe while blowing kisses to the female fans in the audience. with his European face and his body full of abdominal muscles and chest muscles like a bodybuilder. At the scene, countless female compatriots sprayed 2 nosebleeds at the same time. Rei Kawashima glared at Hatanaka Ei speechlessly, secretly complained about the muscular handsome man, and quickly invited the other 3 contestants to the stage. The next one to appear is the beautiful female chef who is attracting much attention, Mujichi Enka. Wow! It's a beautiful lady. She's so beautiful, I really want to be her boyfriend. The noise was overwhelming. Mujichi Enka walked up to the cooking table with her head held high. Next, it was Yang Ming, who had met Yang Ming once before. Me, and Chibalitzi. Seeing the 3 beautiful female chefs, the wolf howls in the audience were about to break through the sky. Kawashima Rei, seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, quickly turned the topic back to the competition. Well, let's confirm again that there are 3 judges, and the theme is their most proud dishes. Then let's start. 4 contestants take their positions on the cooking table, and a deadly duel on the tip of the tongue. Kawashima Rei seemed to want to pull back the atmosphere, and the audience also gave face and cheered. Kawashima Rei's face flashed a trace of pride, and she immediately announced. The competition begins. Since it is to make their most proud dishes, everyone showed their real skills. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mujozi Yuankuo took out the perfect A5 grade beef. The perfectly evenly distributed marbled beef was slowly grilled on the fire by her. The boiling butter was slowly poured on the meat spoon by spoon. The whole venue was filled with the rich aroma of butter. When she put the roast meat into the oven, she looked at Hatanaka, and he just stood there quietly, and hadn't started cooking yet. Are you asking me to do it? Kikuchi Sonaka's eyes were filled with anger. Even if you are a student of Nakaritsu Kushi, you wouldn't insult people like this, right? No, I just don't want it to end so quickly. Hatanaka smiled very elegantly. Since you want to see me do it, then I will do it. Hatanaka turned around and took out 2 boxes of beef from the basket. Cheap boxes at half price, and appeared in front of everyone. Are you insulting me with this kind of beef? Kikuchi Sonaka was extremely angry. After all her efforts, she finally picked out the 5A grade black Wajiho beef. Her opponent actually insulted her with beef on sale in the supermarket. Insult you? You think too much. If I use Wajiho beef, you don't stand a chance.